Chapter 1. Engagement Absence. I choose to start over. Brain Depository. Serviced Weekly. Hunk and Beauty Popularity Chart. Good Samaritan Illustration Zone. Yin Yin. Why are you so good to Qin Ran? He's still angry every day. Unlike me, I'm carefree. Yin Yin. I'm sorry, last time I lost my balance. Qin Ran just helped me steady myself. Please don't misunderstand. Yin Yin. Qin Ran is so lucky. I also want a girlfriend like you, but no one likes me. Yin Yin. I was hit by a car. It hurts so much, but I can't endure it. It's just, I won't be able to attend your engagement banquet with Qin Ran. What a shame. Peninsula Hotel, Zhonghai City. Banquet Hall. Today is the engagement day of Qin Ran and Liu Ruyuan. Even for an engagement banquet, they chose one of the best hotels in the city. Inside the luxurious yet elegant banquet hall, the atmosphere was currently extremely awkward. Because the bride-to-be was absent, all eyes were fixed on the young man on stage, dressed in a handsome suit. He was clearly handsome, with a top-notch demeanor, upbringing, and family background. Yet, the gazes directed at the young man carried a mixture of sympathy, pity, and gloating. It was said that Liu Ruyuan had been called away by her male best friend. For those who knew the couple well, such a situation wasn't unusual. Similar incidents had happened many times. This wasn't the first time, and probably wouldn't be the last. Who knew if the bride would also be absent on the wedding day? If she were to be absent again, it would become a colossal joke. But it was already quite a joke now. The groom's parents looked grim, and the bride's parents were extremely embarrassed. If it weren't for the sake of his son's reputation, Qin Yushan would have already stormed off. Absent from your own engagement banquet, how outrageous was that? Liu Haicheng said with an apologetic smile, "My dear in-laws, it's my fault for not teaching her well. I'll definitely talk to Xiao Yin when we get back." Qin Yushan snorted coldly, without responding, clearly very angry. Lian Qin was looking at her beloved son with a worried expression. Anyone would find this hard to bear, especially since her son was so in love with Liu Ruyuan. But perhaps because he loved her too much, unwilling to let go, it led to the situation today. The deeper you love, the more emboldened the other person becomes. Lian Qin felt a pang of guilt. She didn't really like Liu Ruyuan, but as long as her son was happy, she wouldn't object and would even offer her support. Now it seemed she was wrong. Lian Qin walked onto the stage, tugging at her son who was staring at his phone. "Xiao Ran, if it's really too much, should we postpone it?" Qin Ran looked up, his eyes filled with indescribable complexity. Sorrow, anger, self-mockery, despair, like a silent television that had suddenly lost its color. "Xiao Ran, are you okay? Don't scare Mom." Qin Ran shook his head gently, walked over to the now helpless MC, took the microphone, and addressed the crowd. Putting away his phone, after taking a deep breath, Qin Ran revealed a smile of relief. "Thank you all for taking the time to attend my engagement banquet with Miss Liu. Due to some special circumstances, the engagement banquet is canceled. Those who aren't in a rush to leave can stay for the meal. Thank you, everyone." Qin Ran returned the microphone to the MC, walked over to his parents, and said softly, "Dad, Mom, let's go." Liu Haicheng quickly said, "Xiao Ran, Xiaoyan has an emergency. I'll call her over right away." "No need. Just wait a bit. I'll definitely get her here. She's really too reckless." Qin Ran shook his head. "It's no longer necessary." Liu Haicheng was stunned. "What do you mean?" "What it literally means." Liu Qilan, Liu Ruyuan's mother, interjected, "Xiao Ran, it's not right that Xiao Yin didn't come, but you, as a man, should be more forgiving." "Shut up." Liu Haicheng scolded. "Xiao Yin is spoiled by you." Liu Qilan pursed her lips, disagreeing. She was certain that in the end, Qin Ran would still agree to postpone the engagement banquet. After all, he had been in love with her for over 10 years. It was impossible for him to let go. But Qin Ran didn't even glance at Liu Qilan. "Uncle Liu, my relationship with Ruyuan ends here. I hope you can pass that message along to her." "What?" Liu Haicheng blocked the trio's path, anxiously saying, "Xiao Ran, don't be impulsive. It's all Xiao Yan's fault. I'll get her here to apologize to you right away. We have to hold this engagement banquet today, no matter what." Qin Yushan said sternly, "Move aside." The imposing presence of someone who had long been in a position of power suppressed Liu Haicheng, making him obey and step aside. If they truly offended the Qin family, their Liu family business would be finished. The Qin family company's annual purchases accounted for a large portion of the Liu family's total revenue. Liu Haichang planned to bring his daughter to apologize later. But he also believed that Qin Ran would definitely forgive his daughter. Qin Ran left the banquet hall with his parents. The words he said on stage were to preserve the final face of the Qin family. Arguing with Liu Haichang and Liu Qilan would only become more of a joke. Qin Ran felt that he had been too insensible in the past. For the sake of so-called true love, he had created the situation today. After sending his parents to the car, Qin Ran waved and said, "Dad, Mom, you go home first. I'll see off my classmates and friends." Lian Qin grabbed her son's hand. "Then go home earlier. Don't do anything foolish. If anything happens, Mom and Dad will resolve it." Qin Ran nodded. "I know. I've been foolish for so many years. I won't be foolish again. Dad, I'll go to work at the company next week, starting from the bottom." Qin Yushan showed a relieved smile. "Good. A real man knows when to take action and when to let go." After seeing off his parents, Qin Ran didn't linger to see off any classmates. He walked with the flow of people. There was no need to say any more platitudes. People would comfort him on the surface, but the moment they got home they would begin sharing gossip with friends and colleagues. Qin Ran decided to live a bit more freely from now on, no longer bound by love. He would let Liu Ruyuan and Wang Feifei be together. From now on, Liu Ruyuan and the Liu family would have nothing to do with him. Qin Ran knew that with his father's personality, he certainly wouldn't let the Liu family off easily. But he wouldn't advise against it. Even if Liu Ruyuan came to his door crying and begging, he wouldn't soften his heart. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. The old Qin Ran was dead. From today onward, he was reborn. It was just a pity to have wasted so many years of his youth. If youth could be granted again, a tale of gold for a tale of wind. There is always a touch of wind to fill my endless dreams. Qin Ran hadn't even finished his thoughts when he saw a black jeep careening out of control toward him. Bang! Qin Ran's body felt light, and he saw the highlights of his life flashing before his eyes. Was heaven playing a cruel joke on him? Just as he had finally seen the light, he was going to get run over and die. The highlights of Qin Ran's life flashing through his mind froze when they reached the very beginning. Death was not necessarily the end. It could also be a return to the beginning. And so, Qin Ran had a chance to rewrite his story. Chapter 2. Leave my world and never again intertwine. Lin Wanbai. "Hey, classmate. Classmate, are you okay?" He jumped up, startled awake. Qin Ran opened his eyes, abruptly sitting up. Two heads collided. Ouch! Qin Ran covered his forehead in bewilderment. Wasn't he hit and sent flying? Was this just a dream before death? Without time to think, Qin Ran helped the girl he had bumped into back to her feet. "I'm so sorry, are you okay?" The girl, who had been hit on the nose, had red eyes, and tears were uncontrollably flowing down her cheeks. "It hurts." "Wah. Sorry. It wasn't on purpose." After seeing the girl's face clearly, Qin Ran exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Wanbai?" Lin Wanbai sniffled. You know me?" Looking at the bright-eyed, beautiful girl in front of him, Qin Ran was in a daze. Was there anyone at Zhonghai University of Finance who didn't know Lin Wanbai? Qin Ran quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket. September 1st, 2015, the day of registration for the start of university. Had he been reborn? Or was this truly just a hallucination from death? Dude, you don't have to go this far to get someone's number, right? Qin Ran looked up and saw the strange looks coming from all around. Qin Ran, how can you ask another girl for her number behind Yin Yin's back? You're too fickle. A familiar, high-pitched and effeminate voice rang out. The way everyone looked at Qin Ran changed. This was no longer just being fickle. This was a model for our generation. The guy was so bold, incredibly awesome. Qin Ran looked at the man and woman standing not far away. The girl was slender and graceful, with a pair of striking, long white legs. The boy was slightly hunched over, with a pale face, a sickly pallor. Liu Ruyuan and her green tea male best friend, Wang Feifei. Qin Ran was certain now. He had truly been reborn. That's great. The lost youth could be regained. Qin Ran helped Lin Wanbai up. Sorry, classmate. It really wasn't on purpose. I really don't know why I passed out. It's all right. I forgive you. Lin Wanbai rubbed her slightly reddened nose and then pushed her suitcase inside. She originally wanted to establish the image of an aloof goddess in college, but it was completely ruined now. How could there be a crying ice queen? Some freshmen nearby wanted to offer help with pulling the suitcase, but in the end they didn't dare to. Some bolder upperclassmen went up to ask, but they were all rejected. Liu Ruyuan walked in front of Qin Ran, her face looking slightly displeased. Qin Ran, were you just asking that girl for her phone number? No. Wang Feifei said in a sarcastic tone. Stop pretending. Qin Ran, we all saw it. None of your business, shut up. Wang Feifei was stunned. His face turned red, and he wanted to get angry, but he held back and looked a bit wronged. Liu Ruyuan frowned. Qin Ran, why are you getting angry at Feifei? I saw it too. Saw what? Wang Feifei immediately said, we all saw you take out your phone and ask her for her contact information. If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them. Qin Ran, are you in a bad mood today? You're in the wrong, why don't you admit it, and you deliberately take it out on Feifei? Just because he said something about you in front of others? I really need to reconsider whether or not I should be with you. Qin Ran's heart twinged. Indeed, how could he have been so foolish in the past? It was so obvious. How could he not see it? If only he had realized it sooner, they wouldn't have made such a huge joke out of his engagement banquet. Qin Ran shook his head, too lazy to argue anymore. Think whatever you want. After speaking, Qin Ran dragged his suitcase and walked inside. Luckily, they weren't together yet, or it would have been such a hassle. University, here I come again. This time, I will make sure to experience university life properly. Instead of wasting time on certain people, but to celebrate his rebirth, he needed a sense of ritual. Qin Ran turned around and smiled. Wang Feifei, come find me later. I have something good for you. Wang Feifei was spooked by Qin Ran's smile. What is it? You'll know when you come. You'll regret it if you don't. Liu Ruyuan put her hands on her hips. Qin Ran, are you really trying to make me angry? My suitcase. Let fleas carry it for you. After saying that, Qin Ran left gracefully. Wang Feifei had been weak and sickly since childhood, with a feminine appearance, a bit girly, nicknamed Wang Consort, Scrap Paper, and Fleas. To Qin Ran, Wang Feifei was as annoying as fleas. In his previous life, he endured it for the sake of Liu Ruyuan. Now he wouldn't even bother with Liu Ruyuan, so Fleas was even further down the pecking order. After truly letting go, Qin Ran felt refreshed. What was letting go of Liu Ruyuan was also freeing himself. Qin Ran walked to the bridge and shouted, God, thank you for giving me another chance. Can you also send me a Lin sister? Lin Wanbai, who was standing under a willow tree, talking to her family on the phone to report that she arrived safely, slowly turned her head and looked at Qin Ran with an expression of watching a lunatic. Hi, we meet again. Qin Ran said awkwardly. Lin Wanbai seemed to have gone deaf and quickly left dragging her suitcase. Her footsteps hurried. At that moment, Qin Ran used his toes to excavate a cross-sea bridge. But soon he relaxed again. It didn't matter. He was living a new life. Why should he still be so tired? A tree without bark is sure to die. A person without shame is invincible. Letting go of his personal code of conduct, he would enjoy a life of mischief. Rejecting mental exhaustion, he would go crazy if anything bothered him. Qin Ran decided to enjoy his university days and then inherit the family business after graduation. He lived so hard in his last life, he deserved to have an easy one this time. Qin Ran took out his sunglasses from his shirt pocket. Sunglasses on, and he loved no one. Qin Ran finished the simple procedures and was led to a familiar dormitory building by a female upperclassman. As a token of appreciation for guiding the way, Qin Ran took the initiative to show his QR code. The female upperclassman scanned it and said with a smile, If you don't understand something, you can ask me, okay? Do you want to eat together later? I can show you around the school. Thank you, senior. Maybe another time? Ah. The female upperclassman hesitated for a moment and then said, If it's a junior like you, it's not impossible. The freshmen nearby who were carrying bags upstairs were dumbfounded. The female upperclassman made a phone call gesture, winked and said, Junior, remember to call me, okay? Definitely next time. Qin Ran turned and went upstairs. Female seniors who were too proactive were a little scary. Dude, are you also in dormitory 502? A young man who had just heard their inappropriate for minors conversation said in surprise. Yeah. Let's get to know each other. Huang Zujia. Qin Ran. How did you hook up with the female senior? Was there even any need to hook up? Huang Zujia was speechless. Qin Ran knew that the seemingly casual man in front of him wearing slippers was actually a rich third generation with a whole building at home. After graduation, his job would be collecting rent and having stories with some of his tenants. If gold diggers knew Huang Zujia's wealth, they would be even more proactive than the senior just now. But in this dormitory, in terms of looks, he was the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a female senior throwing herself at him on the first day of school. University life was good. It was truly as the rumors had said. Chapter 3. Hidden Dragons in the Dormitory, Today's Fated Clash. While the two were chatting, a muscular man suddenly emerged from the bathroom holding a rag, which seemed a little out of place. Hello, everyone. I'm Wen Yonglong. Just call me along. We will be living in the same dorm from now on, so we should look out for each other. There's one more roommate called Fu Qingchuan. He's out eating with his parents. How about we have a gathering tonight? Eat together? Wen Yonglong was very friendly and immediately suggested a dormitory meal. Qinran felt many emotions seeing Wen Yonglong again. During his 4 years of university, Wen Yonglong took care of the entire dormitory like a mother. If anyone got bullied, Wen Yonglong would be the first to step forward and was very protective. The muscles on his body weren't made of mud. The dumbbell on the ground was brought by Wen Yonglong. But Wen Yonglong usually didn't use his fists, but first tried to reason. In his previous life, Huang Zujia asked Wen Yonglong why he liked reasoning so much, and also practiced his muscles. Wen Yonglong touched his bulging biceps and smiled, to make the other party also reason. But if the other party was unreasonable, then Wen Yonglong would show no mercy when he fought. But not even 2 years after graduation, Wen Yonglong got himself into prison for 10 years because his girlfriend was harassed by his superior, and he killed the superior. This time around, Qinran would prevent this tragedy from happening and would also make sure that the bad guys get punished. And the last person, Fu Qingchuan, who had gone out, wasn't just eating with his parents. To be more accurate, Fu Qingchuan's parents were treating the counselor and the head of the admissions office to a meal. Fu Qingchuan wore gold-rimmed glasses with no prescription, looking cultured, but in reality he was very perverted. After graduation, Fu Qingchuan went into civil service, married a wife who was plain-looking but had a very strong background, and had a meteoric rise. Qinran himself was another story. He never really was interested in money. The 502 dorm could be described as a place where dragons and tigers were hidden. On the first day, Wen Yonglong demonstrated the demeanor of a big brother. He insisted on bringing Qinran and Huang Zujia to buy the most cost-effective daily necessities. Qinran didn't really care about the money. His father always instilled one idea in him. It wasn't about taking losses, it was about big things needing big men who could let go of the small stuff. Take one step back and take a giant leap forward. But both he and Huang Zujia didn't let their big brother down and each bought a set. After all, they all needed them, and both only brought a few sets of clothes and their personal belongings. Basins, toothbrushes, all these were things that they originally had to buy anyway. There were also people by the side selling, female senior, curtains and mats, a little pricey. Don't ask Qinran how he knew, just know that Huang Zujia asked about them. Of course, Qinran would never buy a senior female mat. If it was the senior herself selling, it would be fine, but those that the male seniors were selling, no one knew who used it before or what had been done on it. The mat that they purchased was designated by Wen Yonglong. 20 yuan, cheap, affordable, and of reasonable quality. Qinran's family was considered to be wealthy, but he was very low-key himself. Most of his rich second-generation friends were the same. None of them had the mentality of being a nouveau riche. They had access to many things since they were young, so they didn't have much desire and would never show off. Usually, the more they liked to show off something, the more they lacked it. For example, Qinran, he would never say that he was as handsome or as rich as the readers. He preferred a low-key approach. After returning to the dorm and arranging their beds, it was almost 12 o'clock. The three of them went to the cafeteria for lunch together. They ran into Liu Ruyuan and Wang Feifei. The latter was still dragging his suitcase, a sickly smile plastered on his face. Apparently, Wang Feifei had just gone to help Liu Ruyuan carry her luggage and buy her stuff. In the previous life, Qinran was undoubtedly the one who had done all this, but now he would never do these things again. If Wang Feifei was willing, then he could give everything to the fleas. Huang Zujia bumped Qinran's arm. That pretty girl keeps looking at me. Is it possible that she's actually looking at me? Don't you already have a female senior? Don't try to steal this one from me. I wouldn't compete with you, and I'd advise you to think about this very carefully. What do you mean? Huang Zujia asked in confusion. Why? As they were talking, Liu Ruyuan deliberately passed by Qinran, but deliberately ignored him. In the past, Liu Ruyuan would always be like this. She had already gotten used to Qinran following behind her, apologizing first. But this time, Qinran didn't follow, and went to the cafeteria upstairs with his 2 roommates instead. As Qin ran past by Wang Feifei, he once again reminded him, "Remember to come and find me later. Once you miss this chance, there will not be another." Wang Feifei didn't know what Qin Ran was up to. He noticed that the latter was acting strangely today. He was no longer sticking to Liu Ruyuan, and his attitude was very cold. And even when he made Liu Ruyuan angry, he didn't even apologize. But no matter what, this was a good thing for him. Wang Feifei glanced at Qin Ran's departing figure. He decided to still go find Qin Ran later. University had just started, and this was the best time to please Liu Ruyuan. Wang Feifei quickly followed Liu Ruyuan. "Yin Yin, what do you want to eat? It's my treat. After we're done, let's buy some fruit." Huang Zujie said in confusion. "Qin Ran, are you on bad terms with that guy?" When Yonglong put his arm around Qin Ran's shoulder, "We don't need to be afraid of him. He gives off an uncomfortable vibe. Tell me if something happens." Qin Ran shook his head with a smile. "I am indeed not on good terms with him, but now I have to thank him, otherwise I'd have other troubles. I brought you guys upstairs, not because I'm afraid of him. It's because the second cafeteria is more cost-effective than the first, and there are more kinds of food." Huang Zujie said in astonishment. "How do you know that?" "A female senior." Qin Ran winked. "We don't have to worry about him anymore." Huang Zujie walked along with Wen Yonglong. "There's another pretty girl, even prettier than the one just now," Huang Zujie said excitedly. Qin Ran followed Huang Zujie's gaze. It was none other than Lin Wanbai. Although Liu Ruyuan's haughty princess temper was a bit terrible, her looks were among the top 3 in the freshman class. The only one who could be a notch above was probably the naturally beautiful Lin Wanbai. Qin Ran was hesitant about whether he should go ask Lin Wanbai to have a meal with him. It was nothing else. It was to apologize for having bumped into her earlier when she was so kind to save him, and for having accidentally scared her. It was a meal to express his apology. But he was destined not to have that opportunity. The moment Lin Wanbai saw him, her pupils dilated, and then she hurriedly left. "Qin Ran, that pretty girl seemed to have been scared away by you. Why aren't you saying it's my fault this time? It's too obvious, okay?" Qin Ran rubbed his nose. Huang Zujie was right. Fine, he would worry about it later. Perhaps he and Lin Wanbai were fated to clash today. And also, he had important business to attend to after finishing his meal. After all, one had to be well-fed to have the strength to hit someone. "Wang Feifei, are you ready to receive the big gift that I, Reborn, will give you?" But all the gifts that fate gives have a price tag marked on them long ago. You would probably be willing, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to be a green tea best friend for over 10 years. Chapter 4. Stealing My Girlfriend? Let's start with a beating. After finishing lunch, Qin Ran left alone. He was once again back on the familiar yet unfamiliar campus. The dappled shadows of the trees, the lively sports field, the green grass, and the fresh faces of students walking by in 2s and 3s. Everything was telling Qin Ran that he was truly reborn, not dreaming. Qin Ran sat in a quiet corridor, and the past events buried in the river of youth were all illuminated. There were too many memories and stories from his 4 years in college. Qin Ran had always thought that college was the best time of his youth, not because of Liu Ruyuan, but because he never had such a carefree time again. He had truly liked Liu Ruyuan for many years, and had pursued her for many years. But after they were really together, it wasn't that happy. The frequency of conflicts increased, and he not only had to make Liu Ruyuan happy, Wang Feifei would also cause trouble from time to time, brainwashing Liu Ruyuan. Before the engagement, Qin Ran was actually already very tired. But the greater the sunk cost, the more difficult it was to escape. In relationships, the one who loves deeper is always the most passive. It wasn't until the day of the engagement banquet when Liu Ruyuan was absent because of Wang Feifei that Qin Ran truly woke up. Liu Ruyuan didn't love him that much. His position in Liu Ruyuan's heart wasn't that important. He woke up too late in his previous life, but thankfully God gave him a chance to start over. Qin Ran would no longer give his all like before, moving only himself. This time, he would live for himself. He would let go of Liu Ruyuan. He had once loved her, that was enough. He wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. Although Wang Feifei was annoying, at least he was serious about Liu Ruyuan. Qin Ran chose to fulfill them. Seeing Wang Feifei slowly approaching from afar, Qin Ran waved and smiled. "Qin Ran, what did you call me for?" "Yin Yin is very angry right now." "Yin Yin, Yin Yin." Qin Ran laughed. "What's your status?" Calling her Yin Yin with such familiarity. Wang Feifei's face became a little unpleasant. "Qin Ran, Yin Yin and I grew up together. We've been close since childhood. What's wrong with calling her Yin Yin? Do you remember what she said before she graduated high school? I remember. It was that she would consider being with you after getting into college, right? Then would you bless us? Wang Feifei was silent for a long while. Even if Yin Yin chooses you, I won't leave her side. You like her? Didn't you already know that? Why ask this unnecessary question? Then how much do you like her? More than you do. Qin Ran nodded and continued to ask, then are you willing to give everything for her? Wang Feifei frowned. Qin Ran, what's wrong with you today? Just answer me. I'm willing. Since you like her so much, then I can fulfill you. Wang Feifei was taken aback. He never expected Qin Ran to say that. In fact, he knew better than anyone else how much Qin Ran liked Liu Ruyuan. Although he said that he liked her more than Qin Ran, in his heart he had to admit that Qin Ran was more attentive and caring for Liu Ruyuan. Suddenly hearing Qin Ran say that he wanted to fulfill him and Liu Ruyuan, Wang Feifei's first reaction was disbelief. Qin Ran, what did you eat today? Or are you having a change of heart, and you really like that girl from earlier? Are you being fair to Yin Yin by doing this? Qin Ran waved his hand. It has nothing to do with others. I'm just thinking clearly now. Also, stop pretending in front of me. It's not necessary anymore. What do you mean? As long as you let me beat you up, whatever happens between you and Liu Ruyuan has nothing to do with me. How about it? Wang Feifei was dumbfounded. What did you say? You heard me right. Qin Ran was a little impatient. Wang Feifei was still the same, pretending to be innocent, an annoying green tea honey. But it didn't matter anymore. Qin Ran clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Don't move. If you move, you will never get Liu Ruyuan. I mean what I say. Qin Ran retreated a few steps, then sped up and charged forward. You're not tricking me? Wang Feifei forcefully suppressed the urge to run away. No, otherwise I'll get hit by a car again when I go out. The distance between the two was getting closer. The dozen meters of distance vanished in the blink of an eye. When there were only 3 meters left, Wang Feifei took off running, avoiding Qin Ran's flying kick. Qin Ran, you can't trick me. You're just angry that I said bad things about you in front of Yin Yin, so you deliberately wanted to beat me up to vent your anger. I'll go tell Yin Yin now, you're really too petty. Wang Feifei said as he ran, his weak body bursting out with unprecedented speed. Suddenly, a beautiful girl wearing revealing clothes, showing off her abs, entered the two's sight. Qin Ran quickly shouted, someone's robbing me. Senior, help me stop him. Wang Feifei was just about to speak when he tripped over something and fell face first. Ouch! What are you doing? Qin Ran pinned Wang Feifei down and said to the girl who helped, thank you. You can go now. Leave the rest to me. But the girl just raised an eyebrow and didn't leave. What did he steal? He stole my girlfriend. Wang Feifei struggled vigorously. You're talking nonsense. Qin Ran, Yin Yin hasn't officially agreed to be with you yet. Ouch! Slap. Slap. Qin Ran first kicked him hard, then squatted down and slapped Wang Feifei twice on the back of his head. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Always so long-winded. Not like a man. What kind of a fake male confidant are you? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I said to just let me beat you up, and you still ran. Qin Ran looked up. Senior, can you leave for a bit? I have some personal issues to resolve with him. Wang Feifei couldn't get up. His body was already weak, and he couldn't beat Qin Ran at all. So he hurriedly begged for help. No, don't go, Senior. He's crazy. Save me. You can't leave. It hurts so much. Qin Ran slapped him again, but he felt disgusted by Wang Feifei's cry of, it hurts so much. It was a magic attack that ignored physical defense. Qin Ran felt a chill. Today he had to teach Wang Feifei a lesson. But with the pretty senior still at his side, he couldn't hit him too hard. Actually, he recognized who the beautiful senior with abs was. She was the captain of the school's cheerleading team, Li Luo, and also the president of the student union. You guys do what you want, don't mind me. Huh. Wang Feifei was dumbfounded. Chapter 5. Beating the green tea guy, feeling great all over. Li Luo. You guys do what you want, don't mind me. Was this something that a normal person would say? Wang Feifei looked at Li Luo, who had the face of an angel and the body of a devil. He even forgot the pain. He suddenly felt that the beautiful girl with a smile in front of him was more terrifying than the suddenly crazy Qin Ran who wanted to beat him up. When two boys had a fight, well, he was on the receiving end, so it couldn't really be counted as a fight. When a boy was hitting someone, she didn't dodge or avoid, but stood on the side watching with a smile. Wang Feifei felt that not only Qin Ran was crazy, but that everyone else was crazy too. Taking advantage of the break while Qin Ran was talking to the girl, Wang Feifei used his hands and feet to crawl quickly forward. He wanted to escape from the two lunatics. Then he would go tell Liu Ruyuan. But before he could crawl far, just as he was about to get up, he was kicked to the ground by Qin Ran again. Still running. You said that you would let me beat you up, so I will do it. Didn't you say you were willing to give everything for her? How can you be unwilling to take a beating? Are you being fair to her? Huh. While Qin Ran was talking, his fists fell like raindrops. Wang Feifei cried. He cried and cried. He cried because of the pain, and he cried because he felt wronged. After Qin Ran was finished hitting him, he felt great. He felt very comfortable all over. He had wanted to beat this green tea man, Wang Feifei, for a long time. Today he finally vented it all out. One word, awesome. Two words, really awesome. It was just too awesome. Qin Ran clapped his hands, stood up, and suddenly realized that Li Luo was still standing behind him, not having left. Thank you, Senior. Goodbye, Senior. Qin Ran smiled and thanked her before preparing to leave. Wait. Is there something else, Senior? You've caused a big problem. Question mark. You don't think this beating incident is just going to end like this, do you? Qin Ran was stunned. She didn't stop him earlier, and now she was settling the score? He felt like Li Luo was different from the rumors, a little abnormal. You're Qin Ran, right? A freshman? Yes. Li Luo suddenly laughed. Her eyebrows and eyes were playful. Qin Ran had a bad feeling. Junior, you wouldn't want anyone to know about this, right? Qin Ran opened his mouth slightly. This. How was it not what he had expected? Actually, while beating Wang Feifei, he was cursing. Half of it was meant for Li Luo to hear. He believed that anyone who heard it would feel disgusted with Wang Feifei. Li Luo also let him do it, without stopping him. Qin Ran thought that this was the end of it. Who would have known that Li Luo would suddenly say such a thing, which caught him off guard? Wang Feifei on the ground couldn't help but sob. Qin Ran, you're done for. I'm not only going to tell Yin Yin, I'm going to tell the teacher. I'm going to get you severely punished and get you a demerit. Shut up. If you disgust me again, I'll beat you again. Do you believe me? Wang Feifei shrunk his neck, wiped a tear, got up and ran away. Qin Ran shouted, Wang Feifei, Liu Ruyuan is all yours. But if you say something you shouldn't, you will never have a chance. I mean it. Wang Feifei, who was twisting his body and running away, paused his steps, turned his head and said, You mean it? You're really giving Yin Yin to me? Of course, but you need to help me do one last thing. You tricked me. No. Qin Ran smiled. From now on, you and Liu Ruyuan stay far away from me and don't bother me. Do you understand? Wang Feifei was stunned, trying to figure out if Qin Ran was telling the truth or not. He even suspected that Qin Ran, who had suddenly become a different person in front of him, was possessed by a ghost. Was Qin Ran, who had loved Liu Ruyuan for so many years, really giving up like that? It was hard for Wang Feifei to believe. But when he saw Qin Ran's smile, which was devoid of any warmth, he also felt that Qin Ran wasn't joking. He couldn't figure out whether it was true or not for a moment. But the pain he felt was real. He decided to wait and see if Qin Ran was telling the truth. If it was true, then he could really be with Liu Ruyuan. There would no longer be a huge obstacle named Qin Ran between them. Wang Feifei limped away, leaving behind Qin Ran and Li Luo. Facing each other, Qin Ran was the first to retreat. Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. Nothing else? You've got a big problem. Question mark. You don't think that the beating incident will just end like this, do you? Qin Ran was stunned. She didn't stop him earlier, and now she was settling the score after? He felt like Li Luo was different from the rumors, a little abnormal. You're Qin Ran, right? Take a look at this. Li Luo held up her phone, which was playing a video. Qin Ran's face fell. He seemed to be in trouble now. He was just happy that he had hit him. He hadn't noticed that Li Luo had recorded the entire process of him beating Wang Feifei. Qin Ran didn't understand what Li Luo's mentality was. First, she helped him trip Wang Feifei, and then she didn't stop him from beating him. Then she recorded a video, as if she wanted to threaten him. Was she a dark-hearted woman? Or did she have some strange fetish? At this moment, Qin Ran only wanted to stay far away from Li Luo. If he had known this would happen, he would have arranged to meet Wang Feifei another time. Unfortunately, he couldn't go back in time. and it was also very difficult for him to resist beating Wang Feifei. On the day of the engagement banquet, after Liu Ruyuan left, Wang Feifei sent him a chat log. The green tea content was so bad that it could make anyone mad. After beating him, he finally felt relieved. Qin Ran took a deep breath. "Senior, what do you want?" "Unlock your phone for me." "Hurry up." Qin Ran, who was being held by the leash, could only obediently hand over his phone. "No lock?" Li Luo was a bit surprised, then dialed a number, and then added the number as a friend. "In the future, when I call you, you have to answer it, understand?" "No, senior. What exactly do you want?" Li Luo narrowed her eyes. "I will be watching you, classmate Qin Ran. If you hit someone again, it won't be like today." Qin Ran nodded. "It won't happen again. Today was the first time, and also the last time. Unless I can't help it." "You still want a second time?" Li Luo's beautiful eyes widened. "But did that sissy classmate really steal your girlfriend?" "Wanted to steal, didn't succeed. Wanted to be a male best friend." Li Luo nodded. "If that's the case, good for beating him. But don't do it like this again in the future. Do you understand?" It wasn't until now that Qin Ran understood what Li Luo meant. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Li Luo was also someone who hated green tea men. She was just warning him earlier, and it had scared him for a bit. "Senior, can you delete the video from earlier?" "No, but as long as you behave yourself, I won't spread it around. I will delete it later." "Okay, thank you for your help earlier, senior. I'll go first." Qin Ran walked back the way he came. He could feel Li Luo's gaze still on his back, not moving away. He couldn't help but quicken his steps and return to the dorm. He hoped Wang Feifei would be smart and not cause trouble behind his back again. As for Liu Ruyuan, he would choose to let go this time. Both of them would be at ease, without burden. Qin Ran had just returned to the dorm when he received a message. "Bring me breakfast tomorrow morning, dormitory building number 7. When Qin Ran first saw the message, he thought that it was sent by Liu Ruyuan. After all, he had brought Liu Ruyuan breakfast countless times during high school. But it wasn't. Chapter 6. No Yandras in College, a chance encounter at dinner. Qin Ran took a closer look. The nickname of the person who sent the message was Miss Luo Luo, and it was from less than half an hour after they had added each other as friends. Qin Ran was dumbfounded. Wasn't this Li Luo? Qin Ran was speechless. He used to bring Liu Ruyuan breakfast all the time, and now that he had finally given up, how could he turn around and continue being a simp? Some people are like erectile tissue. The more they lick, the harder they become. Some people might have a young miss syndrome, needing someone to bring them breakfast. Qin Ran wasn't being narcissistic and assuming that Li Luo had taken a liking to him at first sight, and that she wanted something to happen between them by sending her breakfast. This was more like she had her eyes on him. Qin Ran put his phone back in his pocket. Not even 2 minutes later, his phone vibrated again. "Qin Ran, you don't want that incident to be known by others, do you?" "Whatever." Qin Ran stopped paying attention. He wouldn't spoil anyone anymore. Did she really think she could control him for his entire college life with one video? And he was confident that he could make Wang Feifei say that they were just messing around. And even if it was reported to the Academic Affairs Office, it wouldn't be a problem. Qin Ran always felt that Li Luo seemed to be a little mentally unstable. Not crazy, but more like she had a personality disorder. Of course, maybe he was overthinking it. Perhaps Li Luo was just bold and friendly. In short, Qin Ran felt that it was better to have less contact with her. He didn't want any weird girlfriends like Yandras in his college life, even if Li Luo looked really cool, with a lowly face and a mature body. Fu Qingchuan, who went out to eat lunch with the class advisor and the director, had returned. As soon as he came back, he started handing out cigarettes, and not the cheap kind either. As Fu Qingchuan passed out the cigarettes, he said with a smile, "Do you guys smoke? I borrowed these from my dad." Huang Zujia didn't hold back and took one. He even put it to his nose to smell it, looking like a seasoned smoker. When Yonglong waved his hand, signaling that he didn't smoke, Qin Ran took the cigarette, but didn't smoke it. He wasn't addicted to nicotine. He would only smoke one or two when he was in a bad mood. He always felt that Fu Qingchuan was a very interesting person. His family wasn't bad, his looks weren't bad, and he looked a bit handsome with his gold-rimmed glasses. But he talked in a humble way, and also didn't hide his perverted side. He liked big-chested women and liked to verbally pervert, but in the end he married a wife who was ordinary-looking, but with a very strong background. Thinking about it carefully, Qin Ran realized that Fu Qingchuan actually lived very clearly and was very open-minded. When Yonglong was the opposite, with a straightforward personality, kind but very stubborn, and in the end he ended up in prison. Huang Zujie was completely the letting-it-go type. He didn't have many girlfriends during college, and after graduation he became very free and had many stories with his tenants. With these three, Qin Ran felt that college life wouldn't be boring. In his previous life, he had wasted too much time and energy on Liu Ruyuan, but he wouldn't do that now. A happy college life would start from the dormitory dinner tonight. Since it was a dinner gathering, they definitely wouldn't eat in the cafeteria. Outside the school was a small food street. Teppanyaki tofu, roasted whole chicken, milk tea and fruit tea, scallion pancakes, roasted sweet potatoes, stir-fried squid, barbecue. This was also the place where the four of them most frequented during their university life. In the end, they chose a barbecue restaurant for both dinner and a late-night snack. Beer and barbecue skewers. Life was wonderful. Garlic eggplant, grilled whole wings, beef skewers, lamb skewers, bone-in meat, enoki mushrooms and fatty beef skewers. 4 people at a small square table, 2 large plates of barbecue skewers, and 8 cans of Tsingtao beer. They began eating and drinking. The few of them clinked their glasses. The golden yellow liquor overflowed and splashed onto the barbecue skewers, making white foam and sizzling. Awesome. When Yonglong wiped his mouth, actually, we prefer to drink Lao's Han from 5 Factory there. Many people would just use bags to carry them. The alcohol content in this is low, so it's not really alcohol, it's more like a drink. Huang Zujie was surprised. Carry them in bags? Yeah, plastic bags and buy some seafood to cook yourself. Then I must visit your place sometime and have a taste. No problem, you can come during winter and summer vacation. It's on me. Not to brag, but there is plenty of alcohol. Fu Qingchuan suddenly said, I heard there are escorts there? Huang Zujie's eyes lit up. Tell me more. There are, and there are even 4. When Yonglong explained, the main escort will first propose a toast with white liquor, then the vice escort, then the third escort, then the guest and vice guest. But now many don't pay too much attention to these things. These are things that my dad taught me. Oh, so that's what you mean by escort. Huang Zujie was a little disappointed. Qin Ran's lips curled up. Actually, he knew that Fu Qingchuan had said this on purpose, to make them think in a wrong way. He was still that perverted Quan. The true pervert behind the gold-rimmed glasses hadn't changed at all. Halfway through the meal, and after a few drinks, the distance between the few of them rapidly decreased. This was how guys were. They got familiar with each other quickly. It was like playing ball at a sports field. Even if they didn't know each other, they could quickly play together. If anyone had a ball, they could just ask to borrow or join in. Boys' dormitories were not like girls' dormitories, where there would be 4 people, with more than 10 chat groups. They were simpler and more pure. If there were any small conflicts, they would quickly pass. There were very few who were as petty as Wang Feifei, not only holding grudges, but also liked to tattle. Just as the 4 of them were chatting happily, suddenly a cigarette butt came flying and landed on Fu Qingchuan's shoe, then bounced off and fell to the ground, sparks flying. Fu Qingchuan frowned and looked at the 4 laughing boys at the next table. Dude, don't throw your cigarette butts around. It's not good if you burn someone. Fu Qingchuan patted the back of the boy who threw the cigarette butt. Cough, cough, cough. The boy was drinking and he choked when he got patted, spilling liquor all over his pants, looking like he had wet himself. Who the hell is your dude? You have a problem. You made me choke on a mouthful of liquor. Fu Qingchuan wanted to say that he didn't mean to make him choke, but he swallowed those words back. The boy was wrong in the first place, throwing his cigarette butt around, and his mouth was so foul. Fu Qingchuan looked like he had a good temper, but that didn't mean he didn't have a temper. Huang Zujie directly cursed, You jerk. You have the audacity to throw your cigarette butt around. Your mouth is so foul. Did you eat *T? What did you say? The boy with the cigarette butt swish and stood up. Then, when Yonglong stood in front of Fu Qingchuan, Classmate, watch your words. You should be reasonable. You were the one who threw the cigarette butt around first. Who saw it? You're just spouting nonsense. Who wouldn't say that? I'd even say it was you who threw it. When Yonglong chuckled and took off his coat, revealing his well-built muscles. I saw it. The boy with the cigarette butt immediately shrunk back. All right, Hui. A handsome man with a well-proportioned body and slightly shorter than when Yonglong stood up. Everyone was wrong. It was Hui's fault for throwing his cigarette butt and hitting you. I apologize for him. But you deliberately made him choke. Shouldn't you apologize too? The handsome man's tone was calm, and what he said sounded fair. He had a kind smile on his face, which attracted the admiration of many others. Qin Ran also stood up. It was too coincidental. The man in front of him was his love rival from his previous life, Ji Buoqing. Childhood sweethearts were no match for love at first sight. In his previous life, Qin Ran had only barely defeated the famous school hunk Ji Buoqing. Other than him, he figured no one knew what a thorough scumbag the seemingly polite and well-mannered Ji Buoqing was. Ji Buoqing was even more disgusting than Wang Feifei. This time, he would let go. Then would Liu Ruyuan be with the green tea man Wang Feifei? Or would she be blinded by love again and fall for the scumbag? Chapter 7. Bold and scheming, he becomes the dorm leader. Qin Ran warned himself that since he had chosen to let go, he should not interfere anymore. Whether Liu Ruyuan liked Ji Buoqing or not had nothing to do with him. In his previous life, he had spent countless efforts to make Liu Ruyuan give up Ji Buoqing. In order to make Liu Ruyuan see Ji Buoqing's true colors, he himself was exhausted both mentally and physically. What made him feel the worst was that even so, he didn't get Liu Ruyuan's understanding or thanks. Loving so tiringly, he should have let go long ago. However, Qin Ran wouldn't sit idly by about the matter at hand. You can eat anything you want, but you can't say whatever you want. My friend was only kindly reminding him not to throw his cigarette butts around. If he isn't taught a lesson today, he will be taught a lesson in society someday. Besides, does he not have a mouth? Does he need you to apologize? Are you his spokesperson? A hint of gloom flashed through Ji Buoqing's eyes as he frowned at Qin Ran. The cigarette butt guy was a little afraid of the burly Wen Yonglong, but he didn't feel threatened by Qin Ran, who seemed to have no fighting ability other than being handsome. Who are you? Is it your place to talk? I think you're the one who needs a lesson. Heh. Qin Ran smiled. I am nobody, just helping your parents teach you, so that you won't throw your cigarette butts around in the future. Damn. You're looking for... Hey, no fighting here. If you want to fight, go do it somewhere else. The crew cut shop owner with an apron on rolled up his sleeves, revealing his 2 tattooed arms. He sounded unfriendly. The cigarette butt guy's momentum faltered. He hesitated whether to continue fighting. Ah oui. Ji Buoqing pulled the cigarette butt guy. Let it be. Don't affect their business. The cigarette butt guy glared angrily at Qin Ran. This isn't over. What's your name? What's your major? Dare to tell me? Why wouldn't I? I'm a freshman. Economics and Management. Wang Feifei. Wang Feifei, is it? The cigarette butt guy nodded. Okay. I'll remember that name. You just wait. Humph. Ji Buoqing looked at Qin Ran deeply, threw down a red bill, and prepared to leave with the other 2. Wait, Qin Ran said. Ji Buoqing's face darkened. What? Why are you pretending to be generous? Is the money enough? And you just leave like that? The shop owner waved his hand. It's about enough. Go on, go on. The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but laugh. Judging by the owner's reaction, it seemed that it really wasn't enough. Ji Buoqing took a deep breath and threw down another red bill. Keep the change, we're leaving. Qin Ran turned to the shop owner. Boss, that should be more than enough now, right? How about you give us 4 free beef skewers? They taste good, but not enough to fill us up. Ji Buoqing stumbled, nearly falling over. The others looked at Qin Ran in disbelief. You are really evil to the core, dude. Do you have to be this extreme? The tattooed boss touched his crew cut. All right, I'll give you 4 for free. That's what I like to hear, boss. We'll come again next time. Fu Qingchuan and the other 2 looked at Qin Ran with strange expressions, as if they were meeting their roommate for the first time. But it was indeed the first day. Compared to the impression Qin Ran gave the 3 earlier, the Qin Ran at this time completely exceeded their expectations. At the same time, it completely subverted their understanding. So that's how things could be done? Fu Qingchuan gave Qin Ran a thumbs up. Bro, thanks. Huang Zujia couldn't help but punch Qin Ran's shoulder. Dude, I'm really impressed by you. When Yonglong chuckled, Qin Ran. Who is Wang Feifei? He's the jerk we ran into in the cafeteria at noon. Oh, when Yonglong suddenly understood. So that's him. Huang Zujia said with a grin. That jerk is in trouble. Qin Ran, you're really bad. Fu Qingchuan, who was the only one who had not met Wang Feifei, was a little confused. Wait, who is that jerk? A sissy. A sissy? Yeah, you'll know when you see him next time. Okay. Fu Qingchuan asked curiously, Qin Ran, do you have a grudge against that jerk? Just a small conflict, it's already resolved today. When Yonglong said in surprise, how did you resolve it? You went to find him? Huang Zujia was a step slower in reacting. You resolved it this afternoon? That was fast. It was nothing major. Qin Ran waved his hand. not wanting to mention anything about Wang Feifei and Liu Ruyuan. The four continued eating and drinking, not taking the matter of the cigarette but guy to heart, and didn't mention it again. However, Qin Ran knew that Wen Yonglong had probably remembered it. Don't be fooled by Wen Yonglong's rough exterior. He actually had a sensitive heart, and was a bit too sensitive. Qin Ran wasn't too worried about the cigarette but guy's revenge, because he had seen that the cigarette but guy was all bark and no bite. He was actually a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Compared to him, he should be more cautious of the hypocrite Jibwatching. These kinds of people are more difficult to deal with than villains, and more disgusting. After finishing their barbecue skewers, Huang Zujie took the initiative to pay the bill, and Fu Qingchuan also tried to pay. In the end, Qin Ran suggested splitting the bill and rotating who pays next time. There was no rush. After experiencing what happened earlier, Qin Ran's position in dormitory 502 rose quite a bit. First in terms of looks, first in academic, bold, and a bit scheming. Especially under Huang Zujie's bragging, Qin Ran was already the kind of guy who could get a sexy senior into bed on the very first day. Qin Ran said that it was a misunderstanding, but all three of them had an "I understand" expression. So Qin Ran didn't bother to explain anymore. The more he explained, the more complicated it would become. No one could imagine that before this, he had been truly devoted, even the most devoted person. He really was the definition of, no one knows a devoted simp for 10 years, but everyone recognizes him when he turns out to be a player. The four walked back to school with their arms around each other's shoulders. Wen Yonglong's face was unchanged. You couldn't tell he had been drinking. Fu Qingchuan was smiling, a bit drunk, but not much. His eyes were clear. Huang Zujie's face was red, the worst drinker among them. When they were almost at the dormitory building, Huang Zujie suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Look, look! A pretty girl. She has an amazing figure." The other three subconsciously looked over. Their actions and expressions were exactly the same. She wasn't very tall, but she really did have an amazing figure. An A4 waist, a curvy butt, a golden waist-to-hip ratio. The girl turned around, and there were even two weapons that were ready to burst out. From the side view, she was absolutely stunning. A true peak. But Qin Ran only took another look, and his expression changed. "Guys, I'm going to the bathroom in the cafeteria. You guys go back first." Fu Qingchuan asked in confusion. "We're almost at the dorm. Why go all the way there?" This time, Huang Zujie's mind was sharp. Why else? It must have something to do with that pretty girl. Fu Qingchuan looked at Qin Ran. "Really? Qin Ran, she's so pretty. Why are you running away?" "Don't listen to his nonsense. I don't even know that girl. I just had to pee after drinking too much. I'm not going to explain. I'm leaving now." Go ahead. Everyone has urgent needs." At this time, the girl with the amazing figure turned around. She had just heard someone call her pretty, so she subconsciously looked. Then she saw the person she had been waiting for seemed to be trying to run away. "Qin Ran, where are you going? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Fu Qingchuan looked at Qin Ran with a dumbfounded expression. "Didn't you say that you don't know her?" Qin Ran's face fell. It seemed that his ominous premonition had come true. Was Li Luo really a Yandra senior? Don't come near me. Chapter 8. Wish you happiness, blocked and deleted. Li Luo didn't come over. Instead, Qin Ran was pushed in front of Li Luo. Where was the brotherhood that they had promised? It was all fake. When it came to love, they could stab their brothers in the back. Huang Zujie had already said that he hoped Qin Ran could suggest a dormitory social event with the beautiful senior. The entire happiness of dormitory 502 rested on Qin Ran. But Qin Ran obviously didn't have any plans in this regard. He wished he could stay far away from the beautiful senior in front of him. Senior, is there something you needed?" Li Luo raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "How do you know my surname is Li? I haven't said that, have I?" Qin Ran pretended to be confused. "Actually, I wanted to say good senior." "Oh yeah, senior, what did you need me for?" "Here's your ID." Oh boy, what was going on? Huang Zujie and the other two instantly widened their eyes. His ID? What did they need an ID for? Could it be? But it seemed that Qin Ran didn't even know the girl's surname yet. Was he that fast? The three's worldview was shattered. Huang Zujie's heart was also broken. During the day, he heard a senior say that it wasn't impossible for Qin Ran. He was flabbergasted. So Qin Ran wasn't rejecting them because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't find a girl that appealed to him. Yes, there was absolutely no comparison between the sexy, long-legged senior from earlier and the beautiful senior in front of him. Qin Ran didn't know what was going on in the minds of the three people next to him. He was also very surprised. How did my ID end up with you? You lost it when you were too excited doing that thing. Then you walked too fast, so I didn't have time to give it back to you. Doing that thing? Which thing? Was it riding a bike? Riding too fast and it accidentally fell out? But was it so urgent? Did he take off only half his pants? The three were lost in their wild imaginations. However, Qin Ran understood when he had lost it. It must have been when he was beating Wang Feifei that it had accidentally fallen out. Thank you, senior. Is that all? You have no sincerity at all. Not even treating me to breakfast. Qin Ran finally understood why Li Luo had sent a message saying that she wanted him to bring her breakfast tomorrow morning. It turned out that it wasn't some young lady syndrome, nor was it to control him for his entire university life using his secret. It was just, why didn't she say it clearly? If she had said it in advance, he definitely wouldn't have responded that way. Reapplying for an ID was very troublesome, and he wouldn't even mind buying her breakfast for a week instead of just one day. Qin Ran took the ID card. Senior, what do you want to eat? I will definitely bring it tomorrow. Then how about soybean milk and fried breadsticks and a boiled egg? No problem. Li Luo left, and Qin Ran felt a lot relieved. Whenever Li Luo looked at him with a smile, he always had a feeling of being watched. It was a good thing that it was just an illusion. Li Luo was still quite normal. Maybe she just liked to tease people. Also, what she said was prone to be misunderstood. Fu Qingchuan winked. Qin Ran, when did you get together? That senior is top tier. No, it was just a coincidence. The senior picked up my ID and returned it to me. Hee, believe you. Exactly. Huang Zujia echoed. You clearly wanted to run away just now. You wanted to flip the table after sleeping with her. Too cruel. Qin Ran was dumbfounded. What do you mean by flipping the table after sleeping with her? You guys are talking nonsense. Fidge. Stop pretending. The three of them all put up their middle fingers. Huang Zujia couldn't help but whisper, Dude, can you teach me a thing or two? Teach what? How to be together with so many pretty girls in a day. Qin Ran was speechless. It was as if he was some kind of player who was also a master of time management. After returning to the dorm, Qin Ran received a message from Wang Feifei. Qin Ran, did you mean what you said? I did. Don't contact me again in the future, and I wish you happiness. Qin Ran replied to the message, then blocked and deleted Wang Feifei. He had hit him, and he had also let go. He didn't want to bother with the green tea man, Wang Feifei, anymore. Wang Feifei replied with a, Are you serious? And then he saw the bright red exclamation mark. You are not her friend. Please send a friend request first. You can chat after the other party has verified. Send a friend verification. Wang Feifei couldn't help but be stunned for a long time. He found that Qin Ran seemed to be serious. But for some reason, he didn't feel the excitement he had imagined. Logically, with Qin Ran gone, he could openly pursue Liu Ruyuan. But something seemed to be missing. It was as if Qin Ran didn't like Liu Ruyuan anymore, and then gave her to him, rather than him taking her. Was it true that what had been stolen was better? Wang Feifei suddenly fell into confusion. Qin Ran today was too strange. It was as if he had become a different person. Wang Feifei touched his still throbbing back. Qin Ran wasn't violent before, but he had actually beaten him during the day, and he clearly hadn't held back. His back was bruised in several places. Originally, he felt that it was worth it to get Liu Ruyuan in exchange for a beating. But looking at the, I wish you happiness, on the phone screen, it was so glaring no matter how he looked at it. It felt so bad. Wang Feifei couldn't help but send a message to Liu Ruyuan. Yin Yin, has Qin Ran apologized to you? Liu Ruyuan replied immediately, as if she had been waiting for the message. No. It's making me so angry. Dead Qin Ran. Stinky Qin Ran. He hasn't even sent me a message, Feifei. Did he send you one? Wang Feifei fell silent. He did send one, but he had already been blocked. How should he say that? Wang Feifei asked tentatively, Then why don't you send him one first? Actually, Wang Feifei wanted to see if Qin Ran had also blocked Liu Ruyuan. If he had also blocked and deleted her, then it would mean that Qin Ran was indeed serious. But Liu Ruyuan wouldn't. I won't send him one. It's clearly his fault. Why should I send him one first? If he doesn't apologize to me, I won't forgive him. Judging by the reply, Liu Ruyuan was very angry. And that was indeed the case. She had been angry all day, waiting for Qin Ran to come and apologize. But she still hadn't received any messages from Qin Ran. When they were eating lunch, Qin Ran didn't even say a word, and just left with his roommates. Liu Ruyuan was furious. Yesterday, he was still saying that it was the first day of university and he wanted her to be his girlfriend. And it had turned out like this? Liu Ruyuan decided that even if Qin Ran apologized now, she wouldn't forgive him so easily. Even if asking for that girl's contact information was a misunderstanding, it was not necessary to have such a bad attitude. Liu Ruyuan actually knew that Qin Ran wouldn't do that. But even she had to admit, that girl was really beautiful and lived in the dorm right next to hers. Liu Ruyuan chatted with her new roommates while holding her phone and waiting for a reply. There was no girl in the dormitory who was more beautiful than her, and the topic was also mainly about her. Liu Ruyuan was used to such scenes, and she dealt with it with ease. But she was very unaccustomed to the silent Qin Ran. Before going to bed, she thought that she would definitely see Qin Ran tomorrow morning, with breakfast in hand, waiting downstairs. As always. That's how it was in her dreams as well, and Qin Ran's attitude was even more humble than usual, and he had given her a large bouquet of flowers, just to beg for her forgiveness. But dreams had to end when you woke up. Dawn broke. Liu Ruyuan climbed out of bed and ran to the balcony to look down. Her eyes instantly lit up. As she expected, Qin Ran was downstairs with breakfast, waiting. However, she found that Qin Ran hadn't sent her a message. In that case, I'll just make you wait a little longer, as punishment for ignoring me yesterday and not apologizing. Humph. Liu Ruyuan's lips curled up, as if she was the victor. Chapter 9. Self-indulged, refusing to believe. Liu Ruyuan had waited a long time last night, but she didn't get a message from Qin Ran apologizing. She looked at her phone again this morning when she woke up, but there was still nothing. However, when she saw Qin Ran buying breakfast and waiting downstairs, the anger in her heart lessened a bit. But she was still angry. What made her most angry was that Qin Ran knew she was angry, but he didn't come to coax her, which caused her to not sleep well last night. And yesterday was the day of university registration, and this university life had just started. Things couldn't go on like this. Liu Ruyuan hadn't completely decided whether she would be Qin Ran's girlfriend. But her closest person was undoubtedly Qin Ran, and the latter was indeed good to her. He was good-looking, came from a good family, but something was missing. Liu Ruyuan herself couldn't say for sure. Her ideal boyfriend should be handsome and a bit bad, not a follower behind her. That's why she had been dragging it out, and if there was no one better, she would choose to be with Qin Ran. If she couldn't find someone she truly loved, then she would definitely find someone who truly loved her. Buzz. Her phone vibrated. Liu Ruyuan smiled and unlocked the screen. She knew who had sent the message. Other than Qin Ran downstairs, it couldn't be anyone else. In the end, he still obediently came to apologize to her. Yin, what breakfast do you want? I'm in the cafeteria, and I'll bring it to you. But when she saw the sender, Liu Ruyuan was stunned. It wasn't Qin Ran, but her male best friend Wang Feifei. No need, Feifei. Qin Ran has bought breakfast for me. Wang Feifei, who was in the cafeteria taking over Qin Ran's daily task, was stunned when he saw Liu Ruyuan's reply. Then his face became extremely ugly. You're going too far, Qin Ran. Yesterday you beat me up and said that you would give me yin. But today you're buying breakfast for yin. Are you mocking me? I will definitely expose your disgusting true colors to yin. Wang Feifei didn't buy breakfast and ran to the dormitory building where Liu Ruyuan lived. From afar, he saw Qin Ran's figure. An angry Wang Feifei rushed to Qin Ran. Qin Ran, you're mocking me. Qin Ran was startled by the sudden appearance of Wang Feifei. You're acting crazy. You don't keep your word. You hit me and still bought breakfast for yin. Huh? Who bought breakfast for her? Then what's that in your hand? Breakfast, but it's not for her. I don't even know which dormitory building she lives in. You still want to lie to me. Wang Feifei pointed to the building. That's the dormitory building where Yin lives, and she even told me that you bought breakfast for her, so I don't need to buy it? Qin Ran frowned. She told you that? Wang Feifei took out his phone. Look for yourself. No need, Feifei. Qin Ran has bought breakfast for me. It really was. Qin Ran looked up at the building, scanned the area, and saw a girl shrinking her head back from the balcony. It was none other than Liu Ruyuan. Qin Ran was speechless. He hadn't even said anything, and Liu Ruyuan was being self-indulgent. I didn't buy it for her. You think I'd still believe you? Qin Ran, when Yin comes down, I'll tell her that you deliberately beat me up yesterday. You just wait. Stop your whining. Do you believe I'll beat you up again? Wang Feifei shrank his neck, but he felt that he wasn't in the wrong. So he puffed up his chest and said, Go ahead. That way, Yin will be able to see your true colors. So you think I wouldn't dare, right? Qin Ran. Just as Qin Ran had raised his hand, he lowered it again and turned to look at Li Luo. Senior, why are you just coming down now? What? Did you wait too long and have some complaints? I waited for you for 2 or 3 hours last night. No, I was worried that the breakfast would get cold. Qin Ran was secretly angry at himself for being so timid again. Wang Feifei stared at him in disbelief. Qin Ran, you bought her breakfast, not for Yin Yin? I already said that it wasn't. Besides, didn't I tell you to stay away from me while at university and not to jump around in front of me in the future? Wang Feifei was speechless, but this time he didn't argue back, but instead revealed a smile. Qin Ran, you really gave up on Yin Yin, right? That's right. If you don't disappear in front of me, I might change my mind. I'll go. Wang Feifei ran to the cafeteria to buy breakfast, while smiling like an idiot. Actually, he knew what Liu Ruyuan liked to eat. Li Luo watched this scene and found it very interesting. Who is that Yin Yin? Someone insignificant. Qin Ran handed the breakfast to Li Luo. Senior, I've repaid you for your help in getting my ID back. Is it just one breakfast? Then how about adding lunch? Is it just one lunch? Qin Ran didn't care about the money for 1 or 2 meals. His pocket money alone was 5 figures every month, not including living expenses. Qin Ran thought for a moment and said, Senior, thanks for helping me pick up my ID. I'll give you a red envelope. Do you think I'm trying to scam you? No. Then why do you want to get rid of me with money? There's no sincerity at all. Qin Ran was silent. It would be best if he could solve the problem with money. Buying breakfast early this morning was already his show of sincerity. But he didn't want to buy Li Luo breakfast every day because of this. Once or twice was fine, but buying it every day, wouldn't he become a simp? He wouldn't be like that anymore. Okay, I'm not going to tease you. Li Luo suddenly laughed. It's not too much to ask for another dinner, right? Sure. All right, then I'll let you know the time and place after I've decided. Thanks for the breakfast. Li Luo picked up the bag, waved her hand, and returned to the dorm. Qin Ran shook his head and also went back to the dorm, preparing to go to class with his roommates. Liu Ruyuan, who had been hiding upstairs for a while, hadn't received any messages, so she peeked out again. But she didn't see Qin Ran's figure anymore. Liu Ruyuan rushed downstairs, but still didn't see Qin Ran, only seeing Wang Feifei trotting towards her. Yin Yin, I bought your favorite pumpkin cake and millet porridge for you. Wang Feifei said with a smile, as he was holding up the breakfast. Where is Qin Ran? Wang Feifei's smile froze. He left after giving the breakfast, right? I didn't receive any breakfast from him. Where did he put it? Liu Ruyuan looked around, even looking towards the direction of the trash can. Qin Ran, Wang Feifei said with hesitation. I saw him give breakfast to someone else, it wasn't for you. Liu Ruyuan was struck by lightning. She was instantly stunned. What did you say? The breakfast that Qin Ran bought, it wasn't for me, it was for someone else? Wang Feifei, that joke isn't funny at all. Where is Qin Ran? Tell him to come out and see me. Wang Feifei was happy inside, but looked troubled. He really left. I didn't lie to you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Liu Ruyuan repeated again and again, resolutely refusing to believe it, and then ran off to look for Qin Ran. Wang Feifei stood there, holding the breakfast, like a clown. Chapter 10. Feifei the Clown Turns into a Simp, Princess Ru Yin the Great. Yin Yin, Qin Ran really is gone. He's not hiding anywhere. Yin Yin, don't you believe me? I wouldn't lie to you, especially not you. Qin Ran really did deliver breakfast to another girl, and then left. Stop looking for him. Wang Feifei trailed behind Liu Ruyuan, carrying her now cold breakfast. He'd already followed her around the dorm building twice. Liu Ruyuan still refused to believe it. Qin Ran wouldn't do that. We just got here yesterday. How could he know another girl, let alone give her breakfast? It's true, I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, text him and see what he says. I won't text him, you text him. You call him out, I want to hear him explain himself in person. Liu Ruyuan's eyes were red with anger. Wang Feifei's face fell. I can't text him. Why not? He blocked me. What? Qin Ran blocked you? Why? I'm not sure. Maybe it was because I said something about him asking for a girl's number yesterday. Just because of that? Qin Ran is so petty. Liu Ruyuan frowned. Yin Yin, don't be angry. It might be a misunderstanding. The girl I saw Qin Ran giving breakfast to this morning wasn't the same one from yesterday. There's another one? Liu Ruyuan was even more furious. Yin Yin, We might be misunderstanding Qin Ran. Maybe there's a reason why he's giving other girls breakfast. That doesn't matter. He can only give me breakfast, not other girls. I agree, Yin Yin. You're so amazing. Qin Ran doesn't know what he's missing. That stinky Qin Ran. I'll make him pay. If he doesn't apologize to me first, I won't talk to him for 3 days. No, a whole week. Wang Feifei's heart leaped with joy. This was perfect. Yin Yin, skipping breakfast isn't good for your health. Why don't you eat something? Liu Ruyuan didn't take the breakfast. Thanks, Feifei, you're the best. But I'm going to be late. You can eat it. Where are you going? To register for classes. Oh right, I almost forgot. Let's go quickly then. Wait, I need to go upstairs and change. You go ahead. Liu Ruyuan hurried back upstairs. She wanted to change into something cute and put on some subtle makeup. In room 308, Fangman immediately asked when Liu Ruyuan returned, Ruyuan, was that your boyfriend just now? Li Huihui added, yeah, he brought you breakfast early this morning. Was he the one who bought you fruit yesterday too? Liu Ruyuan waved her hand dismissively. He's just my best friend. I don't have a boyfriend. You don't have a boyfriend? Li Huihui was surprised. Really? Ruyuan, you must have a lot of guys chasing after you. Fangman laughed. Maybe Ruyuan's standards are too high. No, it's just that I haven't met the right one. Liu Ruyuan smiled and started picking out an outfit. Liu Fei, who hadn't spoken, said, isn't that Qin Ran? Liu Ruyuan was startled. You know Qin Ran? I saw you at the school gate yesterday. I didn't know you then, though. Liu Fei, who was second only to Liu Ruyuan in looks, smiled. Her long, straight legs were very eye-catching. Liu Ruyuan laughed. Qin Ran is my high school classmate, a good friend. He's pursuing me, but I haven't said yes yet. Ooh la la. Okay, that's enough. I need to change otherwise, I'll be late. Yifei, can you close the door for me? Liu Yifei raised an eyebrow. I'm a bit hungry. I'll go buy some breakfast first. See you in class. With that, Liu Yifei walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. Fangman and Li Huihui exchanged glances, but neither of them said anything. Liu Ruyuan, completely oblivious to the change in atmosphere, happily picked out her clothes, a smile on her face. Meanwhile, Qin Ran and his 3 roommates had already arrived at class. Today was mainly for introductions, finding out who the class advisor was, and electing a temporary class monitor. They also had to register for their military training uniform sizes. They would receive their books and uniforms in the afternoon. Regular classes would start after the military training. The duration of military training varied by school, with some starting in late August. Some schools were more humane, pushing training back to October when the weather was cooler. Zhonghai University of Finance and Economics military training was at the beginning of September, lasting 2 weeks. Qin Ran had already been through military training once, so going through it again felt a bit annoying. He figured he would just treat it like a workout. Learning from his past mistakes, Qin Ran would make sure to register for a size that was 2 sizes smaller than normal. He really didn't know what standard these mass-produced uniform manufacturers were using. Qin Ran led the 3 to the teaching building with familiarity. When Yonglong asked in surprise, Qin Ran, how are you so familiar with this place? I walked around a bit yesterday afternoon. You have a good memory. Huang Zujia looked around. I feel like they all look the same. I've spent almost 4 years here in my past life. Qin Ran thought. How could I not be familiar? University classrooms were not usually fixed, and there were a lot of large lectures. However, for class meetings, they usually used a specific classroom. The classroom was almost half full, so the 4 of them headed to the back. Qin Ran chose his usual spot, the second to last row by the window, his kingdom. Huang Zujia sat next to Qin Ran, eager to follow the playboy's footsteps and learn how to juggle multiple relationships. A girl walked into the classroom, and the room fell silent. Her lips were red, her teeth white, her skin was like snow, her eyes were crystal clear. She wore no makeup, yet she was still unbelievably beautiful. Both the male and female students in the class stared in surprise. The girl was with her roommates, but everyone's gaze was drawn to her. Some of the boys were instantly smitten. A goddess. She's so beautiful. She seems so aloof, though. Huang Zujia poked Qin Ran's arm. Isn't that the beautiful girl you scared away yesterday? She's in our class. Yeah, what a coincidence, Qin Ran said, his voice revealing no surprise. His eyes couldn't help but turn toward the gorgeous Lin Wanbai. Their eyes met. Qin Ran gave a small smile as a greeting. The cold goddess's eyes showed a hint of panic and fear, and she turned away, avoiding his gaze. Qin Ran also looked away, sighing inwardly. I guess I really scared the fragile beauty yesterday. My image is ruined, alas. But Lin Wanbai seems to have some social anxiety? That can't be right. Qin Ran racked his memory and realized he rarely spoke to Lin Wanbai in his past life. He wasn't that familiar with her. In his past life, his eyes were always on Liu Ruyuan, and she also didn't like him interacting with Lin Wanbai. Qin Ran's impression of Lin Wanbai was that she was aloof and didn't speak much, and had rejected many suitors. That was about it. They hadn't even added each other on social media, and they'd lost contact after graduation. Qin Ran was in the midst of his recollection when Huang Zujia bumped his arm again. Pugface is in our class too, look. Huang Zujia turned to Fu Qingchuan, that Pugface. Fu Qingchuan was first puzzled, but when he saw the boy at the door, he immediately recognized him. Yeah, that's him. Chapter 11. Never another glance. Never will I lower my head. Fu Qingchuan recognized Wang Feifei the moment he saw him. He understood why people said, once you see him, you'll know who that faggot is. Because he was so incredibly effeminate. Not just in his looks but his mannerisms. Even the way he walked was effeminate. Their conversation was overheard by a few people nearby, and soon everyone knew that the new arrival, Wang Feifei, was a faggot. Furthermore, Wang Feifei had come alone, unlike the other guys who came in groups of 3 or 5. This made Wang Feifei stand out even more. He was particularly effeminate, the kind who easily didn't have male friends, preferring to hang out with girls. And then he became even more effeminate. This was how he'd earned his nicknames Queen and Concubine in high school. However, the guys mostly called him Waste Paper or Prickly Heat. Wang Feifei, carrying breakfast, also saw Qin Ran. However, after a 2-second hesitation, he sat on the side by the corridor window. He even thoughtfully saved a seat for Liu Ruyuan. New students continued to file into the classroom. After a while, Liu Ruyuan arrived, drawing a lot of attention. Her beautiful looks and figure always made her stand out from the crowd. However, today was slightly different because there was a dazzling phoenix among the chickens. Liu Ruyuan's eyes didn't fall on Qin Ran first, but on Lin Wanbai. Her pleasant smile faded a little. She hadn't expected Lin Wanbai to be in her class. When she had seen Qin Ran with Lin Wanbai yesterday, she'd had a bad feeling. Yin Yin, over here. Wang Feifei's call instantly drew everyone's attention. Li Huihui and Feng Man looked at Liu Ruyuan, teasing, Yin Yin, over there. Seeing the attention she was getting, Liu Ruyuan looked a little unnatural. However, she still went over. After all, she and Wang Feifei weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, and there was a problem. Here, Yin Yin, saved it for you. Feng Man smiled, thank you. We're riding on Yin Yan's coattails. She emphasized the Yin Yin. Wang Feifei smiled sheepishly but looked lovingly at Liu Ruyuan. However, Liu Ruyuan wasn't focused on that. She asked quietly, was the breakfast Qin Ran gave to that girl? No, it was someone else. Liu Ruyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Not her. Good. No, not good at all. She looked at Qin Ran, but his gaze hadn't shifted at all. You stinky Qin Ran. Let's see who breaks first. You didn't accompany me to register, and you even dared to give other girls breakfast. I won't forgive you if you don't apologize. Liu Ruyuan grumbled internally and stopped looking at Qin Ran. Instead, she chatted with her roommates while observing the other classmates. There was only one other girl who was reasonably good-looking. As for the boys, Qin Ran was still the most handsome. Liu Ruyuan felt like university was different from what she imagined. She'd worked hard to get into this university. They said that the better the university, the higher the quality of people. But it didn't seem to be the case. They were all dull, like bookworms. Qin Ran was different, though. He had a nonchalant air she'd not seen before. His aura was different from the other guys. Suddenly, Liu Ruyuan thought that it might be okay to say yes to Qin Ran. She noticed that several girls were stealing glances at him. Liu Ruyuan remembered how it was when they first started high school. But there was a difference. Back then, Qin Ran would sit behind her, his eyes only on her. Other girls, while stealing glances at Qin Ran, would also look at her with envy. But today, Qin Ran hadn't glanced at her even once. She'd been watching for a while, and he really hadn't looked at her. Liu Ruyuan was getting more and more furious. She was so angry that she almost texted Qin Ran. But she held back because she knew she couldn't give in the first time. If she did, there would be a second. She had to maintain control. She couldn't lower her head. If she did, she wouldn't be the dominant one in the relationship anymore. The bell rang. A man with black-rimmed glasses and a receding hairline entered the classroom. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Guo Fuping, and I'm your class advisor. If everything goes as planned, we will be together for the next 4 years. Guo Fuping wrote his name and a series of numbers on the blackboard. This is my phone number. Please write it down. You can ask me any questions you may have. You can call me Brother Guo or Lao Guo. And just one more thing, I'm not as old as I look. The classroom erupted with laughter. The atmosphere in university was a lot more relaxed than in high school. Qin Ran laughed too. He knew that Guo Fuping, who looked in his 30s with a receding hairline, wasn't really old. He was only 26. Or 27. It was just that his features made him look older, plus his checkered shirt and thick, black-rimmed glasses made him seem even older. Guo Fuping's mindset was actually pretty young. He was always at school, surrounded by young people. The only downsides were that he talked a lot and that he was single, so he worried a lot about his students' relationships. While other classes had student counselors, Guo Fuping took it upon himself. He would occasionally ask the class if anyone was unhappy with campus life or had any family issues. Then Guo Fuping would talk to the students with problems and try to counsel them. As for the effectiveness of his counseling, you couldn't say it was non-existent. At least, he could change people from being annoyed to frustrated. But Lao Guo was a nice guy. He had also tried to counsel Qin Ran in his past life. But at that time, Qin Ran didn't listen. He was determined to die on that hill. Now that he had returned to his freshman year, Qin Ran thought Lao Guo was quite cute and kind. After Guo Fuping's self-introduction, he smiled at everyone. Now it's your turn to introduce yourselves. Does anyone want to go first? If not, we'll start with the first person by the door. Since no one was particularly outgoing, they started introducing themselves in order. Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Tong, from Hui Province. Hello, everyone. My name is Wang Qing, from Lu City. Hello, everyone. Wait, Guo Fuping interrupted. Don't be so simple. Tell us more. Like your hobbies and your hopes for university. Hello, everyone. A buzzcut boy from the second row stood up. My name is Lu Ping, from Hang City. My hobby is girls. I like to play basketball. Any brothers in the class who like to play basketball can hit me up? Everyone laughed. My hobby is girls wasn't exactly wrong. But it would be even more interesting if his hobby was guys. When it was Liu Ruyuan's turn, many of the boys sat up straight. Hello, everyone. My name is Liu Ruyuan. The yin is from Peach Blossoms Bloom, smiling from the fence. Some of the boys nodded, thinking she meant smoke, as many people were named Liu Ruyuan. Liu Ruyuan smiled gracefully. I like singing, dancing, and traveling. I hope to be good friends with everyone over these 4 years of university. When many of the boys heard Liu Ruyuan liked dancing, their eyes lit up. Liu Ruyuan smiled and sat down, elegant in her posture, winning over who knows how many hearts. Then Wang Feifei's introduction got interesting. Chapter 12, Boyfriend or Simp, Declaring Dominance. Wang Feifei sat alone at a desk. When he stood up to introduce himself, he smiled shyly first. Then he looked at Liu Ruyuan with deep affection. My name is Wang Feifei, and I'm from the same high school as Yin Yin. Like Yin Yin, I hope to be good friends with everyone. I also hope that everyone will take care of our Yin Yin. Ooh la la, you. A wave of jeering rose up. He had only said a few sentences, and every sentence included Yin Yin. Everyone could tell that Wang Feifei liked Liu Ruyuan. The way people looked at them shifted. Many thought they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Otherwise, he wouldn't use such intimate terms. And the way Wang Feifei introduced himself was like declaring his dominance. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Liu Ruyuan was a little anxious. She wanted to explain, but she was worried about hurting Wang Feifei's fragile and sensitive heart. She knew Wang Feifei didn't have many friends. From middle school to high school, it was basically just her and Qin Ran. More accurately, it was just her. Because Qin Ran and Wang Feifei weren't close at all. Liu Ruyuan's slightly flustered appearance only cemented the crowd's assumptions. Of course, this was the effect Wang Feifei was going for. He was well aware of Liu Ruyuan's charm. Now that Qin Ran was gone, he needed to declare his dominance as soon as possible. Otherwise, someone might start pursuing Liu Ruyuan today. Thankfully, the boys in the class didn't seem to be more handsome than Qin Ran. After Wang Feifei sat down, the girls in the first row of the second group started to introduce themselves. They spoke very quickly, some as soft as a mosquito's buzz, making them hard to hear. The cheering from the neighboring class sounded incessantly and lively. However, When it was Lin Wanbai's turn, everyone's attention was drawn to her. When Lin Wanbai stood up, all eyes were on her. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Wanbai." Short, formal, and aloof. But the boys still listened attentively, remembering the 3 words, Lin Wanbai. No doubt, those 3 words would be the central topic of discussion in several dorm rooms tonight. Lin Wanbai's tone may have been cold, but her voice was clear and sweet. Her pure and beautiful face was undoubtedly the ideal first love image for the masses. Many boys had already deemed Lin Wanbai their goddess and put her down as their zero target. The reason it wasn't number 1 was that they all knew girls as pretty as Lin Wanbai probably already had boyfriends. Even if they didn't, the line of guys pursuing Lin Wanbai would probably stretch from the north gate to the south gate of the school. And Lin Wanbai's standards would certainly be very high, so she wouldn't just date any guy. So she could only be their goddess, someone they admired from afar, not touched. Relatively speaking, Liu Ruyuan seemed easier to pursue. Someone like Liu Ping, who liked basketball, was already planning to start making moves on Liu Ruyuan. With his looks, good grades, and good basketball skills, Liu Ping had been popular since high school. He believed he had a very good chance of pursuing Liu Ruyuan and getting close to her. But he had one big competitor. That was Qin Ran, who was now standing. "Hello everyone, my name is Qin Ran." His voice was calm. The words were short. It sounded quite familiar. Lin Wanbai, who was sitting in the front row, looked sideways at Qin Ran. She realized that Qin Ran's self-introduction was exactly like hers. Except for the name, the rest was the same. However, what made Qin Ran's introduction more special was what Guo Fuping said after he sat down. "Qin Ran is the top scorer on the college entrance exam in our class. Although you are now in college, don't completely disregard your grades. Good grades not only come with scholarships but also more opportunities in the future. Now, Zhonghai is offering very high incentives and subsidies for talent. If you want to pursue graduate studies, you need to start preparing by sophomore year at the latest. Qin Ran, please help the other students in class in the future, so we can all improve together." Qin Ran couldn't refuse. He mumbled, "Okay." The eager looks directed at him made Qin Ran feel uneasy. Everyone who had gotten into Zhonghai University of Finance and Economics was an excellent student. Furthermore, he had already forgotten everything he had learned in high school. If he went back to his senior year of high school, it would truly be a nightmare. He'd rather just be struck dead. With his current knowledge, it would be difficult even to get a bachelor's degree. He had truly given it all back to the teachers the moment he finished the exam. However, university was not high school after all. While graduate school could be competitive, daily studying wasn't that competitive, and no one would really ask him about academic matters. At most, there would be some female classmates using discussing problems as an excuse to get closer to him. Qin Ran felt like a gaze was fixed on him. When he turned his head, he only saw the back of the fragile beauty's head. Was I imagining things? He didn't think so. After the last student had introduced themselves, Guo Fuping spoke again. "You've all introduced yourselves, but many of you might not remember everyone's names. But that's okay, we'll get to know each other. Now, we have a good opportunity. Is there anyone who wants to volunteer to be the class monitor? It's a good way to challenge yourself and help your classmates." Guo Fuping scanned the room. "Is there anyone?" "Teacher, I want to give it a try." A confident female voice rose. It was Liu Ruyuan. Clap, 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 clap. That was immediately followed by a round of loud applause. It wasn't a group of people applauding, but rather a single person. Everyone looked first at Liu Ruyuan, who had stood up, and then at Wang Feifei, who was clapping enthusiastically at the back of the room. Guo Fuping was not surprised. In university, there was no shortage of simps. "Okay, this student, please come up to the podium. Please do another self-introduction and explain why you want to be the class monitor. Also, we will select a class monitor and 1 or 2 vice class monitors. We're just selecting an acting class monitor now. Later, if you're still interested in being a class monitor, you can come up and give it a try too. Don't be shy. Life is about daring to try." Liu Ruyuan walked to the center of the podium, her posture upright and elegant, her eyes full of confidence. She had been class monitor in elementary, middle, and high school. In terms of looks, studies, and popularity, she was outstanding. For her, campaigning for class monitor was easy. Liu Ruyuan smiled and began her speech. "Hello everyone, you should all know me by now. My name is Liu Ruyuan. I hope to have the honor of serving as our class monitor. Since elementary school, I have held the position of class monitor. I have a lot of experience. The class monitor, as the leader of the class, directly impacts the image of the entire class. The overall qualities required of a class monitor are very high. Huang Zujie poked Qin Ran's arm and nodded toward Liu Ruyuan. Why is she insulting people? Chapter 13. What brand of plastic bag is that it can hold so much? Qin Ran, confused, asked. Who did she insult? She's calling our class a bunch of idiots. No, you misheard. She's talking about herself. Whoa. Huang Zujie looked at Liu Ruyuan in shock. Had she cracked her brain? Liu Ruyuan, on the podium, kept an eye on Qin Ran. When she saw that Qin Ran and his desk mate were whispering to each other, and, in particular, that his desk mate looked shocked, Liu Ruyuan's smile widened. She guessed that Qin Ran was probably telling his desk mate about their relationship, but she hadn't agreed to be Qin Ran's girlfriend yet. After finishing her carefully prepared speech, Liu Ruyuan smiled and stepped off the podium. Clap, 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 clap. A wave of applause immediately erupted. Huang Zujie clapped and shook his head. His eyes were full of admiration, but he wouldn't vote for Liu Ruyuan. After applauding, Guo Fuping asked, Is there anyone else who wants to give it a try? For a moment, no one responded. Liu Ruyuan's looks, figure, and impressive eloquence had already won over many students. Some who had wanted to muster the courage to go on stage had changed their minds after seeing Liu Ruyuan's campaign speech. Seeing this, Guo Fuping said, Then Liu Ruyuan will temporarily be the acting class monitor. After military training, we will have a general election for class officers. Class monitor, please bring the students to collect their books. The boys in class should help. Also, please record everyone's heights and sizes. We can also collect the military training uniforms at the same time. Liu Ruyuan nodded. Okay. Guo Fuping added, Oh yes, with the start of the new semester, we will collect a class fee of 50 yuan. Any activities or other expenses will be deducted from the class fund. Class monitor, please collect the money today, and after the class officers are selected, you can hand it over to the treasurer. Class monitor, you can use the remaining time to record the sizes and then go get the items. I have other things I need to attend to. With that, Guo Fuping left. Liu Ruyuan stood up and confidently walked to the podium. Wang Feifei raised his hand. Yin Yin, I'll help you register. But Liu Ruyuan didn't stop walking. Everyone looked at Wang Feifei. Okay, it was now 100% confirmed. Not a boyfriend and girlfriend, but a simp and a school beauty. Liu Ruyuan picked up a paper and pen, saying, Let's first register the military training uniform sizes. You can give me the class fee later. Then, Liu Ruyuan began to register the students one by one. But she soon encountered a problem. Some people said they wore a standard size and didn't know what size military training uniform they should wear. Some people said their parents bought their clothes, so they didn't know their sizes. After working for almost half an hour, she had only recorded one group of people. The others were getting impatient. The composure on Liu Ruyuan's face disappeared, and she began to get anxious. Her tone also became a bit impatient. How can you not know your size? Check the collar of your clothes. It's probably on there. The rest of you need to figure out your sizes yourselves. This is the only way to finish the registration quickly. We still need to go pick up the books later. After Liu Ruyuan finished, no one paid any attention. Efficiency remained very low. Wang Feifei made things worse by helping, and they almost got into a fight. The original glow around her was fading, and the class's opinion of the two of them was steadily declining. It hadn't been like this in her past life, because Qin Ran had helped out. However, now Qin Ran wouldn't help. He only reminded his 3 roommates to say a size smaller when they registered. Liu Ruyuan felt it was too slow, so she asked Wang Feifei to help start recording from the last group. Wang Feifei happily agreed, carefully tearing 2 pages of paper from Liu Ruyuan's notebook and going to group 4 to record. Name size. Qin Shuwen, standard size. There's no standard size. You're so small, it should be S size. Who's small? I'm saying you're short. Are you sick? That's not what I meant. Qin Shuwen's personality wasn't gentle. She was a little firecracker, ready to explode. She was also particularly disgusted by green tea men. In high school, she was known as the green tea detector. She found the effeminate and manipulative Wang Feifei very annoying, especially since Wang Feifei was so perfunctory and couldn't speak properly. Being scolded, Wang Feifei also flared up. You're sick. I didn't insult you. Am I not saying the truth? Hearing the commotion, Liu Ruyuan walked over. What's going on? The anger on Wang Feifei's face disappeared. He waved his hand, smiling. It's nothing, just a little misunderstanding. This classmate doesn't know what size she wears. Qin Shuwen stood up. Can you speak properly? You make it sound like I'm wrong. Wang Feifei suppressed his anger and said with a smile, just joking, don't get so angry. Are we close? If you don't understand my temper, don't joke around with me. Liu Ruyuan was a bit unhappy with Wang Feifei. They had only just started registering, and he was already getting into conflict with a classmate. But she favored her own, not reason. Wang Feifei was her best friend, and he was only trying to help, so she had to side with him. Okay, this classmate, please don't get so agitated. If you are done registering, move on to the next person. Everyone, please hurry up and don't waste time. The more Qin Shuwen listened, the more frustrated she became. She thought only Wang Feifei was sick, but it turned out the acting class monitor was toxic too. What brand of plastic bag are you? Liu Ruyuan was stunned. What? I asked what brand of plastic bag you are. You hold so much. This time, Liu Ruyuan understood. Her expression turned cold. Classmate, please mind your words. Don't be so rude. Wang Feifei immediately went on the attack. What's wrong with you? Such a bad temper. We are kindly helping you register, and you're showing ingratitude. Can you please have some decency? Qin Shuwen narrowed her eyes. Ingratitude? Registering a size is doing me a favor? That's hilarious. You're indeed different from those glamorous sluts. You're just a thick-skinned slut. Wang Feifei was so angry he almost coughed up blood. His face turned pale. Laughter rose around him. It was clear that Qin Shuwen's outrageous words were making people laugh. Huang Zujie's gaze lingered on Qin Shuwen. He said to Qin Ran, I like this little firecracker. Qin Ran raised an eyebrow. Your tastes are quite peculiar. Don't you think she's attractive, without being pretentious or acting coy? Yes, she is. But if you get together, I'm afraid you'll turn into a henpecked husband. What's a henpecked husband? A wife-dominated man. Huang Zujie hesitated. Then I'll think about it. Fu Qingchuan teased, don't. I think she's good for you. Really? Really? And with her, will we ever lose an argument in our dorm? Huang Zujie gave them the middle finger. He was very contemptuous. Qin Ran looked at the three arguing, shook his head, and then turned to the window. None of his business, just enjoying the clouds peacefully. Chapter 14. Only a day as class monitor. Qin Ran unfairly gets shot. Liu Ruyuan's first day as class monitor went wrong. Guo Fuping rushed back. What happened? What's all the commotion? Class monitor, class monitor. Liu Ruyuan walked out with a nasty look on her face. Class advisor. What's going on? Guo Fuping had been a class advisor since the beginning of his second year and had taken on several classes, but none had ever had issues on the first day. Why are you fighting? We were registering sizes, but some classmates weren't cooperating. It's my fault. Yin Yin, it's not your fault. Wang Feifei had lost his earlier arrogance and said with a look of grievance, it's all my fault. I didn't communicate well with the classmates. Class advisor, don't blame Yin Yin. If you have to blame someone, blame me. I spoke too fast and too directly, so I made the classmate misunderstand. Ugh, Qin Shuwen made a gagging sound. Wang Feifei, right? Can you stop pretending? Isn't it disgusting? Stop acting so pitiful. When you were talking to me earlier, you weren't like that at all. I don't need to know you're sick. Can you not make it so obvious? Wang Feifei clenched his fists, wanting to hit someone, but he held back, maintaining his innocent and pitiful demeanor. It's my fault. It has nothing to do with the classmate. It's all my fault. All right. Guo Fuping frowned. Stop talking. Everyone, go back to your seats. Qin Ran, you're in charge of registering the remaining students. Qin Ran, who was watching the show, got unfairly shot. But since Guo Fuping had spoken, he had no choice but to stand up. Classmate, can I borrow your pen and notebook? Okay, sure. The girl with ordinary looks immediately blushed. Qin Ran borrowed the pen and paper from a female classmate and began registering the remaining people. When he reached the first desk, Qin Ran gave Qin Shuwen a silent thumbs up. Classmate, please write down your name and size. Qin Shuwen, who had just been a volcanic eruption, smiled and took the pen, swish, 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 writing her name and size on the paper. Then she passed it to her deskmate, saving Qin Ran the trouble of asking again. One after another, it was very smooth. Much more efficient than Wang Feifei and Liu Ruyuan. Guo Fuping watched this and secretly nodded. A person's character can be seen in the details. He didn't know what exactly happened, but he could guess. If they were like Qin Ran, there wouldn't be any fights. In a few minutes, it was the middle group's turn. Qin Ran looked at Lin Wanbai and smiled normally. But Lin Wanbai didn't respond, burying her head in writing. Her characters were elegant and standard in regular script. Her writing matched her person. However, Qin Ran noticed that Lin Wanbai's slender hand, gripping the pen, seemed to be holding on too hard. After Lin Wanbai finished writing, she handed it to Qin Ran with both hands. Wanbai, I haven't written yet. Oh. Lin Wanbai took it back and handed it to Li Xiaoka, who was next to her. Qin Ran noticed something interesting. Even the aloof Lin Wanbai's ears were turning red. It seemed that her aloofness was just a camouflage. But this was understandable. Otherwise, with Lin Wanbai's looks, it wasn't clear how many boys would be chasing after her if she wasn't aloof. After Li Xiaoka finished writing, she passed it directly to the next table. Qin Ran was relieved and was about to continue with his task, skipping Lin Wanbai. But he saw that Lin Wanbai's shoelace was untied and spoke up to remind her, "You?" Sizzle. Lin Wanbai suddenly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor, making a sharp sound. The whole class looked over instantly. But Lin Wanbai was just staring at Qin Ran, her body tense, like a frightened little bunny. Qin Ran kindly reminded, "Your shoelace is untied." Lin Wanbai quickly looked down and realized that she had misunderstood. She blushed deeply. She then sat down, burying her red apple-like face in her knees to tie her shoelace. After Qin Ran walked to the back, Li Xiaoka asked quietly, "Wanbai, do you know him?" Lin Wanbai shook her head. "No." "Then why do you seem a bit afraid of him?" Lin Wanbai hesitated but didn't mention meeting Qin Ran yesterday. She saw Qin Ran faint and kindly went to help, but he ended up hitting her nose, and she started crying. Soon after, she saw Qin Ran shouting by the river when she was talking to her mother. That point, she truly thought Qin Ran was sick, both physically and mentally. He was very abnormal. She had never expected to be his classmate. She was shocked when she saw Qin Ran in the classroom. When she stood up earlier, it was a pure, instinctive reaction. Lin Wanbai secretly sized Qin Ran up. He seemed normal most of the time. She just didn't know when he would act up or what illness he actually had. Lin Wanbai suddenly felt guilty. She shouldn't judge a patient so prejudicially. It was possible Qin Ran had some hidden illness that made him faint. Her previous actions had been a bit disrespectful. Lin Wanbai decided to apologize to Qin Ran when she had a chance and not act that way again. If Qin Ran needed help, she would still help him. Yes, that's what she would do. After registering, Qin Ran handed the notebook to Liu Ruyuan. "You can do the rest." Liu Ruyuan, who was sulking, said, "The class advisor said you should do it." Then Liu Ruyuan angrily slapped her notebook into Qin Ran's hand. Both notebooks fell to the ground. Wang Feifei, who saw this, had a change of mood from gloomy to sunny. "Qin Ran, you should have just..." Qin Ran, who had picked up the notebooks, looked at Wang Feifei calmly, and the latter's voice stopped abruptly. Wang Feifei swallowed, his heart tightening. He felt a little cold. Guo Fuping, who was still in the class, saw Liu Ruyuan's action and frowned. He had already decided that he wouldn't let Liu Ruyuan continue as the class monitor after military training. She was not wise in how she handled things, and she lacked grace. A person like that as the class monitor would only cause more problems. In comparison, Qin Ran was more suitable. Guo Fuping said, "Qin Ran, you can take the boys to collect the books and military training uniforms." "Okay." Qin Ran looked around. "The guys can follow me." Liu Ruyuan, seeing Qin Ran actually planning to abandon her and take people to collect books, got even angrier. "Qin Ran, do you know where to collect the books?" However, the boys' jeers covered up Liu Ruyuan's voice. This made Liu Ruyuan stomp her feet in anger. Wang Feifei, seeing this, said, "Yin Yin, don't be angry." Liu Fei, who was at the front, turned around and asked, "Aren't you going?" Wang Feifei was stunned and pointed at himself. "Me?" "Yes, aren't you a boy?" Liu Ruyuan explained, "Feifei's health is not good. He's not suitable for heavy labor." "Oh, is that so?" Liu Fei had a strange look in her eyes. "No, I can. I was about to go." "Yin Yin, don't underestimate me. I'm very manly too." Wang Feifei flexed his biceps. But no matter how you looked at it, it was comical. Some of the girls laughed. Wang Feifei was a little embarrassed. He quickly left to catch up with the rest. However, he didn't know what was waiting for him. Chapter 15. You're so bad. I like it. Without Liu Ruyuan's prompting, Qin Ran knew where to collect the books. It wasn't his first time doing this. Qin Ran led the boys to the warehouse next to the lobby on the first floor of the library. There were 2 long queues snaking out of the warehouse door. There are quite a lot of people queuing, Fu Qingchuan said. Huang Zujie shrugged. Let's just wait. Wait for me for a while, Qin Ran said before walking towards the warehouse door. In less than 3 minutes, Fu Qingchuan saw Qin Ran wave his hand. Is he asking us to go over? Why don't we just go? Huang Zujie, in his flip-flops, strode forward. The other boys looked at each other. Aren't we supposed to queue? I don't know. We should be, right? It looks like Qin Ran is asking us to go over and collect our books. Really? Can we just collect books like that? Let's go. What are you waiting for? Let's go. It's good that we don't have to queue. A group of boys ran towards Qin Ran. Some of the boys who were in line started discussing. Kuren-ji, what's going on with them? Don't call me Ji-ji. Ji Buoqing said with a dark face. Call me Cheng-ji. Okay, Ji-ji. Shall we go over too? Another person said. Maybe we should go check it out too. Maybe we don't have to queue. Otherwise, we will have to wait for a long time. Ji Buoqing nodded. Let's go have a look. During the class meeting earlier, Ji Buoqing had already become the unofficial leader of the boys in Class 152 of the Business Administration Department. At this time, he naturally had to play the role of a big brother. Moreover, he recognized Qin Ran. Yesterday, he had lost face because of him. Qin Ran had also tricked him. Out of 100 yuan, and the nerve of it, Qin Ran used his money to enjoy free skewers. 100 yuan wasn't a big deal, but his reputation was. If it wasn't the beginning of the semester and he needed to maintain his persona, he wouldn't have let it go so easily yesterday. Though he had been humiliated, he had endured it. Ji Buoqing arrived at the warehouse door. Qin Ran was already arranging his classmates to carry the books. They looked at each other and saw the dislike in each other's eyes. Ji Buoqing turned to the senior student responsible for registration and distribution, and a Nike-like smile curved his lips. Senior, we are from Class 152 of the Business Administration Department. Can we collect the books now? No. Thank. Ji Buoqing's smile froze. Why not? It's not your turn yet. Then why can they? It's their class's turn. But we came first. You were at the back of the line, weren't you? The tall senior student said with a cold face. Go queue up. If you cause any more trouble, your class will be last to collect the books. Ji Buoqing looked at Qin Ran, who was smiling next to him, and gritted his teeth. Let's go. The group of them came quickly and left quickly. Ji Buoqing's title of Big Brother had been shaken. After the annoying guys had left, the previously cold senior student gave Qin Ran a charming smile. Junior, don't forget what you promised me. Huang Zujie, who had just carried the books out, immediately recognized the girl in front of him. It was the long-legged senior student who had said to Qin Ran downstairs of the dormitory yesterday, if it's a junior, then it's not impossible. Huang Zujie's gaze toward Qin Ran changed. Bro, you sacrificed too much. But Huang Zujie quickly woke up. Wait, this isn't sacrifice. It's clearly a reward. He could sacrifice too. But the senior student's gaze didn't even linger on him for more than a second. Huang Zujie grunted and left carrying his books. He suddenly realized that he couldn't learn from Qin Ran. This innate charisma would continuously attract the surrounding girls. They were both guys, so why were some called handsome, while others were called dweebs? The most infuriating thing was that some, like Qin Ran, were called gods. Qin Ran nodded in agreement. He hadn't engaged in a PY deal with the senior student. He had just helped with a small matter within the scope of her authority. Qin Ran saw Wang Feifei, who had arrived late, and turned to Fu Qingchuan, give him extra. Fu Qingchuan smirked. No problem. As a result, Wang Feifei, who had just arrived, had his shoulders crushed under a stack of thick Principles of Economics books. Fu Qingchuan even patted the books forcefully. You're welcome. A bewildered Wang Feifei was bent over under the weight. He thought to himself, thank you for what, my old lady? Can my small frame carry so many books? But recalling how he had been ridiculed by the girls earlier, Wang Feifei gritted his teeth and carried everything. But his already weak waist felt like it was about to break. The long-legged senior student, seeing this, looked at Qin Ran with a smile. Junior, you're so bad I like it. Fu Qingchuan stared at the long-legged senior student in shock as she giggled and gently pushed Qin Ran. It could be like this? Is it true that women love bad men? Fu Qingchuan really wanted to say, Senior, I can too. I'm also very bad. However, the way the long-legged senior student had coldly chased Ji Buqing away earlier was still fresh in his mind. Fu Qingchuan gave up. Only Qin Ran could enjoy that kind of love. Old Huang, wait for me. Huang Zujia turned his head blankly. What did you call me? Old Huang. Or would you prefer Old Jia? Old Jia? No. You can call me Old Ancestor. Old Ancestor, that's also okay. But it sounds a bit weird. Fu Qingchuan realized, damn, you're taking advantage of me. You unfilial son. The adoptive father competition for the next 4 years of university officially began today. Not so many people were actually needed to carry books. Qin Ran, seeing 3 guys still empty-handed, bid the senior student farewell and was prepared to take the 3 guys to get the military training uniforms. Not long after walking out, Qin Ran heard someone call him. Turning his head, he saw Chen Shuwen coming with 6 or 7 girls, including Lin Wanbai. Qin Ran, have you all finished collecting your books? Do you need help? Yes, we're all done. Now we're going to collect the military training uniforms. Let's go together. The class advisor said we need to collect brooms and dustpans too. There are only 4 of you, and it's hard to carry them. Okay, thank you. What's there to be polite about? We're all classmates. The group went to the logistics department. The 3 boys directly took away all the military training uniforms, feeling too embarrassed to stay and walk back slowly with the girls. Qin Ran had to register the class and sign the receipt, so he was a little slower. When he turned around after registering, Qin Ran was startled by Lin Wanbai behind him. Lin, is there anything wrong? Lin Wanbai twisted her hands. I'm sorry, Qin Ran. Qin Ran was a little surprised. Why are you apologizing to me? I should be the one who's apologizing. I bumped into you yesterday, and you cried. I'm really sorry. Also, I was just shouting nonsense on the bridge. I hope I didn't scare you. Lin Wanbai muttered, you did scare me. What did you say? Nothing. I misunderstood. Are you okay? I'm fine. Qin Ran was a little confused. He felt Lin Wanbai's gaze was kind of off. It wasn't the gaze of someone who liked him, but rather, the gaze of someone who cared for someone special. Qin Ran hesitated. Classmate Lin, I don't have any illnesses? Lin Wanbai seemed to confirm a guess. I know. I won't tell anyone. Chapter 16. Everyone reincarnated? That's absolutely impossible. Qin Ran was dumbfounded. Lin Wanbai clearly thought of him as special. He just didn't know if she thought he was mentally ill, or had a neurological disorder, or perhaps both. Classmate Lin. I definitely won't tell anyone. Don't worry. Lin Wanbai pursed her lips, her gaze resolute. If you need help, you can tell me. Then Lin Wanbai picked up the dustpan that Qin Ran was supposed to get and walked back. Qin Ran opened his mouth. Had Lin Wanbai been soul-swapped? She wasn't like this in his memory. However, he had really had very little interaction with Lin Wanbai in his past life. He had barely spoken to her in 4 years of university. It was the same for the other girls in class. At that time, his heart was all on Liu Ruyuan, and she didn't like him interacting with other girls, especially Lin Wanbai. Qin Ran was thoughtful as he looked at Lin Wanbai's figure. She seems easy to fool. Qin Ran walked out with the notebook. Chen Shuwen appeared out of nowhere. What were you and Lin Wanbai doing in there? Getting things. Why? Getting things took so long. Chen Shuwen winked. Do you want me to help you? Help me with what? Help you create opportunities. Qin Ran was very surprised. Not only had Lin Wanbai changed, but Chen Shuwen hadn't acted this way in his past life either. Could everyone have been reincarnated? Impossible. Qin Ran quickly dismissed the idea. If everyone had been reincarnated, Liu Ruyuan wouldn't still be so arrogant. Spoiled people have no fear, and Liu Ruyuan was the perfect example. Moreover, it wasn't strange for Chen Shuwen, with her straightforward personality, to say something like that. Qin Ran shook his head. You misunderstood. Chen Shuwen frowned. You wouldn't happen to like that plastic girl, would you? Plastic girl? Liu Ruyuan. She's so pretentious. Qin Ran couldn't help but admire how clear Chen Shuwen was in distinguishing between love and hate. In the past, he probably wouldn't have been happy about Chen Shuwen saying such things about Liu Ruyuan. But now, he didn't care. Let's go. Everyone else has gone back to class. Chen Shuwen caught up with Qin Ran. You haven't told me yet. I don't. Really? Really? You're not bad. Qin Ran found himself unable to keep up with Chen Shuwen's train of thought. But he quickly understood that, for Chen Shuwen, like and dislike were clearly separated. It wasn't complicated at all. Qin Ran quite liked Chen Shuwen's personality. A fiery, likable girl. But as for a girlfriend, he would still look for someone else. Chen Shuwen was more suitable to be a bro. Back in the classroom, Qin Ran had his 3 good roommates go up to the stage and distribute the books. Chen Shuwen took the initiative to help Qin Ran distribute the military training uniforms. The acting class monitor had completely become a decoration. Guo Fuping had already left, obviously trusting Qin Ran very much. After distributing the books and military training uniforms, the bell rang. Perfect. No need to come back in the afternoon. He had managed to finish all of the day's tasks in just one morning. He could just get ready for military training tomorrow. Qin Ran sent a message to Guo Fuping, informing him that everything was done. But Guo Fuping assigned him another task. Create a class group chat, add him to it, and save the roster. Also, if there were any emergencies during military training, contact him immediately. Qin Ran knew that Guo Fuping had taken a liking to him. It was a good thing that he hadn't asked him to be the class monitor, otherwise, he would have refused. Qin Ran took Wen Yonglong and the other 2 to buy things. But since he had taken on the task, he might as well do it well. Not for Liu Ruyuan, but because of his own principles. After the class meeting, Liu Ruyuan stormed off without waiting for her roommates. She was waiting for Qin Ran to come after her and give her an explanation. But the only person following her was Wang Feifei. Where is Qin Ran? Qin Ran? Wang Feifei looked back. I just saw him walk the other way. Where did he go? I don't know, he didn't say. Stinky Qin Ran. I hate him so much. Liu Ruyuan said with a grievance. Feifei, tell me I'm right. That's right. Qin Ran is really so annoying. But what? Yin Yin, I don't know if I should tell you. Tell me, did he go to see that girl again? No. Then what? When we went to carry the books. Wang Feifei said hesitantly, I saw him flirting with a senior student. What? Are you serious? It's true. Many students in the class saw it. Yin Yin, I feel like Qin Ran has changed. It seems he doesn't like you anymore. He's becoming a scum. No way. Liu Ruyuan said loudly, Qin Ran wouldn't be like that. He only likes me. Yin Yin, don't get worked up. Maybe I saw it wrong. Wang Feifei whispered, but I'm not the only one who saw it. I don't believe it. Go find Qin Ran and tell him to come to me. But he deleted me. Why is Qin Ran like this? We were obviously good friends. That's why I said I don't even know him anymore. He has completely changed. Yin Yin, don't you think so? Liu Ruyuan paused. She thought back to Qin Ran's behavior these past few days. It was indeed abnormal. Before, he would have considerately walked her back to the dormitory and helped her arrange everything. Today, he wouldn't have stood by idly, and he would have helped her deal with the class meeting issues. He wouldn't have sat by and watched her being bullied. The more Liu Ruyuan thought about it, the angrier and more wronged she felt. I'm going to find him. Don't. Wang Feifei quickly stopped her. He couldn't let Liu Ruyuan go and find Qin Ran. What if Qin Ran's heart softened again? He knew that not many people could resist Liu Ruyuan's charm. Although he didn't know why Qin Ran had changed so much, it had only been a few days, and if Liu Ruyuan acted spoiled, Qin Ran might return to his old self. Then his efforts would have been in vain. Wang Feifei had endured until now without mentioning the beating he had received from Qin Ran because he wanted to take advantage of this time to pursue Liu Ruyuan. So he couldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip from his grasp. Wang Feifei's mind was racing. Yin Yin, it's not suitable for you to go look for Qin Ran now. Why? He might be deliberately flirting with other girls to make you feel pressured. He wants you to agree to be his girlfriend. Liu Ruyuan was stunned. On second thought, that was quite possible. Then, what should I do? Seeing Liu Ruyuan listening to him, Wang Feifei breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, you shouldn't go looking for him first. Let's see who gets impatient first. Qin Ran likes you so much. He'll definitely come looking for you. It's only been a day, not even 2 days, Yin Yin. Don't worry yet. I guarantee that Qin Ran won't be able to resist coming to find you. He will apologize, beg for your forgiveness, and want you to be his girlfriend. But you can't agree to be his girlfriend so easily at that time. The easier it is to obtain, the less it'll be cherished. And if he does it once, he might do it again. You can't get used to him. Yin Yin, I'm doing this for your own good. Liu Ruyuan nodded slightly. I see. Thank you, Feifei. You're still the best. That's because we are the best of friends. Wang Feifei said with a smile. Best friends, yes? Wang Feifei's smile froze. He thought, I don't want to be your best friend. Liu Ruyuan felt that her heart knot had been untied and happily returned to her dormitory. Just as she arrived at the door, she heard her roommates chatting and stopped. Chapter 17. Arrogant Princess Syndrome. Green tea honey meets a godsend. Ruyuan probably won't be the class monitor anymore, right? Probably. She shouldn't have sided with Wang Feifei. And Wang Feifei is really something. The way he talked was like a pervert, saying that someone was small there. You heard that too? He was so loud, the whole class heard it. If I were that Chen Shuwen, I'd definitely be angry too. But Chen Shuwen has a big temper. She scared me. Right? Me too. I was startled. But it felt good when Chen Shuwen dissed that Wang Feifei. Same. But Ruyuan seems to have a good relationship with Wang Feifei. Anyway, I don't really like Wang Feifei. He feels too much like green tea. Yeah, I feel the same. He's really green tea. And he speaks so sarcastically. Liu Ruyuan had always been the center of everyone's discussions. There was envy, jealousy, and adoration. She knew this all and had gotten used to it. But she hadn't ever felt as upset as she did today. The conversations in the dorm felt like needles piercing her heart. She didn't understand what she had done wrong. Did everyone think that being a class monitor was easy? She tried to register the sizes, but the classmates not only didn't cooperate, but also deliberately delayed her. Liu Ruyuan had been targeted by girls very early in her life. But she hadn't expected that she would be targeted by all the girls in her class on the first day of school. Not even her roommates were on her side. And they were saying bad things about Wang Feifei, who had been helping her. In the past, Wang Feifei couldn't fit in with the guys or the girls. Other than her, Wang Feifei didn't have any friends. But she thought it was just because they didn't understand Wang Feifei. Otherwise, they would definitely accept Wang Feifei. Because Wang Feifei was actually very pitiful. His father didn't love him. He had a lot of health problems, had depression, and didn't have many friends. But Wang Feifei was very proud and had asked her not to tell anyone else, saying that having her and Qin Ran was enough. But Qin Ran didn't really like Wang Feifei, so it was like she was his only friend. The more Liu Ruyuan listened, the angrier she became. She didn't think she was wrong in the morning. It was the other classmates who hadn't cooperated properly, and they didn't even know Wang Feifei, yet they were saying he was a green tea guy and spoke so sarcastically. Liu Ruyuan pushed open the door. Fang Man and Li Hui in the room were startled. Ruyuan, you're back? Yeah. Liu Ruyuan responded faintly and went back to her spot, not looking at them again. Fang Man and Li Hui exchanged glances. They knew that Liu Ruyuan had likely heard their conversation. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. They weren't very close to each other to begin with, and Liu Ruyuan's arrogant look made them swallow the words that had reached their mouths. They actually hated Wang Feifei, not Liu Ruyuan. But now the atmosphere was so tense that nothing they could say seemed right. But it was lunchtime, so Li Hui still asked, Ruyuan, are you going to eat together? No, I have plans with a friend. Liu Ruyuan emphasized friend very heavily. It was a deliberate implication. Wang Feifei was her friend, and they shouldn't talk behind his back. Li Hui pretended not to notice and went to eat with Fang Man. Only Liu Ruyuan, who was sulking, and Liu Yifei, who was always listening to music with her headphones, were left in the room. Almost half an hour passed, but Liu Ruyuan didn't receive a text from Qin Ran. She didn't eat with him yesterday. Then he gave other girls breakfast this morning, and now, he still wouldn't come find her. Liu Ruyuan became angrier and angrier. She couldn't resist texting Qin Ran, asking him why he was doing this. But then she thought of what Wang Feifei had said. Qin Ran was likely doing this on purpose. In the end, Liu Ruyuan didn't text Qin Ran. She was just about to ask Wang Feifei to go out and eat with her when she suddenly noticed that Liu Yifei was also in the dorm. She had been talking to herself for a while, scolding Qin Ran and talking about the classmates. She didn't know if Liu Yifei, who was wearing headphones, had heard any of it. Yifei? Liu Ruyuan called out tentatively. Seeing that Liu Yifei didn't react, Liu Ruyuan didn't feel as embarrassed. Liu Ruyuan walked to Liu Yifei's bed and patted the bed frame. Liu Yifei took off her headphones. What is it? Are you going to eat? I'm not hungry, you can go ahead. I'm leaving then. Liu Ruyuan walked out, texting Wang Feifei. Thankfully, she still had a best friend. She recalled how Liu Ping had asked for her contact information on the way back and huffed. Qin Ran, you will regret it. There are many people who are pursuing me. You are not the only one. If you don't apologize to me, playing this push and pull game, I will make you jealous too, humph. In the dorm room, Liu Fei took off her soundless headphones, shook her head gently, and curled the corners of her lips. Finally, she could draw quietly and focus. If Liu Ruyuan saw what she was drawing, she would be shocked. But right now, she was experiencing a crush. The him, she imagined, was a bit of a bad boy, both sunny and unruly. Wang Feifei, who was sitting across from Liu Ruyuan, sensed that something was amiss when he saw Liu Ruyuan's gaze. This was the first time he had seen Liu Ruyuan's eyes. Like that, shy and happy at the same time. Wang Feifei followed Liu Ruyuan's gaze. A handsome boy was surrounded by other boys and walking towards the food window. Crap. The childhood friend was gone, and now a godsend had appeared? Wang Feifei was about to cry. He felt that the boy might be even harder to deal with than Qin Ran. Yin Yin, this chicken nugget is quite good, try it. Wang Feifei tried to shift Liu Ruyuan's attention. But Liu Ruyuan's eyes were still following that boy, and she hadn't even heard Wang Feifei. Yin Yin. Huh. Liu Ruyuan came back to her senses. What is it? Try this chicken nugget. No thanks, you can eat it. Liu Ruyuan looked again and realized that the boy was looking at her too. Her heart started beating faster. She quickly lowered her head to eat, adjusting her hair. Jibuqing's gaze lingered on Liu Ruyuan for a while before moving away. The corners of his mouth curved up in a slight smile. Only because, brother, that pretty girl seems to have been looking at you. Chengji, I told you not to call me Gigi. Your Mandarin is not good enough. Huh. I think my Mandarin is very good. Whatever. Order whatever you want. I'm treating today. Thank you. Only because, brother. No, thank you. Chengji. Jibuqing deliberately led several of the boys to sit diagonally opposite to Liu Ruyuan. Their eyes would occasionally meet. Jibuqing acted very naturally. He even smiled and greeted Liu Ruyuan, but he didn't ask for her contact information. Liu Ruyuan's ears turned red, and she slowed down her eating. At this moment, 4 people walked in through the door, drawing the attention of both Liu Ruyuan and Jibuqing. Changji, those are the boys from earlier. Jibuqing turned his head. The smile on his face disappeared. Chapter 18. Ignoring the facts, what else is there to discuss? Jibuqing stared at Qin Ran, his expression calm, but a flash of coldness flickered in the depths of his eyes. From childhood, he'd never lost out. The only time he had ever suffered a minor loss was at Qin Ran's hands, and it was disgusting to him. He had already found out that Qin Ran was in the class next door, and they would run into each other during large lectures in the future. He didn't plan on letting yesterday's events go like that. Jibuqing gave Chen Hui, the cigarette butt guy, a look. Chen Hui understood, lowered his head, and pretended to eat, intentionally sticking his foot out to trip Qin Ran. But Fu Qingchuan, who was walking behind, suddenly sped up 2 steps and put his arm around Qin Ran's shoulder from the side. You made us do hard labor earlier, you're treating us today, right? Watch out. When Yonglong shouted suddenly. Holy crap. Fu Qingchuan, tripped, exclaimed in shock. Without time to think, his 2 hands instinctively grabbed and pulled. Bang! Clang! 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 Chen Hui was pinned face first into his meal, splattering soup everywhere, and the same table, which included Jibuqing and 2 others, also got splashed. The already noticeable yellow-haired Chen Hui was now even more eye-catching. F*** your mother. Slap. Chen Hui slammed the table, stood up, and threw a punch towards Fu Qingchuan. Boom. Before anyone could react, Chen Hui was pinned to the table again, making a muffled thud. When Yonglong held Chen Hui's head down with one hand. Looking for trouble on purpose? Island I? Wah! Chen Hui shouted, unable to form a proper sentence because of the pressure against his mouth. He looked like a clown, furious but unable to speak clearly. Jibuqing jumped to his feet and reached out to grab Wen Yonglong's wrist. Let go. But when Yonglong blocked with his left hand, and Jibuqing's right arm swung uncontrollably to the side. Slap. Jibuqing, wanting to help, ended up slapping Chen Hui instead. The sound was extremely loud. The scene became silent. Jibuqing's expression was incredibly dark. He knew he was facing a tough opponent. He had trained in Taekwondo, but he was no match for Wen Yonglong. In their brief interaction, he knew that Wen Yonglong was not just big and muscular, but was trained. Jibuqing said again, his voice barely hiding his anger, "Let go, or I guarantee you'll regret it." Afraid of you? When Yonglong looked at Ji Buqing calmly, without any fear. You're a despicable sneak attack artist. Okay, okay, okay. Ji Buqing laughed. You will regret this. Qin Ran stepped forward. Can you only talk big? You can't escape either. Heh. Open your eyes wide, clean them out, and take a good look at me. Even your dad wouldn't dare to speak to me like that. Ji Buqing was momentarily stunned. He didn't know what Qin Ran's background was. Who are you? I'm your dad, ba ba ba. I don't have a son like you. Ji Buqing couldn't help but think that he had been played. Damn it, you're courting death. Along, Qin Ran stepped back. Take him down. I'll take responsibility. Qin Ran, what are you doing? A shrill cry rang out. Liu Ruyuan ran into the middle of the mess. Qin Ran, why are you hitting people? And you, you, let that person go first. When Yonglong frowned. That jerk who was throwing cigarette butts tried to trip Qin Ran. The other guy is behind it. Liu Ruyuan looked at Ji Buqing, and he shook his head. I don't know what he's talking about. We were just eating when my friend was suddenly pushed face first into his meal by their people. I'm Wah, the yellow-haired guy howled, but no one could understand him. Liu Ruyan's eyebrows furrowed. No matter what, you should let him go first. If we let him go, he'll start biting. I'm F*******, Wah. See, I have to hold him down. Ji Buqing said, Hui, calm down. We are reasonable people. Liu Ruyuan gave Ji Buqing a grateful look. Let him go. You shouldn't act like this. Qin Ran frowned. Do you know what happened? I saw it. Liu Ruyuan raised her head. Ignoring the facts, you are still wrong to act this way. Bang! Qin Ran kicked Chen Hui's bowl. No, Chun Hui's plate. Flying. Shut up. If you don't know, just go to the side. If we ignore the facts, then what's there to discuss? No matter what, Qin Ran wouldn't side with Liu Ruyuan. He would definitely stand by his roommates who had stood up for him. Qin Ran finally saw Liu Ruyuan for who she was. A love-struck, arrogant, and brain-dead idiot. She didn't believe him, whom she'd known since childhood, but believed Ji Buqing, whom she didn't even know. So she would rather side with a godsend over a childhood friend. And as class monitor, she wouldn't help her own classmates, but would stand against them. Qin Ran was really done with her. Liu Ruyuan was obviously stunned by Qin Ran's actions. Then she reacted, and her eyes immediately became red. Qin Ran, how dare you yell at me? Wang Feifei walked over. Qin Ran, get lost. Wang Feifei retreated again. He knew that Qin Ran would really beat people up, and he also didn't like Ji Buqing. The situation escalated, and more people gathered to watch. What are you all doing there? Disperse. A loud shout rang out. Li Luo, with a stern expression, strode over. All of you, come with me. Wang Feifei shrank his neck. He remembered Li Luo very well. Yesterday, when he was being beaten by Qin Ran, Li Luo had been watching from the side, not afraid at all, and she even seemed amused. But Ji Buqing and the others didn't recognize Li Luo. The yellow-haired guy wiped the food debris off his face. Why should we? ing. Slap. In everyone's disbelief, Li Luo slapped the yellow-haired guy. The yellow-haired guy was stunned. I'm Fing. Slap. An incredibly smooth backhand slap sounded again. Li Luo said coldly, mind your language. Chen Hui was completely stunned. Then, he became furious. He was fine with not being able to beat Wen Yonglong, but he couldn't possibly let a woman bully him. Ji Buqing stopped Chen Hui. Don't do anything. There were too many people around. Ji Buqing didn't dare to let Chen Hui do anything. Now, they were the ones in the right. If Chen Hui hit this sudden, strong girl, they wouldn't be justified anymore. Li Luo glanced at Ji Buqing. Clean up the plates and tables, and come to the student union office. If you don't, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Ji Buqing suddenly smiled. He had thought she was someone important. So, she was just part of the student union, thinking she was hot stuff. Others might fear the student union, but he was not afraid at all. They were powerless. They were just using their authority. For show. But to keep up appearances, Ji Buqing still cleaned up the plates. To be on the right side, he could do many things. He had learned a long time ago to add a layer of protective camouflage to himself. He didn't want to be ruined so early in university. Endure. Ji Buqing endured again. But he had already decided to settle the score with Qin Ran and the others. However, he didn't know what the other side of Qin Ran was like. Nor did he know why Li Luo dared to slap Chen Hui in front of everyone. Chapter 19. Who is the villain? And whose reinforcements are coming? Chen Hui washed his face in the mop basin and rinsed his head. Chang Ji, why did you stop me earlier? That damn B*T dared to hit me. I'm going to kill her. Ji Buqing frowned. Use your brain. In that situation, if you had attacked, we would have been at fault. Chen Hui hadn't expected Ji Buqing to blame him. He was even saying that he was brainless, which made him angrier. However, Ji Buqing realized that his words were not appropriate, as the two guys on the side were looking at him differently. Ah Hui, don't be impulsive. You've been following me for so long. Have I ever wronged you? When you were in trouble in high school, I helped you every time. Don't worry, I will make them pay this time too. Trust me. Chen Hui gradually calmed down. Indeed, without Ji Buqing's help, he wouldn't have been able to enter the university on an adult education quota. I understand, Cheng Ji. I'll listen to you. Ji Buqing smiled slightly and patted Chen Hui's shoulder. Let's go see what kind of tricks they are playing. Cheng Ji, that B*TCH from earlier had a great body. Haha. Ji Buqing smiled and nodded. Don't worry, she can't run away. The two looked at each other and smiled. This wasn't the first time they had done this. The last time in high school, it had only required paying a little money. Qin Ran first went to the student union office with Li Luo, asking Wen Yonglong and the other two to wait for a while at the door. Senior. Call me President. President Senior. They really started it first. Li Luo leaned against the desk, crossing her long, curvaceous legs, her arms folded across her chest. That's just your side of the story. I'll investigate. There are security cameras in the dining hall, and many people were there. It won't be hard to find out the truth. But what if they claim they didn't do it on purpose? Qin Ran felt relieved. It seemed that Li Luo wasn't as unreasonable as Liu Ruyuan. Then, we didn't do it on purpose either. He tried to attack us later, that's why my roommates stopped him. This matter would become a back-and-forth mess. But Qin Ran didn't want Wen Yonglong to get a demerit because of it. On the way there, he had heard Wen Yonglong say that he saw Ji Buqing give Chen Hui a look. However, it had been too late to warn him. Fu Qingchuan had been tripped directly. Qin Ran believed that Wen Yonglong's judgment would not be wrong. He knew what kind of scum Ji Buqing was. It was just that he disguised it quite well. Unmasking Ji Buqing wouldn't be that difficult. After half an hour, Ji Buqing and his group arrived late. Seeing that only Qin Ran and Li Luo were there, Ji Buqing narrowed his eyes. Where are the other three? Especially that big guy. Ji Buqing, why are you so late? Li Luo asked. My friend's hair got dirty. He had to wash it. Ji Buqing pulled out a chair and sat down, carefully observing the two. Do you two know each other? Does it matter if we know each other? Whatever. Ji Buqing shook his phone and smiled. The director of admissions will be here soon. Ji Buqing was confident. He had already called for reinforcements. A small student union president was nothing in front of the director. The student union in school was independent, but it was all for show. Ji Buqing was very clear about that. Soon, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a protruding belly walked in. Sweat was beading on his forehead, and a few stubborn strands of hair were plastered to his scalp. Director Wu. Ji Buqing greeted him with a smile. Also glancing at Qin Ran out of the corner of his eye. You thought you could play that elementary school stuff, huh? University is a small society. Today, I'll show you what reality looks like. Director Wu, I'm really sorry for troubling you to come all this way. But Director Wu ignored Ji Buqing. When he saw Li Luo, his already somewhat hunched back became even more bent. I heard someone was causing trouble in the dining hall. Were you bullied? Are you all right? Are you hurt? Ji Buqing was stunned. Chen Hui, who had been beaten, was dumbfounded. He was the one who had gotten 2 slaps, so why was Li Luo the one who was bullied? Was he being blamed for having too thick of a face, injuring Li Luo's delicate hands? Chen Hui became furious. Are you kidding me? She was the one who hit me. Wu Jiang frowned, his eyes directly on Chen Hui. You're the one who caused trouble in the dining hall? Who caused trouble? I said it. Are you deaf? Ah Hui. Ji Buqing yelled. Cheng Ji, they're clearly in cahoots. Chen Hui was very wronged. He had always been the villain, and he had enjoyed it. But today, he was beaten repeatedly and lost face in front of so many people. Now he was being blamed, and his boss had told him to shut up. His mental state had completely collapsed. Ji Buqing said coldly, I'll handle it. Don't say anything. Unlike Chen Hui, Ji Buoqing already realized that something was wrong. No wonder when he called Wu Jiang, the latter was very perfunctory and hung up after only a few words. Ji Buoqing looked at Li Luo. She clearly had an identity that he didn't know. Otherwise, Wu Jiang wouldn't have been so nervous. Ji Buoqing wasn't stupid. His family had a little money, but he couldn't be considered a true rich second generation. He had lived his life so smoothly because of his ability to see the signs and be practical. Bullying poor students with no background would be solved with money if things went wrong. But if he kicked a steel plate, it would cause trouble for not only him, but also his family. In high school, he had harassed a girl with a strong background. He had barely done anything before his father gave him a harsh lesson. It was also then that he learned how to disguise himself, how to gauge a person's strength and then act. But if Li Luo's background wasn't very strong, he wouldn't let it go so easily. If it was strong enough, Ji Buoqing looked at Li Luo's beautiful looks and impressive figure and became a little tempted. His family couldn't give him much more. If he wanted to play more freely and play on a bigger scale, he needed a stronger background to protect him. Ji Buoqing didn't mind using a girl's identity to climb up the ranks. Li Luo furrowed her brow. She sensed that Ji Buoqing's gaze was not right. It was a disgusting gaze. What are you looking at? Ji Buoqing revealed his signature smile. I think we might have had a misunderstanding. Heh. Li Luo scoffed. Scum. So disgusting. Ji Buoqing's face darkened. I didn't do anything, right? Do you think those disgusting things you did in high school won't be known once you enter university? Ji Buoqing's expression changed. That was indeed what he had thought. And with the things from the past, his family had already settled it with money. Even the records in his files had been erased. Ji Buoqing suddenly looked at Qin Ran, who hadn't said a word. Was it you? He had been feeling that something was wrong earlier. Qin Ran had not only sent his roommates away, but he was also so confident. It was clear that he had leverage over him. Ji Buoqing was angry, but also started to panic. If the things he had done in high school were exposed, then his reputation would be completely destroyed. Chapter 20. Stupid and Oblivious. Let's deal with each one. Qin Ran had never had a good impression of Ji Buoqing. Earlier, he had used his family connections to quickly investigate what Ji Buoqing had done in high school. He had actually looked into it in his past life, so this time, he had easily obtained Ji Buoqing's past file records. Ji Buoqing thought he had erased them, but there were actually backups. What he had erased was just the high school records that had been transferred to university. In his past life, Qin Ran had told Liu Ruyuan that Ji Buoqing had messed with girls and had even gotten a girl pregnant, causing her to jump off a building, break a leg, and be hospitalized. In the end, the girl had dropped out of school, was unable to have children, and suffered from depression. But Liu Ruyuan hadn't believed him. She even thought that he had fabricated it all. If it wasn't for Qin Ran pushing it, Ji Buoqing's promiscuous nightlife would not have been exposed, and Liu Ruyuan would have still believed Ji Buoqing. This time, Qin Ran didn't care if Liu Ruyuan believed him or not, because Ji Buoqing had provoked him and had wanted to take revenge on his roommate. He wouldn't let such a scum go so easily. As for whether Liu Ruyuan would still like Ji Buoqing, it was none of his business. To Ji Buoqing's questions, Qin Ran only said faintly, if you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Uncertain and suspicious, Ji Buoqing now confirmed that Qin Ran had found out about those filthy things he had done. But he wasn't sure how much Qin Ran knew. Ji Buoqing realized that he had underestimated Qin Ran. He thought that Qin Ran had started investigating him after the conflict yesterday. An average person didn't have that kind of ability. Ji Buoqing originally thought that the steel plate he had kicked was Li Luo, but he didn't expect that there was also a steel plate next to her. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Ji Buoqing had learned this from his father a long time ago. The things from high school were also misunderstandings, not like the rumors say. And people make mistakes, don't they? To err is human. My friend was a little impulsive. I'll apologize on his behalf. Ji Buoqing pretended to be calm and lowered his head. But in his eyes, which they could not see, a touch of malice flashed. He would lower his head now, but he would definitely get revenge in the future. He wouldn't let it go like this. However, Qin Ran had no intention of letting him go. Want your friend to take the blame? You are really a good friend, huh? Qin Ran said sarcastically, then looked at the yellow-haired guy. Qin Hui, right? That's right. If you have the guts, mess with me. If you can't kill me, I will kill you. Wu Jiang frowned. Shut up. I'm here. And you still dare to threaten people. Which class are you in? You don't know which class I'm in, you fat A hole? You weren't like this when I gave you money. Wu Zhang's expression changed drastically. What nonsense are you talking about? I hate people like you the most. You better watch out when you walk alone at night. Tui. Chun Hui spat a glob of phlegm at Wu Zhang's feet. He hadn't even wanted to go to university. Now he was even less willing to put up with this nonsense. If you have the guts, come find your grandpa, Chen Hui. It has nothing to do with Changji. The corners of Qin Ran's mouth curled into a mocking smile. So stupid and oblivious. Chen Hui thought he was very awesome, very loyal, taking all of the blame. But he didn't realize that Ji Buoqing hadn't said a word. Qin Ran understood very clearly that Ji Buoqing clearly wanted Chen Hui to take the blame. And what Chen Hui had meant earlier was very clear. He had given things to Wu Jiang to get into the university. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be qualified to stand here. But that wasn't surprising. Chen Hui cursed all the time, had a bad temper, and had also dyed his hair a weird yellow color. He didn't look like a student who was studying hard. Qin Ran looked at Wu Jiang meaningfully. Chen Hui had bought his way in. If something went wrong, Wu Jiang would be punished as well. At this time, Wu Jiang was already sweating buckets, because the girl in front of him was the daughter of the deputy director of the Zhonghai Education Bureau, and there were rumors that he would be dropping the deputy from his title today. If Li Luo reported him to her father, then he would be completely done for. Now, all he could do was make up for it. Wu Jiang went up to Chen Hui to take him away, but the latter brushed his hand away. Don't touch me. You're rebelling against me. Wu Jiang was furious. He then called the security guards and forcefully dragged Chen Hui away. Before leaving, he told Li Luo that he would give her a satisfactory explanation. But Wu Jiang left Ji Buoqing behind. The incident in the dining hall was Chen Hui's responsibility. It had nothing to do with Ji Buoqing. As for the things from high school, in a certain sense, there was nothing wrong with the files they had sent, and therefore, it was unrelated to university. And Wu Jiang had indeed received things from Ji Buoqing's parents. It wouldn't be good to forcibly take Ji Buoqing away. If Ji Buoqing exposed him, it would be difficult for him to deal with. Wu Jiang only hoped that Li Luo wouldn't tell her father. That way, he might be able to escape. Li Luo wouldn't tell her father, who wasn't home all day, but she would still report it to the Education Bureau. Wu Jiang had only one ending: spit out what he ate and go eat the public's rice. As for Ji Buoqing, he was now alone. Chen Hui had been taken away, and his two new roommates had run away. 4 against 2 became 2 against 1. Ji Buoqing forced a smile. Can I leave now? Get lost, Li Luo said coldly. Ji Buoqing's temples throbbed. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and slammed the door as he left. As soon as he reached the corner, he called his father. He asked if the things from high school hadn't been handled properly. Otherwise, there was no way Qin Ran would have been able to find out about them so quickly. The roar of Ji Shiming came from the other end of the phone. You brat. Did you get into trouble again? Ji Buoqing shrank his neck, looked left and right, and lowered his voice. No, Dad. I really didn't start it this time. What exactly happened? Tell me. More than 20 minutes later, Ji Buoqing finally hung up. In reality, he had spoken for less than 5 minutes. The rest of the time, he had been getting scolded. But he was worried that he might cause trouble for his family and that it might not be easy to fix, so he had made this call. Ji Buoqing then called his mother and said a few simple sentences before hanging up. His mother always spoiled him. This time, he didn't think he was in the wrong, so his mother would definitely help persuade his father. Finally, he called Chen Hui and asked him to eat together. Mess with me, I'll mess you up. Of course, Ji Buoqing wouldn't do it himself. Why had he always kept Chen Hui, who had a fiery temper and an awful personality? It was for moments like these. Mess with who? A voice rang out, scaring Ji Buoqing so much that he lost his balance and fell down the stairs. Chapter 21. Just wanting to stay far away and live my own life. Qin Ran stared, dumbfounded, as Ji Buoqing tumbled down the stairs. Is he trying to stage a fall to get money? He hadn't even touched Ji Buoqing. Qin Ran turned to Li Luo beside him. Senior, if he tries to extort me, you have to vouch for me. That scumbag deserves to fall to his death. They had been eavesdropping at the corner for a while now. On the phone, Ji Buoqing was twisting the truth, painting himself as the victim. If Qin Ran hadn't been holding her back, Li Luo would have jumped out and kicked Ji Buoqing a long time ago. But Ji Buoqing had ended the call saying he was going to play them to death. The them was self-explanatory. So Qin Ran stepped forward. He wasn't afraid of Ji Buqing, whether he came at them openly or with underhanded tricks. He just hadn't expected Ji Buqing to be such a coward. He'd barely said a word, and Ji Buqing had freaked out and tumbled down the stairs on his own. The flight wasn't that long, maybe 8 or 9 steps. Ji Buqing's arm and shin hit the steps, immediately turning red and swollen, with small beads of blood seeping out. Hiss! Ji Buqing hissed through gritted teeth, his face contorted in pain. It's you again. Trying to stage a fall? Who's staging anything? Weren't you looking for us just now? Qin Ran smiled. We're here. So, speak. Ji Buqing said in a low voice. I have nothing to say to you. We'll stay out of each other's way from now on. But if you try to cause trouble for me, you better think about the consequences. Otherwise, who will be in trouble is anyone's guess. You think you can still get me with those little high school incidents? You guys better be careful. Don't think I'm afraid of you. After talking to his parents, Ji Buqing had a lot more confidence. He'd gotten into trouble before, but his family had always smoothed things over. He had only backed down just now because he didn't want those old high school incidents to be public knowledge. But Qin Ran's arrogant attitude was grating on his nerves. He was always the one acting arrogantly before. How could he tolerate someone else pointing fingers and mocking him? On the surface, Ji Buqing said they'd stay out of each other's way, but in his head, he had already plotted to investigate their backgrounds when he got back. He was definitely going to get Qin Ran. As for Li Luo, if she was smart, he'd give her a chance. If she continued to be disrespectful, he'd ruin her reputation. It was incredibly easy to destroy a girl's reputation. Just find a couple of porn clips, use a face-swapping app, and spread them on the campus forum, and Li Luo would be easily broken. Even if it was fake, people would be suspicious. Many would look at her with judgmental eyes. Some boys might even anonymously ask for her price. Ji Buqing had many such underhanded tricks. He wouldn't go directly, but anyone who offended him would suffer the consequences. Pretty girls, however, had an extra chance. Ji Buqing glanced at Li Luo's beautiful face and exquisite figure, a smirk forming on his lips. Today's matter wasn't over. Ji Buqing walked down the stairs, nursing his injured lower back. He would make them pay for his injuries. His fall down the stairs was truly an accident. He would just bide his time again for now. Qin Ran looked at Li Luo. Ji Buqing is rotten to the core. Be careful. That scumbag. I'll get him. Heaven will punish him. You believe in that? I do. Qin Ran smiled slightly. The wicked will get their due. Li Luo was stunned, and after a moment, she said, If you can't handle it, I will. Is there anyone heaven can't take care of? You're really narcissistic, little brother. I never said I was heaven. Thanks for today, senior. I'm going back. You owe me 2 favors now. You have to treat me to a meal next time. Another day. Qin Ran waved and headed back to his dorm. As soon as he walked downstairs, Wen Yonglong and the other 2 surrounded him. Are you okay? Qin Ran shook his head. I'm fine. What took you so long? Fu Qingchuan asked. We just saw that bum walking away with a limp. Did you beat him up? No. Qin Ran smiled. He fell on his own. Ha ha ha. What a dumbass. The guys couldn't stop laughing. Wen Yonglong put an arm around Qin Ran's shoulders. Thanks. No need to be so polite. I should be thanking you and Sa Quan. Qin Ran had accidentally blurted out Fu Qingchuan's nickname from his past life. But nicknames stick because they fit. Fu Qingchuan's mouth dropped open. Sa Quan? You mean me? Huang Zujie agreed. I think it suits you. You're pretty perverted in a subtle way. I've already seen it. You're the perverted one. I'm not. I'm openly perverted. You win. The 4 of them laughed and joked their way to canteen number 2. It was already past mealtime, so only canteen number 2 was still open. Spicy hot pot, beef ramen, grilled meat rice, and bone broth rice were available. Although they had missed the main mealtime and their moods had been affected, the 4 of them still ate heartily and chatted happily. In a way, Wang Feifei and Ji Buqing had, in just 2 short days, turned the 502 dorm into a united front. But as they were finishing up, an uninvited guest arrived at their table. Qin Ran, Yin Yin has been crying all afternoon. Can you go comfort her? Qin Ran put down his chopsticks and said to the other 3, Go back first? I need to talk to him. Do you need help? Fu Qingchuan asked. No, he's a piece of trash. Then, Qin Ran grabbed Wang Feifei by the head and led him to the corner. Have I ever said that your issues are no longer my problem? Qin Ran's tone was calm, but it was laced with a distant coldness. Wang Feifei rubbed his neck. I don't want to either, but Yin Yin insisted that I come find you. Find me for what? To apologize to her? Wang Feifei hesitated. It's always like this. Qin Ran shook his head. Help me give her a message. What message? From now on, we're just regular classmates. Don't come to me if anything happens, or even when nothing happens. If you don't tell Yin Yin yourself, she won't listen to me. Would it make a difference if I did? Wang Feifei was taken aback, quickly understanding what Qin Ran meant. It was true, even though he liked Liu Ruyuan, he also knew that she often wouldn't listen and always lived in her own world. Wang Feifei was silent for a moment. Yin Yin hasn't given up on you. She's been making me look for you. She's not letting go of me. She's letting go of her pride, of her arrogant self-esteem. Don't say that about her. Then let's talk about you. You're not trying to convince me to get back together with her, are you? No. Then what exactly did you come for? Qin Ran's expression turned cold. Don't pretend. It's annoying. I really believe you now. Wang Feifei dropped his anxious demeanor. This is a one-time exception. Don't bother me again. Qin Ran turned and left. In his past life, he had spent nearly 20 years with Liu Ruyuan and Wang Feifei. He knew exactly what kind of people they were. Wang Feifei's fake act disgusted him. He warned Wang Feifei because of that. Now, all he wanted was for them to stay away from him. He wasn't going to comfort Liu Ruyuan, nor was he going to say anything more. They weren't children anymore. Some things should be obvious without having to be said. Besides, she had her good best friend. Even if he said nothing, Wang Feifei would do everything in his power to help. The Qin Ran of the past had already been crushed to death by a car. He was reborn into this life to live for himself and to experience his own college life. Whether it was the spoiled Liu Ruyuan, the green tea boy Wang Feifei, or the despicable Jibuqing, they could all just get out of his world. Chapter 22. Who's the real prey? This instructor is fierce. Qin Ran left the cafeteria. On his way back to the dorm, his phone kept vibrating. Seeing who was calling, Qin Ran quickly picked up. Hey, Uncle Li. A steady voice came from the other end of the line. Xiao Ran, the information you requested has been sent. You can talk to Uncle Li about anything? Got it. Thanks, Uncle Li. No need to be polite to Uncle Li, remember. Don't act on your own. I know, I won't act impulsively. Good, and spend more time with your dad when you have time. His health isn't what it used to be. Qin Ran was taken aback. But, isn't my dad's health pretty good? Well, in any case, go home more often. Don't keep all your thoughts on that girl from the Liu family. Forget it. I know you don't like to hear that. That's all for now. After hanging up, Qin Ran thought carefully. In his memory, his father had always been hale and hearty, even years later. Occasionally he had a cold or a fever, but he had never had any major illnesses. Qin Ran decided to go home and visit after a while. The group had a high-end health checkup center with partnerships with several top-tier hospitals. The Qin family did checkups every year. If something was wrong with his father, even if his parents didn't say anything, the checkup center would surely discover it. He was the sole heir to the group. Although he hadn't taken over the company yet, he still had a certain amount of authority. The Uncle Li he had just talked to, whose full name was Li Huachuan, was Qin Yushan's assistant and also a veteran employee of the company. Getting Jibuqing's file so quickly was all due to Li Huachuan getting his people to do it. Qin Ran had also received a detailed investigation of Jibuqing's family background. Know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Qin Ran didn't intend to show any mercy to a scumbag like Jibuqing, nor did he plan to play patty cake games. If he was going to do it, he'd do it completely, so Jibuqing would learn the most painful lesson. And he would make sure Jibuqing would never be able to recover. Qin Ran knew that Jibuqing was so arrogant because his family always cleaned up his messes. Like father, like son. After reading the information, Qin Ran realized that the entire Ji family was rotten to the core. Jibuqing's father, Ji Shiming, had a net worth of hundreds of millions, half of which came from demolition compensation. He was able to get such a big sum because of how he swindled and intimidated the surrounding residents. Later, when people went to the Ji family home to cause trouble, they were beaten, and the matter was settled with a few tens of thousands of yuan in compensation. Later on, Ji Shiming opened a factory, transformed into a factory owner, bought a villa and luxury cars, and became a winner in life. But in reality, it was all from the hard-earned money of others, and he had caused many families to lose their homes. Some were still living in rented housing. In his previous life, Qin Ran had only investigated Jibuqing. He hadn't expected that Ji Shiming was also a scumbag. This time he could take care of both of them. Qin Ran had no plans to start from scratch and then go after the Ji family. To the Qin family, the Ji family was like a rat hiding in the sewer, stealing scraps. Even if the rat was fat, it was just a matter of squashing it for the behemoth that was the Qin family. Ji Shiming was still plotting in the dark, completely unaware that he and his entire family were being targeted. Qin Ran returned to the dorm. The three of them surrounded him again. "I'm fine. You don't need to worry. What's up with you and that Liu Ruyuan?" Fu Qingchuan asked. "We have nothing to do with each other. We're just high school classmates." "Why?" "More than that," Huang Zujia winked. "She came looking for you earlier." "Looking for me? What for?" "Who knows? It's not like she came to us." "Did she say anything?" "She did." Fu Qingchuan did a flamboyant gesture with his fingers, imitating Liu Ruyuan. "You guys make Qin Ran come find me, otherwise I won't talk to him anymore." Jerk Qin Ran. Smelly Qin Ran. Emph. How annoying. As he finished, Fu Qingchuan even shyly stamped his foot. Qin Ran shivered, covered in goosebumps. "Saquan, stop that, or I'll want to hit you." When Yonglong seconded. "Me too." Fu Qingchuan returned to his normal self. "I was just imitating her. Although it was a bit exaggerated, that's really how she is. If you don't believe me, ask Along and Zujia." "That's right." Huang Zujia raised his hand. "I can vouch for that." Qin Ran shook his head. "Forget it. Let her be. She just has princess syndrome. You were high school classmates. Weren't you friends?" "Deleted." Fu Qingchuan gave him a thumbs up. "You're awesome. Such a pretty girl, and you deleted her just like that. High school classmates have a head start. Do you like her?" "I prefer someone like Tong Xian." "Tong Xian?" Qin Ran thought for a moment and remembered who she was. The bespectacled girl in their class. Beautiful and developed. A cute face with a big chest. She's still a kid. She's already an adult now that she's in college. Fu Qingchuan said to the three of them. "Let's make it clear. None of you try to get with her. Actually, Liu Fei is quite pretty too." When Yonglong asked, confused, "How do you remember all their names?" "That's a skill you guys can't learn." Huang Zujia said enviously, "Your memory is really good. Don't be fooled by him. He only remembers the girls he's interested in." "That's not true. I remember Chen Shuan too." Fu Qingchuan grinned. "Zujia, don't worry. I won't try to get with her." The scene of Chen Shuan attacking Wang Feifei and Liu Ruyuan came to mind. Qin Ran looked at Huang Zujia. "You're a true warrior." "No, I haven't thought it through yet." "What are you afraid of? Just go for it." "Right, just do it." "Damn it. Don't give me bad ideas." Fu Qingchuan suddenly asked, "By the way, military training starts tomorrow. Should we go buy a box of sanitary pads?" The next day, military training began. The boys and girls were separated, each forming multiple squads. The male students from the first and second class of the School of Economics and Management were together in one group. Qin Ran and Ji Buqing met again. They acted like strangers, not greeting each other, or even making eye contact. Qin Ran treated the latter like a dead man. Ji Buqing was like a venomous snake, plotting how to hurt Qin Ran and Li Luo. But the two of them were not on the same level. The instructor in charge was Shi Pinglin, a small man, but with a loud voice and stern demeanor. Shi Pinglin stood in front of the disorganized squad, wearing heavy black military boots. "Silence! Everyone, attention! You have 3 minutes to form a line according to height. Begin!" Everyone scrambled and pushed, creating a chaotic mess. 3 minutes later, they were still disorganized. Shi Pinglin's face darkened. "Shut your mouths. You, and you, move over there. You, and you, can't you see the difference between yourselves and those on either side? Move." One of the boys asked in confusion, "Where to?" "If you want to speak, first shout, 'Reporting instructor.'" "Reporting instructor, I?" "Louder." "Reporting instructor. Where do I have to go?" Shi Pinglin's expression hardened. "What are you laughing at?" Everyone who laughed earlier, step forward, 20 push-ups. Quickly. Everyone understood immediately. The small instructor in front of them was not someone to be trifled with. Except for one person. Chapter 23. Liu Ruyuan panicked. This isn't the Qin Ran she knows. Many of the boys had been intimidated by Shi Pinglin's serious attitude. But Qin Ran knew the other side of Shi Pinglin. He would also joke and laugh, just like his peers. In reality, Shi Pinglin was only 20 years old, younger than some of the students in the class who had repeated their last years of high school. But most of the military instructors were like Shi Pinglin. They put on a tough act to make managing the class easier. It was also because they were used to the strict orders of the military and were impatient with a lackadaisical attitude. 9 people who laughed automatically stepped forward, Fu Qingchuan being one of them. The 9 of them lined up in front of the group and started doing push-ups. 20 push-ups weren't many, but for most recent high school graduates who were physically weak, it was quite a challenge. Only one person could do 20 perfect push-ups. Ji Buqing. Qin Ran narrowed his eyes, observing the unsmiling Ji Buqing who had intentionally stepped out. He even rolled up his sleeves, showing his toned forearms as he did push-ups. What a show-off. Who laughed? Step forward. Huang Zujie's face turned red. Reporting instructor, it was me. 20 push-ups. Huang Zujie glared angrily at Fu Qingchuan, who had deliberately made him laugh. He simply couldn't hold it in. Soon, they had all finished their 20 push-ups. Shi Pinglin shouted, "Everyone attention. Let's start counting off now. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then Shi Pinglin adjusted the order of the squad a little more. Wen Yonglong was the tallest, with Qin Ran standing on one side. Ji Buqing stood in front of Wen Yonglong, deliberately standing up straighter. Shi Pinglin began training them in basic squad movements. At ease. Attention. Right face about face. Dress right. At ease, attention. Everyone watch me, learn how to squat. Shi Pinglin demonstrated a perfect squatting posture. The left foot flat on the ground, with the left leg bent and turned open about 30 degrees. The right foot had its toes touching the ground, with the heel raised, weight on the right foot. Shi Pinglin put both of his hands flat on top of his thighs, his fingertips level with his knees. Both of his elbows were tucked to his sides, and his upper body was upright, his head and chest held high as he stared forward. This one move showed off Shi Pinglin's excellent basic military skills. Perfect. Shi Pinglin looked up. Everyone, squat down. After they squatted down, the group was a mess, crooked and bumping into each other. Shi Pinglin's face grew even darker. Keep your back straight. Don't move around. Squatting was difficult. Standing was even harder. Standing at attention would always be the bane of university military training. Chest up. Stomach in. Don't move around. Anyone who moves, the entire squad will get an extra minute. Lean forward. Shi Pinglin patrolled around the squad, correcting anyone who wasn't in the correct posture. He was about to explode from anger. This was the worst group he had ever taught. However, he noticed that there were 3 promising members in the squad. He might consider grooming them as models for the group. You, and you, step forward. Stand in front of the squad and do your best to stand at attention. Qin ran, and when Yonglong exchanged glances and walked forward. Ji Buqing also stepped forward along with them. Don't move around. Keep your thumbs tight against your index finger's second knuckle. Let your arms hang naturally, tucked tightly against your pants seams. Shi Pinglin would occasionally push them or straighten their hands, to see who was faking it instead of truly doing it right. The rest of the squad was suffering miserably. Several squads nearby had already started resting in place, but their squad was still standing at attention. Some of the boys started to complain, feeling like it wasn't necessary. Qin Ran at the front felt a little numb in his feet, but was still holding on. Ji Buqing, although he usually played sports and had a good physical fitness, had not been through professional training, so he was also suffering. The most relaxed of all was Wen Yonglong. His strong muscles were the real deal, and there wasn't even a single drop of sweat on his forehead. Everyone, attention, take a 10-minute break. Disperse in place. Some of the boys who wanted to go to the restroom but had been denied, walked slowly towards it. It wasn't because they didn't want to move faster, but their legs were aching too much to go faster. Some boys who had been holding it in for too long had already lost their urge, so they simply sat on the ground to rest instead. Qin Ran walked to Fu Qingchuan. You bring a box of water over and distribute it to the guys in our class. Remember to give the instructor 1 bottle. Okay, give me a hand. Qin Ran pulled Fu Qingchuan up, and then the 3 of them went together to the convenience store. After the class meeting yesterday, Qin Ran had taken the 3 of them to a small supermarket and bought several boxes of water, which were temporarily stored in a small shop in the entrepreneurial park that didn't have much business. He had given them some money for the electricity bill to be polite. The supermarket didn't have that many boxes of mineral water, nor did they allow it to be stored there. And there were an extraordinary number of people buying iced water today. People who went even a little later would definitely not be able to buy any, or they would only be able to buy water that had just been put into the refrigerator, which wouldn't be cold at all. In this hot weather, not having a bottle of iced water was a real torture. Because regular temperature water would get warm after being left out for too long, and drinking it might cause a stomachache. Qin Ran and Wen Yonglong each carried a box and walked to the girls' squad. Before Qin Ran could say anything, Chen Shuwen and several other girls surrounded them. Qin Ran, is this for us? Qin Ran nodded. What else? This box is ice cold, that box is room temperature. Grab what you want, and don't be shy. Wow. Qin Ran, you're so nice. Love you, class president. Qin Ran, you're so handsome. So thoughtful. So generous. Qin Ran waved his hand. The money came from the class funds, and the four of us in the dorm bought the water together. Oh, don't be shy. That's right. Why are you blushing? Giggle, giggle. The group of girls giggled. Qin Ran was helpless. He wasn't blushing from shyness, but from the heat. He didn't understand how Wen Yonglong was fine, not even blushing or panting. Qin Ran said to Chen Shuwen, okay, we're going now. Thank you. Qin Ran, Wen Yonglong. Thank you, handsome boys. Wen Yonglong scratched his head, unable to handle the attention, and turned to leave. Qin Ran followed after him, leaving behind an unforgettable image. The girls from other classes were incredibly envious. Who wouldn't want such a handsome and considerate male classmate? It would be even better if they could develop a relationship. For a while, the squad was discussing Qin Ran. What his name was, whether he had a girlfriend, and what type of girl he liked. College had just started, and even classmates were still unfamiliar with each other. No, there was someone who was familiar with him. That was Liu Ruyuan. But right now, Liu Ruyuan felt that Qin Ran was a stranger. She had thought that Qin Ran was bringing water for her, and would hand it out to the other classmates to help her out as class monitor. But Qin Ran hadn't even looked at her. He had left after distributing the water, without even talking to her. And he hadn't looked for her last night either. Liu Ruyuan had never felt that Qin Ran was so distant. She suddenly panicked. The Qin Ran she knew was supposed to have only her in his eyes. This was not the Qin Ran she knew. And several of the girls around her seemed to have developed a crush on Qin Ran. Chapter 24. The adopted son is sensible. The father is gratified. By the time Liu Ruyuan snapped out of her thoughts, Qin Ran had already walked far away. Even though Qin Ran hadn't glanced at her once, she didn't believe he hadn't seen her. With her looks and figure, she was very eye-catching in a crowd. Even though everyone was wearing the same military training uniform and looked similar, Liu Ruyuan felt like she was a crane among chickens. Qin Ran definitely saw her, but deliberately didn't speak to her. Liu Ruyuan was so angry her chest hurt. She had been angered by the events at the class meeting yesterday. She had listened to Wang Feifei at first and hadn't gone looking for Qin Ran. But the conflict at the cafeteria later on made her angrier the more she thought about it. Qin Ran actually dared to lose his temper with her and even kicked things. So, she finally sent Qin Ran a message. But then she discovered that she had been blacklisted. She was stunned for quite some time before recovering. But Liu Ruyuan couldn't believe, even now, that Qin Ran, who had liked her for so many years, would blacklist her. Everyone in their elementary school, middle school, and high school knew that Qin Ran liked her. And she had even promised that she would consider being Qin Ran's girlfriend in college. Her first reaction was that Qin Ran's account had been hacked. Then she remembered that Wang Feifei had also been blacklisted by Qin Ran, and she realized that it was real. Otherwise, if Qin Ran had changed his phone number or if his account had been hacked, he would definitely have told her immediately. She sent a message to Wang Feifei, telling him about this, and asked the latter to go find Qin Ran. The final response was that they would be just ordinary classmates from now on, not even friends. Liu Ruyuan didn't want to believe it, so she went to the boys' dormitory building to find Qin Ran. Wang Feifei went upstairs to call for him, and while she was waiting downstairs, she happened to meet Qin Ran's 3 roommates. But she still couldn't find Qin Ran. She also had her pride, so she asked the 3 of them to pass on a message. If Qin Ran didn't come looking for her, then she would never forgive Qin Ran. She had waited for a long time last night, but still hadn't seen Qin Ran. She thought Qin Ran would definitely be back in his dorm at night, and considered going again. But she had already gone once. If she went again, it would seem like she was in the wrong, begging Qin Ran to reconcile. In the end, she didn't go. She couldn't let go of her pride. This morning during military training, she finally saw Qin Ran. She also saw Qin Ran carrying water with his roommates to distribute to them. Liu Ruyuan's lips had already been curling up, But she hadn't expected Qin Ran to just say a few words to Qin Shuwen and leave. Liu Ruyuan's eyes turned red again. She refused to drink Qin Ran's water like a tantrum. She had already eaten her fill of anger. But she was already used to Qin Ran's thoughtful care. She hadn't even brought a water bottle. She hadn't bought any water, and her lips were getting dry and chapped. After waiting for a while, Liu Ruyuan's eyes lit up. Her best friend had come with water. Yin Yin, are you thirsty? Wang Feifei handed over a bottle of water with a smile. Here, have some water. Liu Ruyuan took the water and asked expectantly, Feifei, did Qin Ran tell you to bring it? Wang Feifei's smile froze. No, I bought it. Okay. Liu Ruyuan looked disappointed. Attention, the instructor suddenly shouted. Liu Ruyuan turned her head and quickly placed the water on the steps beside her. It's time to gather. Feifei, you should go back and rest. It's okay. I'll sit over there. If anything happens, just call for me. There's nothing to worry about. I can manage by myself. As Liu Ruyuan returned to the group, she heard the other students around her whispering. Why isn't Wang Feifei participating in military training? I don't know. He's been sitting over there for a long time. I guess he's not feeling well. Maybe it's that time of the month. Giggle, giggle. He's not a girl. Don't talk nonsense. I was just joking. But he looks like he has a lot of energy. He doesn't look sick. Who knows? Never mind him. Liu Ruyuan couldn't help but defend Wang Feifei, but the instructor shouted again, silence. Stop talking. After a morning of military training, everyone was exhausted. The girls were slightly better off, with more rest times, but the girls' physical condition was weaker. Many of the girls had been unable to hold on and were resting under the shade of the trees. What was particularly eye-catching was Wang Feifei, who had been sitting and playing with his phone. Even the head instructor asked him a few questions when he passed by, and he finally left in a dejected manner. They had finally made it to lunchtime. The squads were leaving the training ground one by one. If you're not proactive about food, then there's something wrong with you. The boys started running as soon as they left the squad. The figures in green were like willows swaying in the wind, full of vitality. At this time of year, the freshmen were the most energetic. But in less than a semester, they would become veterans. But they were still very cute now, their youthful innocence yet to fade. Qin Ran followed the flow of people, feeling like he had truly returned to his college days. Dropping Liu Ruyuan and punching Wang Feifei, everything seemed so much better. After getting his food, Qin Ran saw that Fu Qingchuan had already picked a spot, so he walked over. As he got closer, he realized that the spot hadn't been picked randomly, because the table next to them was occupied by Tong Xin and her 3 roommates, one of whom was Lin Wanbai. Qin Ran thought that Fu Qingchuan's perverted nature had changed, and he was finally taking the initiative. But he still sat timidly on the very edge, leaving the middle seat for him and Huang Zujia. With only one seat left, Qin Ran could only sit next to Lin Wanbai. Fortunately, Sister Lin thought that he was sick, so she wasn't as afraid of him now. Qin Ran, thank you for this morning. Qin Ran looked at the girl who was talking. Her face felt familiar, but he couldn't remember her name. But it didn't matter. He would learn her name later. You're welcome. Actually, the 4 of us bought the water together. Li Xiaoka asked, surprised. Wasn't it paid for by class funds? I meant that the 4 of us carried it together. The money for the water will be taken from the class funds later. So, you paid for it in advance? Huang Zujia interjected. Qin Ran paid for it, and it was his idea. We just carried the water. Thank you all then. It was really hot this morning, Tong Xin said. Fu Qingchuan immediately replied, you're welcome. We're guys, after all, so we should take care of the girls in our class. The girls from the other 2 classes are so envious of our class. Yeah. Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zujia's faces were blooming like chrysanthemums. They wished they could carry a few more boxes to show off their barely visible muscles. Qin Ran and Wen Yonglong's expressions were the most calm. During the meal, Lin Wanbai didn't say a word. On the way back, Huang Zujia said, that beautiful girl didn't speak at all. So aloof. You should ask Qin Ran. Why does it have anything to do with me? The other day at the cafeteria, Lin Wanbai ran away as soon as she saw you. Right. Huang Zujia said excitedly. I remember now. Qin Ran, what happened between you 2? Nothing happened. Fij. Fine. Don't tell me then. Fu Qingchuan suddenly said, Qin Ran, how about Zujia and I take over the task of delivering water this afternoon? We can take turns. A blind man could see what they were up to. It was pretty obvious why Fu Qingchuan was so eager to deliver the water. Qin Ran had already predicted this at lunch. Having someone else deliver the water was good. The weather was so hot, and he was too lazy to go. But he couldn't agree so readily. Along, are you thirsty? Wouldn't it be great to have a cold can of Coke right now? I'm actually thirsty too, Fu Qingchuan said immediately. I'll go buy water. It's on me. Qin Ran smiled. His adopted son was sensible, which gratified the father. Chapter 25. A Love Strategist? One day a teacher, always a father. 2:30 p.m. Military training continued. Huang Zujia and Fu Qingchuan were almost late because they couldn't fold their blankets properly. Tidying up one's sleeping area was also part of the military training assessment. In the end, it was Wen Yonglong who helped them fold it. And the clever Qin Ran didn't lie on top of his blanket when he took a nap. He had a thin blanket, which was enough for him to use at night. Anyway, it was the kind of weather where everyone slept on a mat, so they wouldn't catch a cold. Fu Qingchuan followed suit, planning to do the same as Qin Ran during military training. Otherwise, folding the blanket every time was too troublesome. It would turn into a mess no matter how hard they tried. It would never become a perfect square. The afternoon military training was even more difficult than the morning. Several girls had already fainted. Some instructors were even scolded. After all, they were students who hadn't received any training, and their physical condition wasn't that great because of the emphasis on academics. The main focus was on improving discipline, so it couldn't be too strict. Shi Pinglin also received the notice, but the training intensity didn't go down. Standing at attention, marching in step, goose-stepping, they did everything. And the requirements were high. This made things hard for the boys in their squad. Some of the more short-tempered ones had already started to swear. So, a grunt becomes a temporary instructor and thinks he's the boss. Does he really think he's so amazing? Damn it. A boy with a buzz cut was not only showing his dissatisfaction on his face, but also swearing out loud. The instructor from the neighboring squad heard it and ran over. Shi Pinglin said in a deep voice, "You're not convinced?" "I'm not." "Then what would make you convinced?" "Let's have a match. If I lose, I won't utter a single word again. If you lose, we'll have free time for the rest of this afternoon." "Okay." The instructor from the neighboring squad didn't come over to mediate, but to watch the fun. Shi Pinglin shouted, "Everyone, sit down in place. You, come with me. I won't bully you. I'll let you have one hand." The buzz-cut boy said haughtily, "I don't need you to let me have anything. Let's go." The three of them walked towards the equipment room behind the stands. Qin Ran saw Wen Yonglong about to step forward, but he held out his hand to stop him, shaking his head slightly. He didn't need to see it to know the result. In less than 10 minutes, the buzz-cut boy would come out with red eyes, wiping away tears. When the difference in strength and size isn't too big, amateur punches are no match for military boxing techniques. He wouldn't even need military boxing. Shi Pinglin could subdue him with some basic holds. Every year during military training, there were always a few rebels. But reality isn't a Soldier King novel where someone comes out and blows away the instructor with one punch, shocking everyone, and winning the girls' hearts. That's just not going to happen. However, Qin Ran estimated that Wen Yonglong beside him might actually be able to beat Shi Pinglin. Yesterday, Wen Yonglong's speed was incredibly fast, completely unlike his large build. And his movements were clean and precise, as if he had practiced them. But under no-holds-barred rules, it was difficult to say. 7 or 8 minutes went by. Just as Qin Ran had predicted, the boy came out, being supported by another instructor. The tough guy had suddenly changed his image, becoming a wrong little girl. It was too much bullying. Qin Ran just wanted to say, "Good fight." Tough guy little girl returned to his squad, and military training continued. Qin Ran felt it was a shame that Jibwuching hadn't stepped up. Otherwise, it would have been very interesting. After a long 10 minutes of slow-motion marching in place, they finally had a break. Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zujia supported each other as they went to get water. Qin Ran shook his head. Going to the girls' squads looking like those chicken-like figures was unlikely to win the girls' hearts. It would be great if they weren't looked down upon. When Yonglong carried a box of ice water, Qin Ran sat under the shade of a tree and covered his face with his hat. It was hot and dry. It was only the first day. Military training would last for 2 whole weeks. It was a bit unbearable. Qin Ran. Hearing someone call him, Qin Ran took off his hat and looked at Liu Ping, a classmate from his class, with surprise. "What's up? I heard that you and Liu Ruyuan are childhood sweethearts?" "Who said that? That's absolute nonsense." Liu Ping was stunned. He hadn't expected Qin Ran's reaction to be so strong. Don't get excited. I was just asking. Did Wang Feifei say that? I accidentally overheard Liu Ruyuan talking to Wang Feifei. Do you like Liu Ruyuan? Liu Ping scratched the back of his head, unable to keep up with Qin Ran's pace. If you don't say anything, then I'll take that as a yes. I like you. Go chase after her. I wish you success. I wish you happiness. Thank you. Liu Ping left with a strange mood. He had already forgotten what he initially wanted to talk to Qin Ran about. He had been completely led astray by Qin Ran. Oh yeah, Liu Ping remembered now. He wanted to ask if Qin Ran and Liu Ruyuan were a couple. If they weren't, then the two of them would have fair competition. He had heard Wang Feifei say that Liu Ruyuan had agreed to consider being Qin Ran's girlfriend, and that's why he had come to declare war with Qin Ran. But the course of events had completely exceeded expectations. Qin Ran seemed very angry at the news. Yes, it was anger. Liu Ping recalled Qin Ran's expression and tone just now. It was as if he had been greatly wronged. It was a bit exaggerated, but it didn't seem fake. Liu Ping couldn't help but be confused. Had he misheard? Or did Liu Ruyuan like Qin Ran and was just saying that on purpose? Qin Ran looked at Liu Ping's departing figure and shook his head. Young man, you're too young. Your love rivals are jibwatching from the class next door, and the green tea honey Wang Feifei. You came to the wrong person. After a while, Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zujie returned. They were drenched in sweat, and their faces were pale. When Yonglong asked, puzzled, "What were you guys doing?" "Don't even mention it. We went to carry water." "You're that tired from carrying one box of water each?" "It wasn't one box. There were 30 boxes. The school sent extra water because it was too hot. There were too many heat stroke cases, so they distributed free water. We could pick them up ourselves." Huang Zujie sighed. "We were caught and used as free labor. What terrible luck. You guys are hopeless." The two were stunned. "What do you mean? You came back right after carrying the water?" "Yeah, what else? Why didn't you stand there and help distribute the water? Wouldn't those girls have thanked you?" "Tu, Cao Min Cao." Fu Qingchuan's eyes widened. "Can we go back now?" "I'm afraid it's too late. The instructor's back. We're about to gather." "How annoying. Why didn't I think of that?" "Qin Ran, you definitely have to go with us next time." "If Qin Ran goes, will there be any opportunities for us?" Huang Zujie asked. "Yeah, Qin Ran, you should be our strategist instead." "A love strategist?" Huang Zujie's eyes lit up. "That could work. It's not impossible for me to be your strategist, but it wouldn't be too much to call me your godfather, right?" The two looked at each other. Fu Qingchuan gritted his teeth. Qingchuan has been single his entire life and only regrets not having met a great teacher earlier. If the teacher doesn't reject, then Qingchuan is willing to accept you as his teacher. One day a teacher, always a father. "Oh Godfather, please accept Qingchuan's bow." As he finished, Fu Qingchuan also bowed deeply. "My good son, get up quickly." Huang Zujie was stunned, and he hesitated whether or not to follow suit. He didn't even hear what Fu Qingchuan had said clearly. All he understood was one day a teacher, always a father. "Oh Godfather." Qin Ran looked at Huang Zujie. The latter cupped his hands together and said softly, "Godfather." "Good, good, good. You're all my good sons." Fu Qingchuan said through gritted teeth. "If this doesn't work out, then you have to give me those godfathers back." "Give back what?" "Godfather." "What?" "Godfather." Okay, Godfather heard you." Chapter 26, Sick but Nice. Mistaken for a boyfriend? As the godfather of the two, Qin Ran agreed to help strategize. Fu Qingchuan was pursuing Tong Xian. Huang Zujie had temporarily decided to pursue Qin Shuwen. The reason it was temporary was because Huang Zujie himself wasn't sure if he could manage Qin Shuwen. As for Wen Yonglong, he hadn't found anyone yet. But Qin Ran knew that Wen Yonglong had a childhood sweetheart. The two of them just hadn't broken through that wall yet. Qin Ran hadn't forgotten the task Gua Fuping had assigned him. He created a class group and added the latter into the group. He also changed the group owner to Gua Fuping. He had been forced into doing all this. After military training was over, he would retire and keep his name hidden. Qin Ran then had Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zujie add their respective love interests as friends. And he himself accepted a pile of friend requests from his classmates. The classmates were too enthusiastic. Some even called him class president. Qin Ran righteously told them that he wasn't, and that Liu Ruyuan was. But a lot of people still gave him the class fees directly. To be precise, more than 80% of them had transferred the class fees to him. Another 10% had forgotten about the class fees, and the remaining 10% were Wang Feifei and his group who had given the class fees to Liu Ruyuan. Slowly, more and more people started calling Qin Ran class president. The fourth day of military training. Most of the freshmen' skin had become tanned, but they also looked much more energetic. They marched in step and goose-stepped fairly well now. Instead of being unable to distinguish their left and right sides as they were in the beginning, they were even able to lead the instructor astray. Today was Qin Ran's turn to deliver the water. Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zujia hadn't come back since the first afternoon they had carried dozens of boxes. The fundamental reason was that the two of them had found their targets and had added them as friends. Naturally, they didn't need to cast such a wide net anymore. Because so many people had fainted in the past 2 days, the school also distributed mineral water. But with the hot weather, even if it was placed in the shade, it would turn warm soon after they took it back. So, the ice water that Qin Ran brought was still very popular, and the handsome Qin Ran was still warmly welcomed. Class president, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. We were about to die of thirst if you hadn't come. Thank you, class president. You look even more handsome today, class president. A group of girls swirled around Qin Ran, not so much wanting water, but more wanting to absorb all the moisture from Qin Ran's body. We're all classmates, it's nothing. I need to go now. Qin Ran was surrounded, feeling a bit stuffy, and it seemed like some people were taking advantage of him. It's bad. Wanbai has fainted. Class president, come quickly. Hurry up. The crowd that had been surrounding him immediately dispersed, making way for Qin Ran. Qin Ran also saw Lin Wanbai lying on the ground, her face incredibly pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks, and her eyes were tightly shut. Without hesitation, Qin Ran squatted down. Help me get her onto my back. I'll take her to the medical center. Tong Xian and Qiu Shuwen helped him get her onto his back. Qin Ran lifted Lin Wanbai's body up a bit and started jogging towards the medical center at a consistent speed. He was very familiar with the campus and knew which shortcuts were the fastest. When Lin Wanbai woke up, she found herself being carried by someone and entering a small path with bamboo on both sides. Her face turned even whiter. P put me down. Don't talk. Hiss, Qin Ran cried out in pain. Why did you pinch my ear? Put me down. Let go. We're almost at the medical center. Lin Wanbai was taken aback, and her confused mind immediately remembered that she had just fainted. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were having an episode again. Qin Ran was speechless. You're the one who is sick, aren't you? I'm not. I just don't feel well. Let me rub it for you. Her cold little hands rubbed Qin Ran's ear, and his earlobes received the most comfortable massage they had ever received in their life. Qin Ran felt as if he was in the scene where the black caregiver was taking his employer to a massage parlor in the movie The Untouchables. Phew. A warm breath blew into Qin Ran's ear. Qin Ran immediately stopped walking, his body involuntarily trembling. It wasn't the type of shiver caused by cold but a subtle and indescribable tremble. Don't. Oh, are you feeling better now? Yes. One of Qin Ran's ears had been pinched red, but now, both of them were red. And they were burning hot. Who could resist this? 10 minutes later, Lin Wanbai was lying on a clean, white hospital bed, her pale face having regained a little color. She didn't have to go to military training today. The school doctor had just given her a note. She had a low fever, her period had just started, and she also had mild heat stroke. The school doctor also criticized Qin Ran for being an irresponsible boyfriend. In this kind of situation, he should have made Lin Wanbai take a break long ago. Lin Wanbai waved her hands to explain that it wasn't like that, but the school doctor misunderstood it as her trying to defend Qin Ran. The school doctor gave them some instructions and then left. Qin Ran poured a cup of hot water. Then, you should rest well. I'll go now. Why wait? What is it? Can you help me buy some things? Sure. What do you need? It's that. Lin Wanbai stammered, her fair face turning even redder. The constant shaking when she was on Qin Ran's back had caused her to leak more than usual. Qin Ran paused for a moment, then quickly understood. After all, he had been there when the school doctor had been talking. Okay, I'll go buy it. Qin Ran paused, then asked, what brand? What size? 7 degrees of space. 275. Just the daytime ones. Got it. You should lie down for a bit. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Ran returned. People had urgent needs, and he knew this was urgent. It would be problematic if it leaked. Ran not only bought sanitary pads but also bought a lot of other things. He was already an adult. He hadn't bought other things because he felt awkward about buying sanitary pads. When Lin Wanbai slowly walked back from the bathroom, she saw Ran making brown sugar water. She stopped and watched him for a long while. "You're back. You should drink some water." Ran helped Lin Wanbai lean back on the head of the bed. Seeing the sweat on Ran's forehead, Lin Wanbai was very touched. Although the boy in front of her was sick, he was really a nice person. She really shouldn't have pinched Ran's ear so hard earlier. Lin Wanbai decided that when she got better, she would find an opportunity to repay Ran. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. That's what her parents taught her. Ran, thank you. It's nothing. We're classmates. It's what I should do. Ran smiled. Then you should rest well. If you need anything, just send me a message. Okay, fourth tone. Soon after Ran left, the school doctor returned. Seeing all the food and the 2 packs of sanitary pads on the table, a motherly smile appeared on her face. Your boyfriend is pretty considerate. He carried you all the way here, didn't mind being tired, and didn't get annoyed when I lectured him. He listened carefully. He's a pretty good boy. For some reason, Lin Wanbai didn't deny it this time. Chapter 27. Taking advantage of a favor? Dorm room mixer. Lin Wanbai was very weak and soon fell into a deep sleep. She didn't wake up until lunchtime. Tong Xian and the other 2 came to the medical center to visit Lin Wanbai. Wanbai, how are you doing? Are you feeling better? Yeah, much better. We were going to bring you lunch, but it seems you don't need it. Tong Xian said with a smile. Li Xiaoka echoed, yeah, our class president is very considerate of our Wanbai. He bought all the food and drinks. Faced with their teasing, Lin Wanbai was glad that she had put the sanitary pads in her pocket after waking up earlier. Otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing. I'll go to lunch with you. Aren't you going to rest for a little while longer? I slept for a bit earlier, so I feel much better. I'll rest again in the dorm later. I should be fine. Tong Xian lifted the plastic bag. Then let's go. As they reached the door, the school doctor, who was wearing a white coat, said in surprise, Isn't your boyfriend coming to pick you up? Boyfriend? X3. Tong Xian and the others said in unison, staring at Lin Wanbai with their mouths wide open. This made Lin Wanbai blush furiously. And no, he's not. Okay. The school doctor thought Lin Wanbai was shy. Go back and rest well. I won't say goodbye. After they got to the cafeteria, even though Lin Wanbai had explained, Tong Xian still didn't believe her and was playing matchmaker. Wanbai, the class president is actually pretty good. You can consider him. Yeah, Li Xiaoka also said, I think there are girls in the dorm next door who like Ran. You have to act quickly. Only Qiu Shuwen, who looked plain, didn't speak and ate in silence. Lin Wanbai explained again, It's really not what you guys think. The school doctor misunderstood. Okay, but for your sake, Ran was even forced to run 10 laps. Forced to run? Yeah, we weren't sure at first. Then Fu Qingchuan told me that Ran was punished by the instructor for being gone too long. Ah! Lin Wanbai exclaimed, feeling even more guilty. Why didn't Ran say he sent you to the medical center? If he said that, the instructor wouldn't have punished him, right? Tong Xian wondered. Ran probably didn't want word of Wanbai fainting to spread, Li Xiaoka explained. So that's how it is. Ran is really nice. Wanbai, are you really not going to consider him? I don't want to date yet. You can lack anything in college, but you can't lack romance. Tong Xian tried to stand up straighter. No one's going to say I'm a kid anymore when I'm in college. Tong Xian, you're so funny. Who said you were a kid? Tong Xian sighed. Yesterday, the lady at the counter asked me, What do you want, little kid? It made me depressed for half the day. The others laughed. As Lin Wanbai ate, a scene kept flashing through her mind. While she was resting and sleeping in the hospital bed, Ran was running around the track, sweat soaking his clothes. In another cafeteria, Ran was also receiving similar interrogations. Ran, just confess it. What's the progress between you and Lin Wanbai? What progress? Ran said helplessly. I just sent her to the medical center. Nothing happened. Then how did you become her boyfriend? Who said that? Why don't I know about it? Tong Xian said it. Is that for real? Why would I lie to you? She already sent me the evidence. It's probably a misunderstanding. Don't speculate. Do you not have even a little bit of a thought about Lin Wanbai as a classmate? Qin Ran hesitated. See. Fu Qingchuan said excitedly. I knew it. You definitely have feelings for Lin Wanbai. Your bro supports you. I don't. Don't spread rumors. You do. Fu Qingchuan placed a chicken leg from his plate into Qin Ran's bowl. Qin Ran was taken aback, surprised at the chicken leg. Why are you giving me a chicken leg? Fu Qingchuan said seriously. There's a very, very important activity in college. Its name is dorm room mixer. I'm not going. Don't. Fu Qingchuan pleaded. Godfather, just do it for me. Just mention the dorm room mixer to Lin Wanbai. Why don't you say it yourself? What if she refuses when I ask? That'd be so embarrassing. Fine. So it's okay if I'm embarrassed? When Lin Wanbai was unconscious, you sent her to the medical center. With that favor, she won't refuse. Just ask her. I won't. 3 days of breakfast. Am I someone who takes advantage of favors? 1 week of breakfast. I'm not that kind of person. You've got the wrong impression of me. Plus a week of socks. What if Lin Wanbai misunderstands? My reputation would be ruined. 2 weeks. Deal. Fu Qingchuan felt that he had been tricked. Actually, you were already planning on agreeing just now, right? For love. Are you not willing to sacrifice yourself a little? Think about it. You'll be the first one in our dorm to get a girlfriend. But Fu Qingchuan still felt that something was wrong. A dorm room mixer involved 2 dorm rooms together. He and Tong Xian might get a chance, but the others would also get opportunities. Along, don't you think the girl from their dorm who is pretty good? No. I haven't even said who it is. What's her name? I don't like anyone. And don't think about making me help you wash your socks. Zujia, aren't we brothers? Huang Zujia ate the rest of his chicken leg in 1 bite. Chen Shuwen isn't in their dorm. If I go, Shuwen might misunderstand. Do you also have to? Just eat your chicken leg. After lunch, Qin Ran returned to the dorm to shower. After showering, he lay comfortably on his bed. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Qin Ran was a little surprised. It was a message from Lin Wanbai. Qin Ran, thank you for sending me to the medical center. Thank you for buying things for me. Transfer 50.00 yuan. I'm sorry. I made you get punished with laps for winky face. Qin Ran didn't expect that Lin Wanbai would use emoticons. It was quite cute and very different from her usual unapproachable self. Of course, he wasn't someone who took advantage of favors. Yuri, welcome. If you want to express your thanks, then treat me to a meal. Our dorm's Fu Qingchuan. Before Qin Ran could finish typing, Lin Wanbai had already replied. Okay. Qin Ran's fingers paused, then he continued typing the rest. Our dorm's Fu Qingchuan wants to have a mixer with your dorm and have a meal together. He asked me to ask you about it. Then let me ask the others. Wait for a bit. Lin Wanbai turned her head. Tongxian, Xiaoka, Shuwan, Qin Ran wants to have a mixer with our dorm. He's asking if we want to go. What? A mixer? Let's go. Wanbai, he's trying to pursue you. We'll go. Lin Wanbai thought about it and said, it's Fu Qingchuan from their dorm who wants to invite our dorm for a mixer, not Qin Ran. Oh, Li Xiaoka looked at Tongxian. So it's Fu Qingchuan. Tongxian's face turned red. Why are you looking at me? Weren't you just chatting with him? I think he's interested in you. No. He said Qin Ran is interested in Wanbai. Is that for real? Yeah. Hoo. Chapter 28. The strategist enters directly? Who's dating? Nighttime. The dorm lights went out. In the darkness, for phone screens lit up, one of them accompanied by the increasingly fast sounds of typing. Li Xiaoka propped herself up. Wanbai, are you still chatting with Qin Ran? After waiting for a moment without receiving a reply, Li Xiaoka called out, Wanbai? Huh. Lin Wanbai, with a slight smile on her face, finally came back to her senses. Are you still chatting with Qin Ran? Yeah. Lin Wanbai replied as she typed. You've been chatting all night. You're still chatting? Yeah. Wanbai. Yeah. You're acting weird. Tong Xian turned to face her. I told you earlier. There's something going on with them too. No, there isn't. Lin Wanbai quickly denied. I'm just talking to him about the dorm room mixer. Didn't you finalize the dinner and karaoke plans? What else is there? Just talking about food. Lin Wanbai then realized that she had been talking to Qin Ran about the dishes they liked, the snacks they didn't like, and their favorite foods. It didn't seem to have much to do with the dorm room mixer. She had sent hundreds of messages tonight, and the two of them had sent over 1,000 messages combined. She hadn't even noticed that they had been chatting for so long, and that they had said so much. And she hadn't even realized that the lights had gone out. Normally, she would have gone to bed by this time. She hadn't even felt unwell, and her attention had been completely focused on chatting. As she thought about this, Lin Wanbai started to feel her stomach was slightly uncomfortable again. Lin Wanbai typed a message, "I'm going to sleep. Good night, da. Are you still going to military training tomorrow?" "Yeah, I took a nap this afternoon, so I feel much better, da. Did you take your cold medicine?" "No. Take the medicine before you sleep, da. Crying. Bitter medicine tastes good, da. Okay, da. Good girl. Good night, da. Good night, da." Dorm 502. Qin Ran exited the chat interface, and his phone battery was dangerously low. He and Lin Wanbai had become a communication bridge between the two dorms. But in the end, it seemed to have turned into just him and Lin Wanbai chatting. Qin Ran's lips also curled up slightly. After chatting, he realized that Lin Wanbai was completely different from his original impression. She was a little clumsy, and it seemed like her brain circuitry was very straightforward, completely inconsistent with her cold exterior. In other words, she was a little easy to trick. But he could sense that Lin Wanbai was someone whose heart was full of sunshine, and her pure heart was like a drop of spring water. No matter how gloomy the outside world was, she always remained pure. It made you want to protect that drop of spring water's clear, pure beauty. The next day, it was Friday. The dorm room mixer wasn't until tomorrow, but Fu Qingchuan was already excited. He had woken up early and started fiddling with his hair. As long as he wasn't talking and didn't reveal his perverted nature, Fu Qingchuan was actually a handsome, bespectacled guy. If he wore a mask as well, he could trick many young girls' hearts online. But his current state, with him shaking his legs and whistling as he combed his hair, would cause a girl to instantly change her view of him. However, Fu Qingchuan had changed a lot 2 years after graduating. He was more composed, and the carefree smile on his face was gone. Unless it was with close friends, he wouldn't crack any raunchy jokes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to marry a girl with high standards and a strong family background. But the current Fu Qingchuan had just become Qin Ran's student, learning how to chase girls. Qin Ran didn't say much, but every word he said was like enlightenment to Fu Qingchuan. He only regretted that he hadn't asked for Qin Ran's opinion earlier. But the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. So, it wasn't too late for Fu Qingchuan to ask Qin Ran to be his strategist. After all, college had just started, and there was still a long way to go. However, after Fu Qingchuan had just finished spraying his hair and fixing his style, he was struck down by Qin Ran. "We have military training later. Do you not have any idea how this hairstyle will look after your hat compresses it, mixed with sweat?" Then I'll just keep my hat on." Qin Ran shook his head. He was hopeless. When Yonglong cut right to the chase. "Then why did you style your hair?" "That makes sense. Should I wash it off?" "Let's go. We're going to be late. We haven't even had breakfast yet. At least you don't have to wear your hat for now." "That's true." Fu Qingchuan folded his hat and shoved it into his pocket. The four of them went to the cafeteria for breakfast together. While waiting in line, Fu Qingchuan asked, "Qin Ran, do you think I should buy Tongxian breakfast?" "What breakfast?" "Only lapdogs buy breakfast. Girls won't like you because you buy them breakfast or a cup of milk tea." Fu Qingchuan nodded. "That makes sense." Wang Feifei, who was in line behind them and planning on buying breakfast for Liu Ruyuan, was stunned when he heard this. Was that a jab at him? Should he still buy breakfast for Liu Ruyuan? Wang Feifei hesitated. But he remembered how Qin Ran used to buy breakfast for Liu Ruyuan in high school. How could he now be saying something completely opposite? Was he deliberately saying this to him so he wouldn't buy Liu Ruyuan breakfast? Wang Feifei thought that was possible, but unlikely. He already knew that Qin Ran had blacklisted Liu Ruyuan and wasn't kidding. It had been so many days now. It wasn't like Qin Ran was playing hard to get, and there was no need for him to insinuate that he shouldn't buy breakfast for Liu Ruyuan. Wang Feifei was hearing the term lapdog for the first time, but he immediately understood it. The literal meaning was easy to understand. He realized that he seemed to be the lapdog that Qin Ran was talking about. He was a slobbery lapdog following Liu Ruyuan around. Qin Ran's words made him think deeply. Liu Ruyuan would definitely not agree to be his girlfriend just because he bought her breakfast or milk tea. Otherwise, Qin Ran would have succeeded long ago. Then what could move Liu Ruyuan's heart? Liu Ping from their class had already added Liu Ruyuan as a friend. In the class next door, there was also a handsome, cool guy who had made eye contact with Liu Ruyuan. Wang Feifei felt that danger was near. If he didn't do anything, his yin-yin might be snatched away. Although he had successfully occupied a place beside Liu Ruyuan as her best friend, this identity had also limited him. It prevented him from caring for Liu Ruyuan as a boyfriend. Some of his actions and words had actually been expressed as a boyfriend. But now he realized that no matter what he did, Liu Ruyuan would interpret his actions as a best friend. This made him very depressed. Now, with a bunch of people eyeing her, Wang Feifei was starting to miss Qin Ran being by Liu Ruyuan's side. At least with Qin Ran's handsome appearance, privileged family background, and good manners, he could block some self-aware guys from approaching her. But now, Qin Ran wasn't hovering around Liu Ruyuan. He was even avoiding her, and the situation was immediately different. No one paid attention to him. They all thought he was no threat, and didn't even see him as a guy. After thinking it over, Wang Feifei was even more determined that he had to do something. No matter what, he had to block the outsiders first. Chapter 29. Military Training Individual Performances, Priority for Choosing a Partner. Wang Feifei was self-aware. He understood the gap between himself and Qin Ran. All these years, Liu Ruyuan was still interested in Qin Ran. Simply because Qin Ran was always the most outstanding guy. In all aspects, that was the case. Wang Feifei's thoughts were racing. He got his food and followed them, sitting at the table next to Qin Ran's. Qin Ran raised an eyebrow. Are you ignoring my words? The three in the dorm instantly shot a look at Wang Feifei, with their faces becoming unfriendly. They also disliked Wang Feifei, that sissy poser. And they had all seen Wang Feifei's passive-aggressive behavior, and they detested it. Wang Feifei first looked at Qin Ran, then glanced at the burly Wen Yonglong. 2 days ago, he had seen with his own eyes when Yonglong slam a blonde dude's head into the meal tray. It was terrifying. But compared to that, he was even more afraid of Qin Ran, because the latter had actually punched him, and the bruises on his body still hadn't gone away yet. If Qin Ran hadn't really kept his promise and given Liu Ruyuan to him, he would have definitely made Qin Ran receive a demerit and be punished. Wang Feifei also thought of Qin Ran kicking the meal tray, so he changed seats to the diagonal opposite side. If Qin Ran went berserk, he would have time to escape with his meal tray. Qin Ran. Spit it out. Spit what out? Wang Feifei ignored the question and said, Yin Yin has been crying often at night these past 2 days. Qin Ran ate his food without paying attention. He had already made it very clear. From the first day of school, Wang Feifei and Liu Ruyuan had no relationship with him. Qin Ran suspected that Wang Feifei had forgotten about the pain. This was the second time he had specifically come to him to mention Liu Ruyuan. The last time had been a test. Then what was this time? Did he really think that he was just casually talking? Qin Ran scanned Wang Feifei. It looked like it was time to punch him again in a few days. The last time he had punched him too lightly. He hadn't learned his lesson. Wang Feifei shivered, his legs instinctively standing on tiptoe, ready to run away at any time. He could see the impatience and disgust in Qin Ran's eyes, as well as his undisguised intention to punch him. Wang Feifei carefully chose his words to avoid getting beaten. Qin Ran, Yin Yin told people that you two were high school classmates and were quite close. But now, a lot of people in the class are calling you class president, not her. There are rumors that you and Yin Yin aren't getting along. Why don't you step up to explain it? It would be good for both you and Yin Yin. Qin Ran put down his spoon and smiled slightly. I'll count to 3, 3, 1. Clang. Wang Feifei put down his metal spoon, picked up his tray, and ran. He took a big detour to give his tray to the dining lady and ran out of the door farthest from Qin Ran. Ha 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 ha. Fu Qingchuan laughed heartily. This poser is killing me. Qin Ran, he's so afraid of you. What did you do to him? Nothing. I just punched him. The three were stunned. You really punched him? Yeah. Awesome. Fu Qingchuan gave him a thumbs up. Huang Zujia echoed. If there's anything good like that next time, call me. You guys shouldn't just punch people. You have to be reasonable, Wen Yonglong advised. But his bulging muscles were unconvincing. With no annoying flies bothering them, the four of them finished breakfast and headed to the training grounds. It was Friday, and the fact that they had a day off tomorrow made today's military training less painful. But facts proved that it didn't matter how happy you were when you were standing at attention. You'd still be tired. Besides standing at attention, they were good at marching in step and goose-stepping. Emergency assembly was a little worse, but it wouldn't be used in the final show. And then there was singing military songs. This was probably the most interesting part. During the afternoon break, each squad sat in their designated place. They watched the instructors demonstrate military boxing, sang military songs, and had individual talent performances. The instructor's military boxing demonstration caused a round of applause. The subsequent military song challenges were even more of a riot. 1 2 3 4 5. We've been waiting so long. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. We're so anxious. If we tell you to sing, you must sing. No need to be coy. What do you look like? You look like a girl. Red flag waves, green flag waves. If a boy doesn't sing, he's a loser. The military songs had obviously been practiced, and how well they sounded was secondary. The most important thing was to be loud. You had to be louder than the other side. I'm a soldier. Unity is strength. Green flowers in the military. Familiar songs echoed across the training grounds. After the military song challenges, it was time for the individual talent performances. This was the best time to gain the priority to choose a partner. It was also the performance that freshmen liked to watch the most. The first boy to volunteer to go on stage performed popping, which earned a lot of applause, but unfortunately, he wasn't handsome enough. The second performance was by a duo doing Latin dancing. Putting everything else aside, just their energetic aura and movements caused a thunderous applause. Gradually, more popular freshmen were pushed to the middle of the open space. Liu Ruyuan had said in the class meeting that she liked to sing and dance, so naturally, her name was also called. And Liu Ruyuan had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She didn't hesitate, handed her hat to Li Huihui beside her, and with her long hair flowing down, stepped into the middle of everyone's sight. With her beautiful face and graceful figure, whistles and cheers immediately sounded from the surroundings. Instead of singing, Liu Ruyuan prepared a dance. She had been practicing every night these past few days. It was a very old song. Girls' Generation's G. It was a song that many guys loved. It would be soulless without the music video. When the music started, the scene instantly boiled over. Although the song was old, it still had a big impact. As soon as you heard it, the feeling would come. G G G G baby baby baby. G G G G B B B B B B. As Liu Ruyuan started singing and dancing, rhythmic clapping and humming started from all around her. Liu Ping and Wang Feifei were shouting excitedly, their palms red from clapping. Ji Buqing's gaze at Liu Ruyuan grew brighter. A look of covetousness flashed through his eyes. He had set his first target. That was Liu Ruyuan. When it came to beauty, Liu Ruyuan was in the top 3 of the beautiful women he had ever seen. Her figure was also very good, and she looked innocent, yet she had a natural charm that made people's hearts move. Ji Buqing had already found out about Li Luo's background. The deputy director's daughter was also one of his targets. He was excited that there were so many praise at the beginning of the school year. He knew how to win a girl's heart, and also knew how to play with 2 girls at once. When Liu Ruyuan finished her hot dance, the guys all roared. Many people had secretly filmed videos. There was bound to be a video of Liu Ruyuan's dance on the campus forum tonight. Liu Ruyuan would definitely become a trending topic among this year's freshmen. When Liu Ruyuan came down, Ji Buqing immediately got up and walked out, even making eye contact with Liu Ruyuan. He smiled confidently, wanting to make eye contact with Liu Ruyuan. But he realized that Liu Ruyuan's gaze seemed to have passed right through him. After Ji Buqing stopped, he first glanced in the direction where Liu Ruyuan's gaze had been, and his expression darkened. Sitting there was the person who had been against him and had made him embarrassed several times. Ji Buqing took a deep breath. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be better than Qin Ran, who was sitting in the stands, after he sang his signature song. Chapter 30. A half-baked level, always worried about accidents. When Ji Buqing made eye contact with Liu Ruyuan at the cafeteria, he had already set his sights on the ladder. If he hadn't had a conflict with Qin Ran and lost face, he would have added Liu Ruyuan as a friend already. The fact that Liu Ruyuan knew Qin Ran wasn't good news for him. Even though he was self-proclaimed to be a school heartthrob, he had to admit that Qin Ran's looks weren't inferior to his. But in the cafeteria conflict incident, Liu Ruyuan's performance had made him very satisfied. Because Liu Ruyuan had stood by his side. And Qin Ran had lost his composure in front of Liu Ruyuan. He was very confident that he would be able to get Liu Ruyuan. Just now, Liu Ruyuan's hot dance had given him an urge, and the reactions from the guys present had solidified his decision to get Liu Ruyuan. Having a beautiful, well-built, and dancing campus belle as a girlfriend was something to be proud of. And he discovered that Liu Ruyuan, who was pure with a natural hint of seductiveness, was a virgin. She was truly a top-tier girl. So, as soon as Liu Ruyuan finished, he couldn't wait to go on stage. It was both to have eye contact with Liu Ruyuan and also to declare his ownership. Ji Buqing was also a karaoke king. He had gone to KTV to sing many times in high school. He had even played some multi-person singing sports in the KTV rooms. Now, as long as he showed off his singing voice and displayed his charm, it wouldn't be a problem to win over a group of girls, including Liu Ruyuan. Liu Ruyuan was his target, but she wasn't his only target. He had already searched around. The overall quality of this year's freshmen was good. There were several who were very pretty. Even wearing the ordinary military training uniform, they were still eye-catching. In the squad where Liu Ruyuan was in, there was a girl who was even a bit better. Ji Buoqing held the microphone and turned his back to the boys' squad. He smiled slightly toward the girls' squad, in the direction of Liu Ruyuan and another exceptionally beautiful girl. He wasn't in a hurry to show off. Instead, he asked loudly, "Did everyone enjoy the performance just now?" "Yeah." A group of people shouted from below the stage. "I enjoyed it too." Ji Buoqing implied something else with his words. Immediately, a wave of whistles and cheers erupted. "The performance just now was amazing. I was pushed up, so the pressure is a little high. Next, I'll sing Reverse the Earth for everyone. I hope you like it." The upbeat intro started playing. Ji Buoqing waved his hand, asking the audience for more applause and cheers. The atmosphere instantly became heated. Ji Buoqing even did a Thomas Flare, and the cheers grew louder. With his aim achieved, Ji Buoqing started to sing. He couldn't actually do hip-hop dancing. He only knew a few hip-hop moves that looked cool. A single move can be used forever. Relying on those cool moves and a face comparable to a gigolo's, Ji Buoqing had frequently danced closely with girls in nightclubs. With hundreds and thousands of people cheering for him, Ji Buoqing's lips reached the sky. After giving a seductive smile, Ji Buoqing began to sing Reverse the Earth, a very difficult song. "Bow wow wow, let me see your hands. Against the force of gravity, let's reverse the earth together. Bow wow wow, this isn't the time to waste words. The fittest survive. Otherwise, you can just leave this beat." It had to be said that Ji Buoqing had a good singing voice, and with some practice, it sounded pretty good. But after all, he wasn't a professional rap and dance singer, and he didn't have the talent. The rap part in the middle was a bit rushed, with him not getting his breaths in time, and he didn't hit all the notes. But it was good enough to trick people. The atmosphere was at its peak for a moment. Liu Ruyuan's attention was also focused on the dazzling Ji Buoqing. "Bow wow wow, let me see your heads nod. Following my music, you're sure to dance right. Bow wow wow, this isn't the time to dodge. A head-on attack. Watch me reverse the earth." Suddenly, the background music stopped. Wah 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 wah. A strange, wah wah sound echoed across the large training grounds. The cheering from below the stage seemed to have been wiped away in an instant. What followed was the sound of abrupt laughter. Without the loud background music, Ji Buoqing's true ability was exposed. Embarrassed, Ji Buoqing didn't continue singing. He himself had heard the echoing wah-wah sounds. Cough, cough. The music. Where is the music? Ji Buoqing coughed a couple of times, his tone carrying an undisguised anger. He was showing off his singing voice. What was happening? Ji Buoqing wanted to go again, but the cheers from below the stage had turned into hisses. Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zujia were hissing the loudest. "Get off stage! Get off stage!" Fu Qingchuan lowered his body and hid in the crowd as he shouted for Ji Buoqing to get off stage. Some of the boys also started shouting. Ji Buoqing's lips twitched, and he stepped off stage with a dark face. Even if he went again, he might not be able to sing well, and since he had already lost face, there was no need to try to forcefully salvage his reputation. But Ji Buoqing had already decided that starting tomorrow, he was definitely going to practice secretly and diligently, and when it was time for the welcoming party, he would get on stage again and shock everyone. When Ji Buoqing returned, he saw Fu Qingchuan, who had been the loudest, and his eyes flared with anger. Fu Qingchuan pretended that nothing had happened, cupping his hands around his mouth as he shouted, "Qin Ran! Qin Ran!" In just a few seconds, the girls' squad also started shouting Qin Ran's name. Qin Ran was the first person who could make so many girls shout his name. Everyone was curious as to who exactly Qin Ran was. So, more and more people joined in shouting Qin Ran. Qin Ran, who was being stared at by Fu Qingchuan, was pushed up by several guys around him. Clap, 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 clap. Woo. The class president is so handsome. Qin Ran, Qin Ran. Love you, class president. Qin Ran, eh? Before Qin Ran even stepped on stage, applause and cheers like a tidal wave sounded. Ji Buoqing's face was incredibly ugly. He hadn't received this kind of treatment earlier. Everyone's gaze was focused on Qin Ran. Liu Ruyuan clapped along with everyone, and her eyes became even brighter. Wang Feifei, who was alone in the distance, was filled with envy and jealousy. He already knew what the result would be. Others might not know, but he knew how high Qin Ran's musical talent was. He wasn't on the same half-baked level as Jibweching. That's why he never liked going to karaoke with Qin Ran and Liu Ruyuan. Whenever Qin Ran started singing, there would be nothing left for him. It was the same at class reunions. Everyone would be attracted to Qin Ran's singing voice. If he had to say what Liu Ruyuan liked about Qin Ran, it wouldn't be his handsome face like a reader's beloved character, but his voice that had been kissed by angels. Most people begged the heavens for a chance to earn a living, but a very small number of people had the heavens chasing after them and feeding them. Qin Ran was, without a doubt, the latter. Chapter 31. A musical prodigy, blessed by the heavens. Qin Ran didn't orchestrate the atmosphere like Jibweching had. Yet, simply by standing in the center, he caused a wave of screams. His otherworldly aura, his star-like eyes, his erect posture, and that flawless, handsome face. Before he even began performing, he'd already amassed a legion of female fans. Holding the microphone, Qin Ran gestured with his left hand for quiet, and the crowd gradually fell silent. I'd like to dedicate a song, in the name of the Father, to everyone. The crowd, which had just become quiet, immediately erupted into noise again. In the Name of the Father was a song that had earned Jay Cho the title of Unbeatable Composer. On its release date, it had garnered 800 million listens, an impact unprecedented and unmatched. July 16th was even recognized as Jay Cho Day. The song was easy to remember, especially with its distinctive intro that was absolutely captivating. However, it wasn't often you heard people humming it. The reason was simple. It was difficult to sing well, to capture that heart-stirring emotion. When Jibweching heard Qin Ran announce he was going to sing In the Name of the Father, he couldn't help but laugh. He'd certainly heard the song and even tried to sing it himself. It had been a massive hit back then, but he couldn't sing it well. Most of his friends, even the ones who were good at singing, would generally avoid this song at karaoke. They were afraid that trying to show off, like him, would only result in an even more embarrassing performance. Jibweching smirked. Qin Ran was digging his own grave. But his smile soon froze on his face. Ave Maria Grazia ricevuta per la mia famiglia, con risentito con un amorevole divino amen. A deep, captivating voice began. As Qin Ran recited in Italian, his head bowed. Then came the haunting, drawn-out overture. Jibweching's scalp began to tingle. Qin Ran actually seemed to know what he was doing. The cool morning dew wets the black suit. There's fog on the cobblestone road, my father whispers. The helpless realization can only be more cruel. Everything, for the road to the sanctuary. Thousands of freshmen were stunned. Qin Ran easily drew his audience into the song. Classical piano, opera, rap. Jibweching was already sweating profusely. If someone didn't have sufficient imagination and talent for music, they wouldn't be able to sing this song well. And without a deep understanding of it, they couldn't express the meaning it held. Jibweching swallowed hard. In that moment, he conceded defeat. A complete and utter defeat. Even if he practiced for another 10 years, he wouldn't be half as good as Qin Ran was right now. Father, holding my hands, gently walking through the quiet cobblestone road of the early morning. Aya check it aya. The song ended. It was a long song, but longer still was the silence that followed its completion. Finally, the applause exploded, echoing across the entire sports field and reaching every corner of the university campus. Earlier, everyone knew that Liu Ruyuan would become popular on the campus forum and in the freshman groups. Jibweching's rap in the first half wasn't bad either, but both of them paled in comparison to Qin Ran at this moment. It was like comparing mud to clouds. Few of those present were professionals, but they'd all grown up listening to music and knew what was good. Qin Ran's vocals and singing ability were, without a doubt, the best they had ever heard in real life. Bar none. High school campus singing champions, like Jibweching, were undoubtedly his juniors. With just one song, Qin Ran gained countless fans. The girls' screams were deafening. Some who were confident in their own singing ability were silent. Jibweching's silence was equally deafening. Again. One more song. One more song. Thousands of people shouted for one more song. The scene was magnificent. Ran had become famous with a single song today, but he didn't continue. He loved music, but he didn't plan to pursue it as a lifelong career. This had caused several of his music teachers to feel immense regret. Ran returned the microphone to the instructor and stepped off the stage. The crowd was disappointed. They wanted to hear more. Not just one more time. They could listen 10 more times and still not get tired of it. If Ran were to hold a live concert, that would be even better. Unfortunately, Ran didn't continue, and they wouldn't get another chance to indulge their ears. Luckily, many people had filmed videos, so they could enjoy them at their leisure. They could appreciate Ran's song, and also appreciate his handsome looks. No one else went on stage for a while. After Ran's sensational performance, anyone who went next would face an immense amount of pressure. Thus, the individual performances ended there. Ran had raised the bar to a level unreachable by ordinary people. But, indirectly, he had also brought an end to the day's individual performances. The formations returned to their positions and began to march off the field, preparing to disband. Back in his squad, Ran was met with the highest level of attention. Fu Qingchuan, who had originally called for Ran to go on stage, was utterly dumbfounded. Ran, you're amazing. Tell me, are you a music major? With that kind of singing talent, you didn't go on stage earlier? If it were me, I'd be the first one up there. Ran glanced at the excited Fu Qingchuan. I haven't even settled the score with you for yelling for me to go up there. Whoa, dude. Fu Qingchuan said, shamelessly. You should be thanking me instead. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have even dared to go up there. Trust me, after today, you'll be famous in our college. No, in the entire university. First dibs on choosing a partner, you understand? You've already obtained Supreme VIP first dibs. Now, the girls who want to chase you probably are already lining up at the school gates. Ran shook his head. Whatever, I'm too lazy to deal with you. Anyone else would have been ecstatic beyond belief. But Ran, having lived 2 lives, wasn't so concerned with these things. It would be disingenuous to say he didn't have any vanity at all. But Ran didn't think he was on top of the world simply because of the sensation he'd caused. If he wanted, he could have gone to Berkeley a long time ago. For him, music was more like a friend than a goal he was chasing. The things he'd wanted in his previous life were actually quite simple, and the life he'd strived for wasn't complicated either. But he had failed. Fortunately, he'd awakened and was granted a second chance at life. Ran. Liu Ruyuan stood elegantly in front of Ran. But when Ran faced his former pursuit, his heart didn't even skip a beat. Liu Ruyuan, who had just created quite a stir, was very eye-catching. However, what was even more attention-grabbing was Liu Ruyuan standing with Ran. Both of them had top-tier looks. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. One sang like a professional singer, the other had enchanting looks and dancing skills. They looked like a golden couple standing together. They were truly the envy of everyone. There had been similar scenes many times before. When Ran and Liu Ruyuan stood together, they became the focus of everyone's attention. But things were different now. Ran didn't linger because of Liu Ruyuan. Instead, he simply walked past her, as if he didn't even see her. Chapter 32. A great show. The green tea honey act is explosive. The love for someone actually has an expiration date. Not to mention the few months of the honeymoon phase. Even the 7-year itch was considered short. Ran's love had a much longer expiration date than most, so long that others wouldn't understand it. In his previous life, he had hidden his sharp edges for Liu Ruyuan, sacrificed his dignity, but hadn't been cherished. In this life, even if love never came, he wouldn't turn back to look at Liu Ruyuan again. Ran no longer wanted to love someone who would exhaust him. Even if they couldn't motivate him, at least they could accompany him. Liu Ruyuan, who had a smile on her face, froze in place. Ran had casually walked past her, as if she didn't exist. At such close range, after she had called out to him, how could he not have heard or seen her? Liu Ruyuan couldn't believe that this was the boy whom she had discarded miles away, yet he was still willing to travel thousands of miles just to see her. Where had the boy who loved her to the extreme, willing to give everything, suddenly gone? Tears welled in Liu Ruyuan's eyes as she ran in front of Ran, blocking his path. Ran, why aren't you paying attention to me? This scene immediately attracted the curiosity of the onlookers. Big news. It turned out that the most outstanding girl in the individual performances was actually the goddess's pursuer. And with her red eyes and the way she looked like she was about to cry at any moment, she looked exactly like someone who had been dumped. Some of the guys were jealous. If such a beautiful girl was his girlfriend, he'd slap himself twice even during arguments. But, unfortunately, the girl wouldn't even look at him. So he was destined to remain an envious, jealous passerby. Fu Qingchuan nudged Qin Ran's arm. "We're going now. Get me some food. I'll be there soon." Before they'd even begun talking, Qin Ran had set the tone for their conversation, concise and brief. "Let's go over there. Don't stand in the middle of the road," he said, taking the lead and leaving. Liu Ruyuan took a deep breath and followed Qin Ran, not saying a word. Ji Buoqing, standing not far away, watched with a dark expression. He felt like he was about to be cheated on. He had thought Liu Ruyuan was interested in him, but now it seemed like he'd been mistaken. But he didn't plan on giving up. He never missed the prey he had selected, except for the time he'd kicked an iron plate. Ji Buoqing told his roommates to go back first, then followed behind. He wanted to see if there was any opportunity. The atmosphere between the two was clearly off. Maybe he had a chance to step in. That way, he could both teach Qin Ran a lesson and also win over Liu Ruyuan's heart. A win-win situation. Ji Buoqing's plan was good, but unfortunately, besides Ji Buoqing, another male, who wasn't wearing a military training uniform, was also following. The male was naturally Wang Feifei, who was desperately afraid that Liu Ruyuan would be snatched away. If someone were looking down from a building, they would see a strange sight. At the very front, there was a man and a woman, the woman closely following the man. Behind them was a man who was pretending to be passing by, his eyes fixed on the two in front. And, finally, there was another shifty-looking, effeminate male, staring at the three of them. If you loved romance and drama, you would definitely create a wonderful show out of this. Qin Ran stopped in a corner some distance away from the crossroads. He raised an eyebrow when he saw the two figures lurking not far behind. They were truly like lingering ghosts. But he understood they were both there for Liu Ruyuan. So, all he had to do was resolve things with Liu Ruyuan before him. What is it? Apologize. Apologize. What should I be apologizing for? Liu Ruyuan began listing them as if they were family heirlooms. You didn't help me with my luggage, you ignored me. You didn't help me in class, which made the class director scold me. You didn't buy me breakfast, you bought it for another girl. You also blocked me and deleted me as a friend. And you were mean to me in the cafeteria. You kicked plates and lost your temper. Do you know what you did wrong? Qin Ran laughed angrily. If you hadn't said it, I really wouldn't have known that I made so many mistakes. Now, if you apologize to me and correct your mistakes, I can still forgive you. Otherwise, I will never pay attention to you again. Liu Ruyuan said, folding her arms, as she returned to her previous arrogant demeanor. So you mean if I don't apologize, you won't forgive me, and will never pay attention to me again? That's right. Liu Ruyuan raised her chin, like a proud little princess. Okay. Qin Ran answered with a single word, and turned to leave. This stumped Liu Ruyuan. Before, if she was even slightly unhappy, Qin Ran would instantly make her happy. If she threw a tantrum, regardless of whether she was right or wrong, Qin Ran would always apologize. He wouldn't have ignored her for so many days. And today, she had even taken the initiative to give Qin Ran a way out. As long as Qin Ran apologized, she could forgive him for the many mistakes he'd made. But not only did Qin Ran not apologize, he also just walked away. Liu Ruyuan was stunned for a moment, then finally came back to her senses and called out, "Where are you going?" "To eat." Liu Ruyuan finally understood Qin Ran's intentions. He wasn't going to apologize. He'd rather eat with his roommates than spend any more time with her. But she had already said that if he didn't apologize, she wouldn't forgive him. Liu Ruyuan watched Qin Ran's figure walk further and further away, until it disappeared into the crowd. Wah! Liu Ruyuan's proud head finally lowered, and she crouched down, crying. The boy whose eyes were full of her had turned around and left, without even looking back at her. Ji Buoqing, who had been hiding behind a tree, saw this and knew that his chance had come. This was the perfect opportunity for him to take advantage. Just as Ji Buoqing was about to step forward, Wang Feifei suddenly blocked his path. He shifted to the right, attempting to go around, but the latter mirrored his movement. Ji Buoqing's face darkened. What are you doing? What are you doing? What I do has nothing to do with you, move aside. If you want to go see Yin Yin, then it's my business. Ji Buqing looked Wang Feifei up and down, and finally remembered. Wang Feifei was the guy who was eating at the same table with Liu Ruyuan at the cafeteria earlier. Ji Buqing laughed. What are you laughing at? You like her, don't you? Before Wang Feifei could answer, Ji Buqing scoffed. You should look at yourself in the mirror. You're nothing, all effeminate. Wang Feifei hated it when people said he was effeminate. Who's effeminate? You're the one who's effeminate. Your whole family's effeminate. You're asking for a beating, aren't you? Wang Feifei's neck shrank back, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Do you, an effeminate sissy, dare to touch a single hair on my head? What if I touch you? Ji Buqing pushed Wang Feifei, but the latter went flying backwards several meters, like a kicked ball, letting out a miserable scream. Ah! Wang Feifei's scream was so miserable, it sounded as if he'd been tortured. People within 100 meters immediately looked over. Even the severely paralyzed people in the dorms upstairs flipped themselves out of bed and onto the balcony to watch the show. Liu Ruyuan, who was still wallowing in sorrow and anger, also raised her head. When she saw Wang Feifei on the ground crying out in pain, she immediately got up and ran over. Feifei, what's wrong? Are you okay? Ji Buqing stared dumbfounded at the agonizing Wang Feifei. He had only pushed him. He hadn't even moved his fist, so how was it possible that he'd sent him flying so far? He wasn't a scion, let alone One Punch Man. The strange looks that were thrown his way felt like needles, and Ji Buqing's face sank. Damn it, he'd been set up by this fake pain-acting eunuch. Chapter 33. A false gentleman and a true villain. A lose-lose situation. Feifei, are you okay? Yin, I'm in so much pain. Ah, what happened? Should we send you to the hospital? Wang Feifei pointed to Ji Buqing. I just wanted to find you, but he suddenly hit me. Do you know him? Liu Ruyuan looked at Ji Buqing, slightly frowning. Why did you hit him? I didn't hit him. Ji Buqing's mouth twitched. Never mind, Yin, I'm okay. No, we can't just let this go. Liu Ruyuan stood up. Why did you want to hit Qin Ran? Ji Buqing and Wang Feifei were both stunned. Why was Qin Ran suddenly brought up? Liu Ruyuan's beautiful eyes widened. I'm asking you. You did it on purpose at the cafeteria, didn't you? No, it was just a misunderstanding. Ji Buqing tried his best to explain with a gentle tone. That friend of yours, Qin Ran, right? I don't even know him. Why would I go against him? Liu Ruyuan shook her head. No, that's not right. That yellow-haired guy was littering with cigarette butts outside. You know him? So he's falsely accusing me first. Chen Hui didn't do it on purpose. It was a misunderstanding, and Qin Ran was deliberately making trouble. Qin Ran isn't like that, Feifei, right? Wang Feifei didn't expect he would have to speak up for Qin Ran. But when there was a common enemy, it was necessary to unite first. He had to drive the enemy away first. That's right. Qin Ran has a gentle personality. He wouldn't hit anyone. Wang Feifei suddenly couldn't continue talking. A few days ago, he had been badly beaten up by Qin Ran. The latter was like a different person, and deliberately stirring up trouble was not out of the question. However, the former Qin Ran was indeed well-mannered and wouldn't get angry with anyone, which was why he was so popular with women. Wang Feifei added, Yin, let's go. He might hit someone again later. Ji Buqing's forehead was throbbing with veins. He really wanted to punch someone now. Liu Ruyuan stood in front of Wang Feifei. What do you think you're doing? Do you want to hit someone again? This is the school. I didn't. Wang Feifei hid behind Liu Ruyuan. Yin, let's just let it go. He's really scary. Look at his eyes. It feels like he wants to eat people. Let's go. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Ji Buqing clenched his fists and took deep breaths, telling himself to be patient. If he made a move now in front of everyone, he'd have no way to explain himself. But, damn it, he really couldn't take it anymore. Ji Buqing made a feint, then skirted past Liu Ruyuan, kicking Wang Feifei in the waist. Damn it, you effeminate sissy. I can't take you anymore. You're saying I'm hitting you? I'll just hit you then. Bastard. And you're acting all innocent. How disgusting. Ji Buqing's fists, the size of sandbags, landed like raindrops on Wang Feifei. Wang Feifei howled in pain. The price he was paying was a bit too high. Liu Ruyuan was terrified and shrieked in alarm. Ah! Stop! Don't hit him. Two passing instructors, hearing the screams, rushed over. One of them was Shi Pinglin. Seeing the scene, He immediately stepped forward and pulled Ji Buqing away. Stop it. Let go. Ji Buqing wanted to fight back, but Shi Pinglin used a grappling hold that pinned him to the ground and prevented him from moving. Ji Buqing, who had lost all his grace, glared at Wang Feifei. You just wait, you effeminate sissy. Wang Feifei, trembling with fear, crawled backward. This time, it wasn't an act. He was truly scared. He felt like he had a huge lump on the back of his head, and his back felt like it was falling apart. Feifei, are you okay? Blood. Liu Ruyuan took a step back. Feifei, you're bleeding a lot. Shi Pinglin said in a deep voice. We need to send him to the infirmary first. Then he applied more force, causing Ji Buqing to be in immense pain. In less than half a day, the video of Ji Buqing beating up Wang Feifei spread throughout the campus. A post appeared on the campus forum with a detailed account of the incident, along with high-resolution photos of Wang Feifei, bruised all over, with blood on his face. But it wasn't long before the post was deleted. However, many partially blurred pictures still circulated. Many of the girls didn't even dare to look. Qin Ran, however, was watching with great interest. He hadn't expected such a great drama to unfold after he'd left. It was a pity he wasn't there, otherwise, he would have definitely stepped forward to help, kick. Out of curiosity, Qin Ran could guess what had happened without having to think about it, and who had posted the pictures. There was only one possibility, a 100% chance that it was Wang Feifei. Others might not understand, but he knew the other side of Wang Feifei's personality. Ji Buqing was a false gentleman. Wang Feifei was a true villain. When the two clashed, they would both be losers. However, Ji Buqing would be in much more trouble. He would surely receive a major demerit. Whether he would be expelled depended on how the school dealt with it. It was inevitable that his parents would be called, and Ji Buqing would undergo an evaluation. But since Qin Ran had already started to move against the Ji family, Ji Shiming was probably swamped with work and wouldn't have the time to clean up after Ji Buqing. The files he had asked people to gather would come in handy. Ji Buqing wasn't just a violent offender. He was also a complete scumbag. Qin Ran planned to secretly give things a little push. It was a ticking time bomb to allow Ji Buqing to stay at school. It would be better to use this opportunity to send Ji Buqing packing. Chan Hui had been expelled, and Wu Jiang had been suspended and was being investigated. Qin Ran knew that Li Luo was the one who did all this. So, he got in touch with Li Luo to inform her. Senior, Ji Buqing's files can be exposed now. Be careful, yourself? Qin Ran was taken aback when he saw Li Luo's reply. Question mark. Wang Feifei's injuries. Qin Ran instantly understood. Many of the injuries on Wang Feifei's back were from him. The video of him beating up Wang Feifei was still in Li Luo's possession. A professional could tell the difference between new injuries and old injuries. Li Luo sent another message. Junior, you don't want anyone to find out about this, do you? Qin Ran's eyes twitched. Not that phrase again. If he was exposed for beating someone up now, he'd definitely be in trouble. He hadn't had much contact with Li Luo, but from what little he did know about her personality, he had gleaned a little understanding. Breakfast? Good boy. Tomorrow is Saturday. Monday. Okay. Qin Ran helplessly put away his phone. Things should settle down after this little episode. Otherwise, he'd always feel uneasy about being manipulated by Li Luo. But there was something more important happening tomorrow. Fu Qingchuan had been bothering him for a long time. Qin Ran, can you dress more casually for the dorm social tomorrow? Also, is there even a point for you to go to KTV? Otherwise, what will there be left for us to do? Qin Ran's eyes lit up. Then you guys can go. I'm not going. Don't, my godfather, I was wrong. Fu Qingchuan said anxiously. If you don't go, half the fun of tomorrow will be gone? Besides you, who else can hold down Lin Wanbai's ice queen demeanor? Qin Ran shook his head. Lin Wanbai isn't as cold as you guys think. She's actually very easy to get along with. Huh. There's something going on. There's definitely something going on. Chapter 34. 1,000 flowers bloom, each unique. Fu Qingchuan leaned closer. Qin Ran, were you chatting with Lin Wanbai? Yeah. Didn't you tell me to talk to her about the dorm social? Is she really that easy to get along with? Huang Zujie scoffed. You actually believe him? No girl can refuse him. Even if they don't like him, they wouldn't dislike him. I was so naive. I actually believed him. Never mind if you don't believe me. I'm going to sleep. Wait. Help me check this outfit out. How does it look? Very handsome. You didn't even look. I know even without looking. I wish I were as good with words as you are. Even your perfunctory comments sound pleasant. The next day, girls' dorm building, room 309. Looking at herself in the mirror, Tong Xian cried out, "How am I supposed to meet people? I look like I've aged down by 10 years. Li Xiaoka tried to comfort her. At least you're better than me. I look like I'm only 10 years away from death. Xiao Shuwen sighed quietly. I look like I've been dead for 10 years. Shuwen, you're actually quite funny. That's what I'm really thinking. I wish my skin was as smooth as a peeled egg. Li Xiaoka said seriously, it is now. Really? Yeah, like a peeled tea egg. Xiao Shuwen looked dejected. I knew it. Oh, come on. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I'm the same. Tong Xian looked at Lin Wanbai, who was sitting still and looked like a beautiful painting. I wish I were as tall as Wanbai. Li Xiaoka covered her hairline. I wish I had Wanbai's hair. I wish I were as fair as Wanbai, Xiao Shuwen said enviously. Lin Wanbai shook her head gently. 1,000 flowers bloom, each unique. Don't magnify your flaws and ignore your beauty. Wanbai, you're really... I'm gonna cry. If I were a guy, I would definitely pursue you too. Add one. Before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Ran was dragged out by Fu Qingchuan. Qin Ran, I checked online at noon. University socials are usually between different classes, different majors, and even different departments or schools. That's because you don't eat your own. Otherwise, if you get together in the first semester of freshman year, you break up in the second semester, how will you spend the next 3 years? Huang Zujie said cleverly, you can change your major in the second year. Fu Qingchuan puffed out his chest. Then I'll have a relationship that won't break up. They're coming down, Wen Yonglong reminded. They're here? Fu Qingchuan said nervously, smoothing his hair. Help me check. Is my hair messy? It's not messy. Qin Ran was pushed forward by Fu Qingchuan. Without being shy, he greeted the girls. Then they walked towards the school gate together. They weren't very familiar yet, so the 4 girls walked ahead, and Qin Ran and the others followed behind. Halfway there, Li Xiaoka turned around and asked, how are we getting there? Qingchuan and I called a taxi. You take one, we'll take one. You've got everything planned, class monitor. I'm not the class monitor. Everyone in the class thinks you're suitable to be class monitor, right? Wanbai. Yes. Fu Qingchuan gave a thumbs up, winking. Not bad, class monitor. We'll support you to be class monitor after the military training. Qin Ran slapped Fu Qingchuan's hand away. Stop it, I don't want to be class monitor. If you become class monitor, you can protect us better. If anyone's going to be class monitor, it should be Along. When Yonglong waved his hand, being dorm head is enough for me. Qin Ran followed up, who's your dorm head? Xiaoka. Then we have to have a drink later. Huh? Are we drinking alcohol? Alcohol or juice is fine. The 8 of them took taxis to a restaurant a bit far from the city center. Since it was a social gathering, the environment and taste had to be taken into consideration. The environment couldn't be too noisy, but it wouldn't be good if the restaurant was empty and the waiters were chatting at the side. The dishes had to be aesthetically pleasing, easy to photograph, and also improve the atmosphere. It just needed to taste good. Qin Ran selected a restaurant from the 3 that Fu Qingchuan had chosen. Mao Tu Lao Dai Restaurant, Tong Xian said with her small head tilted. What a strange name. Fu Qingchuan replied. Although the name is a bit strange, it has a good reputation and is also cost-effective. Welcome. How many of you? Do you have a reservation? The greeter at the entrance subconsciously asked the most handsome Qin Ran. We made a reservation yesterday, room 203. Okay, please turn right and go up to the 2nd floor. After they sat down, Qin Ran asked, let me confirm again. No one has any dietary restrictions, right? They all shook their heads. Qin Ran turned to the waiter pouring water and said, please bring out the dishes directly, thank you. Okay, please wait a moment. Li Xiaoka looked around the private room. The decoration of this restaurant is quite nice. A good first impression makes you think the food will taste better. Qin Ran said with a smile. He had a general understanding of the 4 girls' personalities. Li Xiaoka was relatively outgoing, would initiate conversations, and would occasionally make jokes. She was like the big sister in the dorm. Tong Xian was a mischievous spirit who would probably become chatty once she got familiar. Her personality was quite lively, and her big dark eyes had a pure kind of foolishness. Xiao Shuwen, whose name he just learned, was a bit insecure, probably due to her appearance. She was quiet and taciturn. Occasionally, she would try to join the conversation, but the words would get stuck in her throat. If she did speak out and no one responded, she would feel embarrassed and awkward, so she would speak even less. As for Lin Wanbai, who spoke the least but was always the focus of attention, she was quite the opposite. While waiting for the food, Li Xiaoka asked, Qin Ran, did you guys book the private room yesterday and also order the dishes? Yes, Wanbai said you didn't have any dietary restrictions. Shuan likes spicy food, so it might be slightly unfamiliar. The Shanghainese cuisine is a bit sweet, but there are a couple of spicy dishes. Qiu Shuan, who had a very low presence, didn't expect to be actively cared for by Qin Ran. I'm okay. I won't eat chili as a staple food. Fu Qingchuan asked curiously, where are you from? How can you eat so spicy? From Guizhou province. Qin Ran asked, is it true that you can't mix the different types of chili in your area? They each have their own specific use? Chili has different uses? Huang Zujie said in surprise, we rarely eat spicy food. You're from Guangdong, right? Yes, beautiful lady. How did you know? Handsome boy, your accent gives you away. Everyone burst into laughter. Qiu Shuwen wanted to speak, but hesitated. Lin Wanbai asked Qiu Shuwen in a voice that only the two of them could hear, do you guys not use chili at all when cooking? It's not that we don't. We just use chili oil for noodles and rice noodles, and dried chili for stir-fries. Then it's not that different from other places, is it? We also use pickled chili to mix dishes and fried rice. Pickled chili? Yes, it's not that spicy and is fragrant and flavorful. I want to try it. If you like it, I'll bring some with me after the winter break. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? It won't. A smile appeared on Qiu Shuwen's face. Chapter 35. Alone together, no more dogs. Not long after they started chatting, the dishes were served one after another. The restaurant's signature dish, braised pork with truffles. A modified version of the most famous Shanghainese dish. The 3-layered braised pork looked glossy and tempting, making you want to take a bite right away. Truffles were added on top, giving it a rich and fresh flavor. Using the braising sauce to mix with rice was absolutely divine. Super incredibly delicious. The second dish was salted egg yolk pork ribs. The outer layer was coated with golden salted egg yolk. The batter ratio was just right, full without covering the tenderness of the pork ribs. Next was eggplant stewed with sticky rice cake. Several people had never tried this dish before. The sticky rice cake was soft and chewy, while the eggplant was full of sauce flavor, a magical combination. And for dim sum, there were soft-boiled egg shrimp balls. The outer layer was pan-fried shrimp paste, and the inside was a golden soft-boiled egg, a feast for the eyes. Every dish was very photogenic. Tong Xian and Li Xiaoka both stood up to take pictures. Considering that not everyone ate sweet food, Qin Ran also ordered a hot pot with 2 flavors. One half was a clear broth, and the other half was spicy. Beef slices, fresh beef tripe, shrimp paste. 8 people, a table full of dishes. Qin Ran lightly tapped his glass with his chopsticks. Everyone looked at him. Come on, Qin Ran raised his glass. Let's celebrate that we are destined to sit here and have a meal together. Tonight's dorm social is a success. Let's do it again next time. Everyone raised their glasses. Cheers. After Qin Ran sat down, he noticed that Lin Wanbai beside him hadn't eaten much, so he couldn't help but ask, are you not feeling well? I'm fine. Qin Ran glanced at the ice-cold sour plum juice on the table, which she had barely touched, and he roughly guessed the reason. So he got up and poured a cup of barley tea. Have something warm. It'll settle your stomach. Thank you. What are you two talking about? The topic suddenly shifted to Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai. Wanbai seems a little unwell. Wanbai, what's wrong? Are you okay? Lin Wanbai shook her head. I'm fine. Don't listen to him. Seeing that Lin Wanbai's complexion was normal, the others didn't pay much attention. Li Xiaoka joked, class monitor. You seem very familiar with our Wanbai, calling her Wanbai, so casually. Yeah. Tong Xian nodded vigorously. Wanbai, Wanbai? Qin Ran chuckled. He hadn't even noticed when he changed his way of addressing Lin Wanbai. He used to call her classmate Lin, and without realizing it, he had changed to Wanbai. Everyone teased Qin Ran for a while, and the atmosphere became lively again. In everyone's eyes, the two were a perfect match. Not only were they a good match in terms of appearance, but their vibes were also in sync. Among the people at this social, not to mention the others, the two were definitely the best match. Actually, Fu Qingchuan had also tried to chat with Tong Xian a few times. Li Xiaoka even generously switched seats with Fu Qingchuan, clearly intending to bring the two together. After the meal, the two dorms, which were originally not very familiar with each other, quickly became closer. However, Lin Wanbai's complexion didn't look right. Seeing this, Li Xiaoke said, Qin Ran, Wanbai isn't feeling well. Why don't you take her back first? We'll split the cost of the meal later. I'm really fine. You're fine? Your face is pale. We're going to karaoke. Let Qin Ran take you back. Tong Xian whispered. If Wanbai isn't going, should we go back too? Li Xiaoke pulled Tong Xian forward. We're creating opportunities for them. Don't you understand? And Wanbai really isn't feeling well, so it's better for her to go home early. After speaking, Li Xiaoke turned back and asked, Fu Qingchuan, which KTV are we going to? Happy D. Let's go then. Don't stand in front of the restaurant. Okay, Qin Ran, we'll go first then. Fu Qingchuan winked. Make sure you escort Lin Wanbai safely back to her dorm. Qin Ran waved his hand. Go on, go on. I'm not going to steal your mic hogging. Hee hee. Fu Qingchuan quickly caught up with the others. Now only Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai were left. Do you want to rest for a bit? Or should we just go back? Let's walk for a bit. I ate too much. Do you like salted egg yolk pork ribs? Lin Wanbai's ears turned a bit red. You noticed? If you like it, eat more. It's no big deal. Besides, this dish is best when it's hot. I think so too. Same with salted egg yolk pumpkin. The flavors are a bit similar. Which one do you prefer? Salted egg yolk pumpkin. The salted egg yolk pork ribs were also very delicious tonight. Qin Ran couldn't help but smile. Then I'll order salted egg yolk pumpkin next time. Okay. There's a flower and bird market over there. Do you want to take a look? Okay. Fourth tone. It was just past dinner time, and there were many people at the flower and bird market. The two walked side by side, and the distance between them gradually shortened, occasionally brushing against each other. Brother, buy a flower for your girlfriend, a little girl said, holding a bunch of simply packaged single red roses. Her big eyes were filled with hope. Qin Ran touched the little girl's head. Brother and sister are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Then brother buy a flower for sister, the little girl said pitifully. I haven't sold any today. All right, how much is one? 10 yuan. Thank you, brother. Qin Ran took out a bill and picked a bud that was just about to open. Here you go. Thank you, brother. I wish you good luck in winning over the sister. Qin Ran, who originally wanted to give the flower to Lin Wanbai, felt embarrassed to give it out now. The two continued walking forward, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Woof, woof, woof. Several barks caught the two's attention. Qin Ran noticed that Lin Wanbai's eyes lit up, and she actively walked towards the cages in front of the pet store. There were several puppies in the cages. They're so small, probably not even 3 months old yet. Woof. Qin Ran reached out and teased one of them, and it was quite fierce. But when Qin Ran's fingertip touched it, the puppy stopped barking and trembled with its tail tucked between its legs. It turned out it was just putting on a brave front. Lin Wanbai crouched down to the side and also extended her finger. Another quieter puppy licked Lin Wanbai's slender fingertip. Seeing this, Qin Ran asked, Do you want to hold one? Is that okay? It's fine. Help me hold the flower. Qin Ran handed the flower to Lin Wanbai, then opened the top of the cage and asked, Which one do you want? This one. Lin Wanbai pointed at the one that was wagging its tail the most enthusiastically. Okay. Qin Ran scooped up the puppy in his palm, first petting its head. Then he handed it to Lin Wanbai. The latter took it, revealing a smile to Qin Ran. The sweet smile made Qin Ran's heart suddenly flutter. Lin Wanbai lowered her head, playing with the puppy, a smile on her face, clearly enjoying the dogs. It's a pity that the school doesn't allow pets, otherwise, you could bring it back. I don't keep dogs. Why? I used to have one at home, and it passed away. Qin Ran nodded. He understood. When the feelings are deep, dogs are not just pets, but family members. That's too bad. It seems to like you a lot. Lin Wanbai pouted. I like it too. Then hold it a little longer. Chapter 36. The Matchmaking Driver and the Spoiled Childhood Friend. People who haven't had dogs can hardly imagine what life is like with them. People who have had dogs cannot imagine what life would be like without them. Qin Ran knew from Lin Wanbai's reaction that she had had a dog before and had strong feelings for it. So deep that she dared not have a dog again because she was afraid of losing another one. Qin Ran reached out and used his fingertip to touch the puppy's head. Lin Wanbai raised her head, a smile on her face. It likes you too. It's not afraid of strangers. I'm sure someone who likes dogs will take it home and take good care of it. Lin Wanbai reluctantly put down the puppy and walked away, looking back every 3 steps. At the street corner, Qin Ran hailed a taxi. Master, to the University of Finance and Economics. Okay. The taxi driver glanced at Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai through the rearview mirror, Lin Wanbai holding a flower. He had driven so many college students, and this was the best-matched couple he had ever seen. It was just that the distance between the two of them was a bit far. The young man was too proper and didn't know how to seize the opportunity. The taxi driver asked, I'll take a shortcut, so it'll be faster. How's that? Qin Ran nodded, sure. Then, without waiting for the traffic light, the taxi driver directly turned right into a small alley. It entered the ground parking lot of a building, circled behind it, and exited from the entrance in front of the hotel. Then, they sped past cars, went through tunnels, and passed through lanes that hadn't been opened yet. In the back of the car, Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai swayed from side to side, bumping into each other from time to time. Qin Ran grabbed the handrail and reminded, Master, we're not in a hurry, it's okay to go slower. Hey, I'm just trying to save you college students some money. Master, you're really nice, but please slow down for safety's sake. It's a piece of cake. I've been driving a taxi for 20 years. I'm very familiar with it. With a skid, the taxi driver entered another alley. Seeing the girl in the back seat grab the boy's arm, he couldn't help but smile. Qin Ran wanted to remind him again, but seeing the taxi driver winking at him in the rearview mirror, he was speechless. When did taxi drivers start acting as matchmakers? The best was yet to come. At this time, the school gate was quite congested, so the taxi driver directly pressed the meter and stopped in front of the Jinjiangji Xian Hotel. Handsome, it's too congested ahead. You can get out here. Okay, how much is it? 32 yuan and 50 cents. Qin Ran directly paid 40. In this day and age, you can't make good people feel let down. The school was only 600 or 700 meters away. After walking a few steps, they heard someone calling out. Qin Ran? Hearing someone call his name, Qin Ran turned his head. It turned out to be Chen Shuwen and 3 classmates. When Chen Shuwen saw Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai standing at the hotel entrance, and the latter was still holding a flower, her expression was quite dramatic. You two? It's not what you think. Chen Shuwen said with a smile. Oh my, I understand. We didn't see anything. Actually, Chen Shuwen had seen them getting out of the taxi earlier and intentionally made an exaggerated expression. Qin Ran said helplessly, we just finished eating dinner and are coming back. The others went to karaoke. Why didn't you go to karaoke? She wasn't feeling well, so we came back first. Chen Shuwen glanced at the rose. Then you must rest well. Get some sleep. We're going first, bye-bye. Bye. Qin Ran knew that the more he explained, the worse it would become. So he chose not to explain any further. The flower was originally in his hand, but when he was holding the dog, he had handed it to Lin Wanbai, and she had been holding it ever since. Qin Ran hesitated a bit, but Lin Wanbai had already continued to walk forward with the flower. After thinking about it, he followed, but didn't mention the flower. Otherwise, it would only be more awkward. But things were just this coincidental. When the two were almost at the bottom of the girls' dormitory, they bumped into Liu Ruyuan again. When the latter saw the flower in Lin Wanbai's hand, her eyes instantly turned red, and she strode over. Qin Ran stepped forward, blocking Lin Wanbai. You go back first. Lin Wanbai glanced at Liu Ruyuan, thoughtfully nodded. Okay, then I'm going up. Liu Ruyuan reached out to snatch the rose, but Lin Wanbai deftly dodged it. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Give it to me. Why? This is mine. Lin Wanbai narrowed her eyes. You're very impolite. This isn't yours. Qin Ran gave it to me. Liu Ruyuan's expression changed, and she angrily turned her head. Qin Ran, who are you going to give this flower to? Stop it, it's not for you anyway. Qin Ran looked at Lin Wanbai. Go up, sorry, she's been spoiled. You're calling me spoiled. Liu Ruyuan's eyes welled up, her chest rising and falling. You even give flowers to other girls, Qin Ran. You've gone too far. We don't have a relationship. It's my freedom to give it to whoever I want. Can you stop being unreasonable? I'm unreasonable? Liu Ruyuan raised her fist, her chest heaving. Qin Ran, I will never forgive you again. I will never be your girlfriend in this lifetime. Qin Ran only responded with a bland, okay. Liu Ruyuan cried and ran upstairs, wiping her tears. Qin Ran forced out a smile towards Lin Wanbai, who hadn't left yet. Lin Wanbai raised the flower and gave a slight smile. Then I will accept it, for real. If she causes trouble for you. It's okay, Lin Wanbai blinked her eyes. I'm not afraid of her. Qin Ran was stunned. When he came back to his senses, Lin Wanbai had already started climbing the stairs with a light step. An accident caused by a flower. Qin Ran glanced at the onlookers and the people taking pictures in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh and walked back to his dorm. Liu Ruyuan had become so arrogant. In a way, it was really his fault. Over the years, he had been so good and doting on Liu Ruyuan. Gradually, she had taken it for granted. Just now, she had actually tried to snatch the flower from Lin Wanbai's hand without asking any questions, which was just too much. In Qin Ran's memory, the Liu Ruyuan he knew as a child was not like this. She used to be gentle, cute, and understanding. He didn't know when Liu Ruyuan had changed. The more he loved and spoiled Liu Ruyuan, the more arrogant she became. Love was never a one-person effort. There were no two people in the world who were perfectly suited for each other, but there were two hearts that could accommodate each other. However, it was Qin Ran who had always been accommodating all along. It was not until he suddenly woke up that he realized that he had lost himself in order to accommodate Liu Ruyuan. His compromise had turned into Liu Ruyuan's reliance on being unreasonable again and again. But he was no longer the lovesick boy he used to be. Qin Ran had moved on and would not look back. Even if Liu Ruyuan was stamping her feet in place and sitting on the ground crying, he would no longer go back to pull Liu Ruyuan up, let alone put down his pride and apologize. If the rain was too heavy, holding an umbrella would be useless. Qin Ran was already indifferent to the past. Chapter 37. Never turning back. Yin Yin. Give up. What can erode everything, besides tears, is time. Time can dilute emotions, like a cup of tea with constantly added water. Qin Ran's feelings for Liu Ruyuan had long been eroded away by the river of time. Therefore, in this new life, he chose to let go cleanly and decisively. It was just that Liu Ruyuan couldn't accept such a big change in him. Now, it was Liu Ruyuan who was using tears to wash away her grievances and discontent. She had clearly said during the summer that she would consider being Qin Ran's girlfriend when she got to college. In her opinion, she had already agreed to be Qin Ran's girlfriend. However, before they were truly together, Qin Ran had gotten involved with another girl. Liu Ruyuan felt like she had been cheated on. The mistakes that Qin Ran had made before, she could barely forgive. But she would never forgive Qin Ran's behavior tonight. In front of everyone, he had actually said that she was being unreasonable. What was even more infuriating was that Qin Ran wasn't siding with her, but with another girl. Liu Ruyuan cursed at Qin Ran repeatedly, while also vowing that she would never forgive Qin Ran in this lifetime. She had many suitors. The number of boys who had asked for her contact information on the street this week was more than she could count on both hands. But she was still furious and urgently needed to tell her best friend about this. She needed someone to blame Qin Ran with. Feifei, Qin Ran has fallen for someone else? Upon seeing the message, Wang Feifei's face lit up with joy. This was probably the second best news he had heard since the start of the semester, second only to Qin Ran saying that he would give Liu Ruyuan to him. However, Wang Feifei still pretended to be surprised, pretended not to believe it, and then spoke ill of Qin Ran. In no way. Yin Yin, who told you that? I saw it with my own eyes. You saw it? Is it the girl in the cafeteria that day? I saw Qin Ran giving her breakfast last time. It's not her, it's Lin Wanbai. Then followed a long string of messages from Liu Ruyuan. I'm so angry. How can he do this? He clearly likes me but is being ambiguous with other girls. Do you know that he even gave Lin Wanbai flowers? Those should be my flowers. Qin Ran always used to give them to me. Qin Ran has changed, that dead Qin Ran. I will never talk to him again. Wang Feifei was shocked by these messages. Qin Ran gave flowers to Lin Wanbai? Could it be that what he said at the school gate had come true? But at that time, Qin Ran didn't really ask for Lin Wanbai's contact information. And the next day, Qin Ran clearly gave breakfast to the senior namely Luo. Wang Feifei was confused. Could it be that Qin Ran was having multiple affairs? This was not the Qin Ran he knew. When Wang Feifei thought of Lin Wanbai's beauty that even surprised him, he couldn't help but guess that Qin Ran might have really fallen for someone else. He had been worried that Qin Ran was tricking him. If Qin Ran really liked Lin Wanbai, then he definitely wouldn't be vying for Liu Ruyuan anymore. After thinking it through, Wang Feifei couldn't wait for Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai to get married right there and then. But for now, he had to stand on the same side as Liu Ruyuan and fight against a common enemy, to deepen Liu Ruyuan's hatred for Qin Ran. Yin Yin, you're so good, yet Qin Ran doesn't cherish you. He's being ambiguous with other girls. It's really too infuriating. I thought I had misunderstood him, But now it seems that he has really changed like you said. Yin Yin, I feel so bad for you. Hug.jpg. After typing the message, Wang Feifei waited for Liu Ruyuan to also send a hugging emoji. But what came instead was a message that almost made him want to bang his head against the wall. Feifei, aren't you living in the same dorm building as Qin Ran? Go ask him if he still wants me to be his girlfriend. If he does, make him come to me right now, immediately, and without delay. Wang Feifei was a little angry. Yin Yin, he has treated you like this, why are you still looking for him? It's not me looking for him, it's you who go to him, make him come to me. What's the difference? Oh, just help me go ask him, are you still my best friend or not? No, I want to be your boy. Wang Feifei typed half of it, then deleted it. He gradually calmed down. Now was not the right time for him to confess to Liu Ruyuan. Liu Ruyuan clearly still had feelings for Qin Ran, otherwise, she wouldn't have said that. If Qin Ran went to apologize, admit his mistake, and then confess his love, maybe Liu Ruyuan would really agree. But Wang Feifei knew that even if Liu Ruyuan did agree, it would be because she was angry. Having a foundation of feelings with Qin Ran was one aspect, but more than that, she couldn't let go of her pride and competitive spirit. Many people in the class had said that Lin Wanbai was the prettiest. He knew that even though Liu Ruyuan didn't say it out loud, she was secretly competing with Lin Wanbai in her heart. After thinking it over, Wang Feifei decided to go look for Qin Ran. But he was a little hesitant. He didn't know when it had started, but now he felt a bit intimidated whenever he saw Qin Ran. Perhaps it was from the first day of registration when Qin Ran asked him to go to a secluded place and beat him up. Or perhaps it was the fierce side of Qin Ran that he had seen during the cafeteria conflict that made him a little afraid. On one side was the person he was afraid of, and on the other was the person he liked. Wang Feifei decided to make one last stand for love. At most, he would just get beaten up again. But there were other people in the dorm. If Qin Ran made a move, the others should stop him, right? Wang Feifei was a bit unsure, but he still mustered up the courage to go to room 502. There was light coming from the crack in the door, but he didn't know how many people were inside. Suddenly, he was heavily patted on the shoulder, and Wang Feifei was startled. Hey kid, what are you sneaking around for? Wang Feifei was knocked to the ground by Wen Yonglong's big hand. Or rather, he was scared to the ground. Wimp? Sissy? Wang Feifei. 3 different nicknames rang out, and Wang Feifei's lips twitched. What kind of ridiculous nicknames had the people in room 502 given him? I came to look for Qin Ran. When Yonglong pulled out his key, opened the door, and said to Qin Ran, who was on the bed with his headphones on, Qin Ran, Wang Feifei is here to look for you again. Qin Ran took off his headphones and glanced at Wang Feifei at the door. Itching for another beating? Wang Feifei gave an awkward smile. No, Yin Yin asked me to come to you. She said you gave flowers to Lin Wanbai, and now she's very angry. She asked you? Before he could finish speaking, Wang Feifei was squeezed to the side. Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zujia crowded around the bed, with expressions of disbelief. Qin Ran, you gave flowers to Lin Wanbai? Did you confess to her? Holy crap. You're too fierce. Godfather, I'm impressed. Awesome. Tell us, did she agree? Are you two together? Qin Ran said helplessly, no, can you guys not be so excited? Then is it true about the flowers? An accident. Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zujia exchanged glances, immediately understanding. I can't believe it, Fu Qingchuan said in amazement. So tonight's dorm social was prepared for you. Wang Feifei's eyes darted around, and he turned tail and ran back to his dorm. Then he immediately sent a message to Liu Ruyuan. Yin Yin, did you know? Qin Ran's dorm had a social with Lin Wanbai's dorm tonight. I heard people in their dorm say that the two of them are already together. Yin Yin, you should just give up. Qin Ran told me to get lost. He's not going to look for you. He's really hateful, but I'll be with you. Yin Yin, are you there? Yin Yin? Chapter 38. Reversal of Roles, Chasing After Him in Flames. Wang Feifei waited for nearly an hour but did not receive a reply from Liu Ruyuan. His heart was breaking as he waited. Needless to say, he knew that Liu Ruyuan's emotions were completely swayed by Qin Ran at the moment. This was a complete reversal of roles. Before, it was Qin Ran who followed Liu Ruyuan, doing everything he could to make her happy. But what about now? Liu Ruyuan was thinking about Qin Ran every day, asking him about Qin Ran whenever she had the chance. Now she was even fighting with another girl for Qin Ran. Their positions had completely switched. Wang Feifei had originally thought that when Qin Ran gave up on Liu Ruyuan, he could take his place. But that was not the case at all. Wang Feifei didn't believe in the playing hard to get tactic before. Those boys who deliberately tried to get Liu Ruyuan's attention while pretending not to care had all left with their tails between their legs. Not even a single splash was made, let alone making Liu Ruyuan's heart flutter. But now that Qinran had turned around and left, it immediately made Liu Ruyuan panic. Wang Feifei had tried to persuade her many times, but it was completely useless. His excellent speech skills were no longer effective. Liu Ruyuan didn't even bother to reply to him anymore. Wang Feifei had a very bad feeling. Oh no. Qinran had pushed Liu Ruyuan away, but he hadn't seized the opportunity. But he had never thought that the usually arrogant Liu Ruyuan would now insist on getting close to Qinran. A few days ago, Liu Ruyuan was still sending him all kinds of messages, such as telling Qinran to apologize, that she would never forgive him, and so on. But now, she was like a love-struck fool. Wang Feifei couldn't understand. Even if she wasn't used to Qinran's presence for the time being, she wouldn't have turned from a swan into a lapdog, right? The contrast was too great, and Wang Feifei really couldn't accept it. What made him even more depressed was that there seemed to be nothing he could do now. He could only watch as Liu Ruyuan tried to get close to Qinran. Maybe she was still a bit stubborn now. In a few days, she would probably start licking his boots. Wang Feifei was so depressed that he couldn't sleep. He couldn't really go to Qinran and ask him to turn around and chase after Liu Ruyuan. And he certainly couldn't help bring the two of them back together. But Liu Ruyuan wasn't listening to him at all now, and she didn't even care about him as a wounded person. He had been badly beaten by Ji Buoqing. The photos in the forum were real. He had taken them himself. Wang Feifei was very frustrated. He had taken a beating and temporarily driven away Ji Buoqing. He had originally thought that Ji Buoqing was his biggest competitor. But now, he realized that he was wrong, and it was a big mistake. Wang Feifei realized that he couldn't go on like this. He had to stop Liu Ruyuan's chasing after him in flames behavior as soon as possible. Either that, or he had to bring Qinran together with another girl. With Liu Ruyuan's arrogant pride, she would definitely not be able to accept being a homewrecker, let alone chase after a married man. Just now, he had heard in room 502 that Qinran and Lin Wanbai had an ambiguous relationship. After thinking about it, Wang Feifei still felt that the latter was more reliable. He knew how stubborn Liu Ruyuan's personality was. If he pulled her back, the more she would want to do the opposite. Wang Feifei couldn't sleep at night. After thinking it over and over, he finally decided to take a two-pronged approach, using clever words to persuade Liu Ruyuan to turn back, while also bringing Qinran and Lin Wanbai together. Qinran, who was chatting with Lin Wanbai, didn't know what Wang Feifei was thinking. Room 502 was very lively at night, excitedly discussing the social that night. To be precise, it was Fu Qingchuan who was very excited. Qinran, you don't know, Tong Xian is also very good at singing. And do you know what? She can sing the songs of the sweetheart leader. While singing, she dances too. It's so cute. It's a pity that I didn't record it at that time. When are we going to have another social? Qinran, did you fall asleep? Zujia, you think so too, right? What replied to Fu Qingchuan was a snore. Along, what about you? Yeah. Damn it. Fu Qingchuan said in annoyance. Why are none of you feeling anything? Huang Zujia said quietly, of course you feel something, because the person you like is there. Wasn't your Shuwen also there? Please, one is Qin Shuwen, the other is Qiu Shuwen. Qiu Shuwen is not my type. What about Along? I feel like you and Li Xiaoka are quite compatible. Do you want to give it a try? I'll pass. When Yonglong sat in his chair, doing seated dumbbell curls, his biceps bulged, with veins popping out. Fu Qingchuan felt a bit bored, but he had already talked to Tong Xian to the point where they had nothing left to say. So, he changed the topic to Qinran again. Qinran, do you want to know what Lin Wanbai thinks of you? Huang Zujia and Wen Yonglong both looked over. Only Qinran's bed was completely still, like a vampire's coffin. Fu Qingchuan continued to throw out the bait. Qinran, I even asked Tong Xian to help me find out what Lin Wanbai thinks of you. Seeing Qinran lift the blanket and sit up, Fu Qingchuan said excitedly, quick, beg me, and I'll tell you. Qinran got out of bed without a word. Then he went to the bathroom. In less than 2 minutes, he climbed back into bed. Fu Qingchuan couldn't help but shout, Qinran, don't force me to kneel down and beg you to ask me. Say something. Lunch tomorrow. Fu Qingchuan's face turned red. I'm helping you gather information, and you're still making me get you lunch? That's too black. Don't think I don't know that you deliberately use me as a topic to chat with Tong Xian. Fu Qingchuan grinned. You know everything? From now on, using my name will cost you. I'll bring your lunch tomorrow, okay? Don't forget breakfast. You already owe me that. Fu Qingchuan said with a bitter face. Forget breakfast? I really can't wake up. Do you want me to continue helping you set up another social with their dorm in the future? Bring it. I'll set 10 alarms tomorrow morning to get up and bring it for you. Huang Zujia couldn't help but say, if you set 10 alarms, I'll send you to your grave. Brother Jia, how about you? Get lost. When Yonglong said, I want breakfast. I'll help you bring it. Along, you're the best. Huang Zujia urged. What did she say? You would never guess how Lin Wanbai described Qinran, he. Tell us quickly. Chapter 39. Like a tiger cub, incomplete but with the aura to devour an ox. Fu Qingchuan originally wanted to see Qinran's curious expression and deliberately teased him. But the latter's reaction was too indifferent, which made him not so excited anymore. Lin Wanbai said that Qinran is a nice person, haha. Fu Qingchuan laughed out loud. Silence. Awkward. Fu Qingchuan couldn't help but ask, don't you think that's funny? Boring. Huang Zujia pulled the covers over his head and went asleep. When Yonglong shook his head and continued his curls with lighter weights, Qinran, who had already laid down, continued chatting with Lin Wanbai. Everyone in my dorm knows that you gave me a nice guy card. Is a nice guy card bad? Do you know what a nice guy card is? Jump. JPG. Then you better not find out. After a while, Lin Wanbai replied. Sorry, I didn't know that's what it meant. Qinran was curious. Then how did you reject other people before? I didn't reject you. Seeing this message, Qinran was temporarily confused. If it wasn't because he knew that Lin Wanbai was actually very pure, he would have thought that her words had hidden meanings. No, I mean, if you don't give a nice guy card, what do you give? To the people who confessed to you that you didn't like. I just didn't like them, and I wouldn't chat with them either. Qinran felt like he had fallen into a strange state. He easily misunderstood Lin Wanbai's words. So wasn't he chatting with Lin Wanbai now? Qinran decided not to continue this topic. Are you feeling better? Still a bit unwell. What about you? I'm fine. When do you usually have an episode? Even though they were typing, not talking, Qinran's silence was deafening. Sorry, did I ask something I shouldn't have? I just wanted to know if there's a pattern to when you get sick, and if you might suddenly faint again. Qinran sighed. It was impossible to avoid the topic of his illness. If nothing unexpected happens, I shouldn't faint again. Did you get better after taking medicine? Yes, sort of. That's good. Qinran's slightly depressed mood improved, and the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. How is it that the Lin classmate is so adorably silly? The two chatted late into the night. They had endless topics to talk about, one sentence after another, seemingly without end. They were clearly just some meaningless topics, but they were both very happy chatting. The next day, Qinran woke up and went to breakfast with Wen Yonglong. Actually, Qinran didn't usually sleep in. He had developed good sleeping habits from a young age. He didn't stay up late, smoke, or drink. Perhaps because of this, he didn't bring excitement to Liu Ruyuan. In his past life, he was almost snatched away by a competitor. Jibuqing was like an upgraded version of a punk, but both of them were gradually fading from his view. Another person had entered his world. Halfway through breakfast, Qinran received a message from Lin Wanbai. Sorry, Qinran, I fell asleep last night. Crying.jpg. Seeing the message, Qinran couldn't help but smile. It's okay. I also fell asleep later last night. You woke up so early? Yeah, I'm eating breakfast. And what are you eating? Black rice porridge, fried dough sticks, and a boiled egg. From the 4th cafeteria? Yes. I also like the black rice porridge from the 4th cafeteria. Then you can come eat it later. It'll be gone if it's too late. I haven't gotten up yet. Qinran took a photo and sent it to Lin Wanbai. It's fragrant and sweet. Sure you don't want to come? I want to eat. Qinran couldn't help but laugh. When Yonglong couldn't help but ask, who are you chatting with? You're so happy. Am I? Yeah. The corners of your mouth are almost touching your ears. After finishing breakfast, Qinran parted ways with Wen Yonglong and walked towards the outside of the school. After leaving the east gate of the school, Qinran got into a new black Mercedes-Benz S450 and went to the physical examination center owned by his family's hospital. Last time, Uncle Li said that his father wasn't feeling well and he needed to check on him. In his memory, His father had always been very healthy. His voice was full of energy, and even after many years, he was still in charge of the group company. But Uncle Lee shouldn't lie to him, and there was no reason for him to do so. He wasn't the kind of rich second generation who had money in their pocket and just went out to party, not returning home for a year and a half. He usually went home to accompany his parents during holidays. Arriving at the physical examination center, Qin Ran directly called the person in charge. Please bring me my parents' physical examination reports to take a look at. Ng Ximing, whom everyone called Dean, nodded and bowed. Okay, young master, please wait a moment. Thank you for your trouble. It's our duty. You're too kind, young master. The people under the group company called Qin Ran by many different names. Some called him Young Master Qin, Little Boss, Young Master, and so on. The names were different, but the meanings were all the same. The sole legitimate heir of the Qin Group. The Qin Group was actually made up of many group companies, involved in financial investment, real estate, biopharmaceuticals, international shipping, and many other fields. In a way, Zhonghai could be considered the Qin family's 1/3 of an acre. No matter what industry one went into, the Qin Group would always be somewhere in the upstream or downstream. Therefore, some people secretly called Qin Ran the Crown Prince. It was just that the Qin family followed the principle of being high profile in their actions but low profile as people, so they were not very well known. Qin Ran was even more low-key, not putting on any airs, and was easy to approach. But the people within the group would not underestimate Qin Ran because of this, but instead, they respected him greatly. Ng Ximing was a dean and a half-shareholder of the hospital, having invested nearly 100 million yuan. But when facing Qin Ran, his attitude was amiable, and he completely lacked the usual imposing aura. When handing over documents, he did so with both hands. Qin Ran took the physical examination records and thanked him. Ng Ximing stood by the side without saying a word. After a while, Qin Ran asked, Uncle Ng, is my dad's gallbladder polyp serious? It's not serious, but he needs to pay attention to his diet, exercise more, and can recover with medication. Will he need surgery? Not for now. His current condition is relatively good. Is there a possibility of it becoming malignant? Ng Ximing's body tightened, and he also became serious. From the examination results, the probability of malignancy is very small. We have asked President Qin to come for regular checkups. If there's anything wrong, we will find it and deal with it in time. Please rest assured, young master. We would never joke with President Qin's health. Qin Ran nodded. Don't be nervous, Uncle Ng. I was just asking. You're professionals in this field. I trust your judgment. By the way, does my dad not want to come for regular checkups? Ng Ximing hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a wry smile. Yes, President Qin is quite busy. I understand. I'll make sure he comes for regular checkups. Uncle Ng, please keep an eye on things. If anything happens, you can tell me. Okay, young master. Qin Ran closed the file. Uncle Ng, please have someone scan a copy and send it to me. I'll go back in a few days and talk to my dad and tell him to come for a re-examination. Okay. That's all for now. I'll go first. Sorry for the trouble, Uncle Ng. Not at all, young master. You can come anytime. If I'm not here, just look for Xiao Wu. I've already made the arrangements. Okay. Thanks, Uncle Ng. I'll go now. No need to see me off. Ng Ximing still insisted on seeing Qin Ran downstairs and only turned around to go upstairs after the car disappeared from view. Wu, the deputy dean who had been recently promoted, asked curiously, Dean, is he the young boss? He seems very kind and so young. Ng Ximing frowned. Don't underestimate him. Let me remind you. Don't be careless just because he's young, otherwise, you'll be out of your deputy dean position before it even gets warm. When the group was in crisis, it was the young master, who was still in middle school, who took action to solve it. Like a tiger cub, incomplete, but with the aura to devour an ox. The waters of the Qin Group were very deep, but the surname of the person in charge had never changed. In Ng Ximing's heart, the deputy dean who had just been parachuted in had already been marked with a big cross. Even with a double PhD in clinical science and tumor immunology, no matter how high his professional knowledge is, without any sense of discernment, he wouldn't go far. Wu opened his mouth wide, looked in the direction where the car had left, and his eyes trembled. Chapter 40. The Power of the Qin Family. One word elevating one's status. Dean Ng Ximing, who was preparing to go back to the meeting, stopped and looked at the middle-aged man who was calling out to him. It seemed his last name was Liu, but he had forgotten his full name. The business card he had given was still on the table in the conference room. Today, A trade association had come to discuss cooperation on high-end medical care, but without the participation of the Qin family, it had nothing to do with the word high-end. He was only giving face to the trade association because he had to. The truly high-end population in Zhonghai was already getting their checkups here and booking appointments with experts from various top-tier hospitals. They didn't need the so-called high-end clients from a small trade association. They were too stingy to even spend 30 or 50,000. Ing Shiming didn't even plan to give the other party a plaque. At most, he would sign a strategic cooperation agreement and arrange someone to handle it. Ing Shiming had attended countless meetings of this kind before. Given that he wasn't sure of the man's last name, Ing Shiming just nodded and smiled politely before preparing to continue the meeting. He had received a notification that Qin Ran was coming and interrupted the meeting to attend to Qin Ran. Now, half an hour had passed, and it was time to continue the meeting. As for leaving the other party waiting for so long, Ing Shiming didn't feel any guilt at all. There was no comparison between the two parties. Their importance was self-evident. But the middle-aged man's next words shocked him. "Dean, I think I just saw you with a young man. Is his name Qin Ran?" Liu Haicheng had a smile plastered on his face. He had been smoking in the hallway when he happened to see Shiming respectfully seeing Qin Ran off at the door. But he wasn't too sure. The last time he had seen Qin Ran was at his daughter's 18th birthday party. Qin Ran was the most handsome and had the most unique aura among the boys who came, and he had had a special chat with him. Besides, his daughter would often mention Qin Ran's name, so he had a deep impression. Liu Haicheng sensed that Ing Shiming's attitude towards Qin Ran was unusual, so he tentatively asked a question. But he didn't expect that Ing Shiming's attitude would change immediately. "You know young him?" Liu Haicheng smiled and nodded. "It seems I wasn't mistaken. He came to my daughter's birthday banquet last year, and is on good terms with her." "I see. May I be so bold as to ask if Qin Ran is sick? If he needs help, I can help." Ing Shiming wasn't sure of the true relationship between Liu Haicheng's daughter and Qin Ran. If they were lovers, that would be extraordinary. He could tell that Liu Haicheng did not know Qin Ran's true identity, otherwise he wouldn't have asked that. The entire hospital belonged to the Qin family, so what help would he need? But when he thought that Liu Haicheng might be Qin Ran's future father-in-law, although the possibility was low, Ing Shiming decided it was better to be a bit nicer. After all, if it were to happen, their positions would be reversed. Showing goodwill wouldn't cause him any loss. On the contrary, he might gain a return far exceeding expectations. However, Ing Shiming did not directly reveal Qin Ran's identity. The Qin family had always been very low-key. Since Qin Ran hadn't said anything, he wouldn't either, to avoid creating any complications and making Qin Ran unhappy. Ing Shiming smiled, and it wasn't the kind of professional smile where he merely twitched his lips, but a genuine smile. "Sorry about earlier, we were delayed. Let's go in and continue the meeting." After speaking, Ing Shiming even extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Liu Haicheng was a smart man. He had already sensed the change in Ing Shiming's attitude. Besides, the reason why Ing Shiming had left halfway through the meeting was that some big leaders from the city had come and that he needed to go greet them. But he had clearly seen Ing Shiming seeing Qin Ran off at the car, and there had been no big leaders. A bold idea arose in Liu Haicheng's mind. Qin Ran was the so-called big leader. No wonder he felt that Qin Ran's aura was unusual. He had originally thought that Qin Ran came from a family with good manners, and that his quality was high. Now that he thought about it, the casual attitude that Qin Ran had when he was at his villa was not an act at all, but came from someone who had seen the real world. Liu Haicheng wished he could ask his daughter about Qin Ran right now. He knew how powerful this hospital was. It wasn't the medical equipment or technology that was powerful, but the high-end clients that the hospital had. At a certain level, the essence of business was resource exchange. Connections were of utmost importance. Liu Haicheng vaguely felt that he had encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Someone who was so highly valued by Ing Shiming might just give the Liu family the wings to take flight. But he still suppressed his curiosity and excitement and finished the meeting first. Throughout the subsequent meeting, Liu Haicheng became even more certain of his guess. Even during the group photo after signing the agreement, Ing Shiming pulled him to the center and had a special photo taken with him. He was supposed to stand at the side. Today, the leader of his side was the chairman of the trade association, whose level was much higher than his as an ordinary member of the trade association. His company's size and reputation were far inferior. That was why he had been seated on the far side. But Ing Shiming had pulled him to take a separate photo and even proactively added him as a friend. Everything showed that Qin Ran was extraordinary. After the meeting, Liu Haichang bid farewell to the group and hurriedly called his daughter as soon as he got into the car. The phone only got answered after a long while. Liu Haichang did not beat around the bush, and he asked directly, "Xiao Yin, Dad is going to ask you something. At your birthday banquet last year, didn't a male classmate named Qin Ran come? Do you still have contact with him now? What does his family do?" "What? He blocked you? Don't cry. Then do you know what his family does? Do they own a company? Do they own a hospital?" "Ah, don't cry, don't cry. Dad won't ask anymore." Liu Haichang hung up the phone, his expression unsightly. His precious daughter definitely had a close relationship with Qin Ran. Their relationship should not have been bad before. He did not know why it had become like this. Even though he was old, he also knew what it meant to be blocked. When a girl angrily blocks a boy, and when a boy blocks a girl, it was two completely different things. After thinking for a while, Liu Haichang called the chairman of the trade association. 10 minutes later, Liu Haichang's expression was complex. He was both delighted and regretful, and had a trace of hesitation. But soon, the hesitation disappeared, replaced by determination. He had just learned from the chairman about the Qin family, and the latter happened to know that the Qin family had an heir named Qin Ran. But he basically did not appear in public, and no information could be found online. He was well protected. Liu Haichang regretted that he had been blind and had not asked about Qin Ran's family background. Otherwise, the Liu family might have already been somewhat famous in Zhonghai. With the power of the Qin family, even a little bit of grease leaking from their fingers would be enough for 10 Liu families to eat their fill. Liu Haichang decided to first ask about his daughter's relationship with Qin Ran. He could not let go of a golden bachelor that was so rarely seen in 10 years. When he learned that his daughter had been stringing Qin Ran along, never agreeing, he was so angry that he almost severed his father-daughter relationship. He had been so smart his whole life. How could he have given birth to such a foolish daughter? Liu Haichang asked Liu Ruyuan to chase after Qin Ran again. He did not know that it was already too late.